All right,
All right.
kids. So hopefully you've not been listening in on our super secret server as we've talked about the Shoggoth, known as Grimace. And you're not worried about the fact that we've been delving into McDonald's lore for the past 10 minutes.
Robble.
I'd like to say hello to our friends that popped in the chat. Of course, Crafting Gamer made sure the doors were wide open. Janet, hello. Curious, our Alucus, hello, sir. Fashionably late. Yes, we are fashionably late, but we are unfashionably late all the time, and I hate about that. Hello, Mr. Snortopupus Cuber, one of the greatest bears of all time. Ladies, if you're gonna choose a bear, choose this one. Janet from another planet, hello, and she responds, purple, pride heart, rainbow fillet. Pride heart.
Well, really, it's the only one that popped up, the only heart that came up, and I was on my phone, so I don't know how to change my whatever. It wouldn't work.
It's dinosaur month, damn it.
Yeah, I need a dinosaur. But, sorry.
Now we might get the monkeypox.
So, as we begin today's game, last time we gathered, there was a big fight underneath one of the homes, one of the manors inside Stonehome, which you guys had the audacity to be sent in to the Flint Blades Manor and to check out exactly what was going on there. What you found was a group of people that were absolutely into devil worship. And after you clean up the mess a little bit, you start going around and investigating what exactly was left behind. One of them being in one of the side chambers of this dungeon underneath the manor, which was hewn out pretty nicely. For those of you that played Dwarf Fortress, you know what I'm talking about. You find a few library rooms where they have various information, either in its slate form where people chiseled information onto it, or you find books, tomes, grimoires, the like. And you have a lot to look at here. You spend a few hours compiling everything, getting it all stacked up and ready to move on out. And as you get your first load ready to go, Quinn will say something of the effect, I really don't want to pack up the rest of this. We just need to take these items here to the city guard and let them investigate further. Once we do that, our job with the Flint Blades is over, and we can go to the next item or next pile of information that we need, because I'm getting tired of being here. Quinn is your bard, typically played by Flady, who is currently, he's on leave. He will be back. He has promised he wants to come back to the game, and I believe him, but his computer is needing to be replaced right now. And if he has a tablet, you have the link, sir. Go on ahead.
2024 has become a shit year for people and PCs.
I will say that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I look like I'm pregnant. I'm sorry for being fatter, soy-based Jeremy, but, you know, when you get older, your metabolism says goodbye.
It's not fat, dude. It is pre-apocalypse planning.
Yeah, it is. And if I have to, when I was in the hospital in 21, I didn't eat for like the first 2 weeks I was there, and I dropped most of the weight because a lot of this was beer weight. I've actually lost weight this week because I've only had like 5 beers instead of like the usual 10 to 15. I've been drinking a ton of water. So,
yeah.
And your mileage may vary. I just like the idea of being an asshole longer.
Well, I want you around as long as possible.
Oh, you're sweet.
I'm sure your wife does too. So
she's not so sweet.
No, she's waiting for the insurance money.
She wants the insurance money.
Yeah, money's just money.
She's got a contingency.
You can't replace a person with money. It's just not possible.
For all of you,
but it does help.
For those of you that didn't know, a friend of ours passed earlier this week, and we're not having a stream for him, but we are going to just make a mention of it. For those that didn't know, but did know the man Clobbery or Clobbering Times, the gentleman known as Mike Alonzo, who was our friend as Clobby on the internet, he had a heart attack. He had a heart issue while out getting some things at the store this week. He hit his head. He was rushed to the hospital. It did not end well, and a lot of us are saddened, quite shaken up by this, just because we weren't expecting it. Now, it does highlight a few things. I want you guys not to be like super fit, healthy people, but I want you to be mindful. And if you can steer your life to a more desirable direction to where you will function better tomorrow off of some choices you make today, do so. We're not all perfect. You see me drinking coffee all the time, or you see me, I used to drink beer like it was water because it's tasty. I'm still going to continue doing that. I'm just going to not drink as much of it. I'm going to go more for the drinks that will probably help me keep my kidneys longer. And I know that coffee is not good for that. Anyway, for Clobby and his family and his friends and his extended family here on the internet, it breaks my heart to know that you're going through this. I did not know the man as well as I wanted to. When I would hear him, I would stop and listen because he was often full of wisdom and mirth. It's very, very rare to find a man that's got so much good knowledge in him, and he's humble, and he's got this humility that he measured it seems like he measured every breath with his humility, and he made sure to let you know that he was just one of us. He was a geek. He was like anybody else you'd find somewhere, but his niche, his life's focus was on good entertainment and finding so many things to embrace in this current dystopian future of creative hellhole, the creative hellhole we're in right now, where Disney is trying to mandate what we listen to and what we watch. And for those that haven't noticed, there is a small revolution taking place over at RottenTomatoes.com. The Acolyte currently sits at like 16% on the audience score meter. So nobody is liking that show. Even the woke mainstream media is saying this is the shittiest Star Wars that's came out yet.
Forced lesbians that come together to magically produce a baby when Vader should have been a one-off period. Yeah, that's just going to ruin the whole premise of the show, of the series.
The scissoring.
I rest my case. I mean, I'm not going to watch it. I don't even like watching all the fucking reviews of it. I can't fuck with my phone while I'm driving, so I just let YouTube's autoplay keep getting me. Maybe I'll get back to something that's enjoyable to listen to. Meanwhile, the people that are gnashing their teeth at this miserable show, they at least provide me some entertainment. Thank you guys for watching that miserable piece of shit. However, I told you 5 years ago, quit giving money to Disney, and you haven't learned your lesson. Anyway.
I'm having a roller coaster of emotions right now. First, getting all retarded hearing about Clobby, and it's rehashing shit that I've been dealing with since like Wednesday. Yeah, you go on your rant, and now I'm pissed off because they destroyed my childhood franchise. And
no, they didn't. They didn't. Your childhood franchise died in 2012, and what we got in its place was this shambling zombie of a fucking franchise that wore the same clothes, that had the same music, that had the same budget or higher, but it's not the same, and it hasn't been the same since they took over. And so when I hear people talk about Star Wars, I just ask them, which era of Star Wars do you like the best? I never got into the Old Republic stuff because I don't mind the idea of the Old Republic. I do want to play KOTOR and KOTOR 2 one of these days, but that goes back in the past. And Bruce is the mindset of start at the beginning, tell the story from the beginning, and go forward from there, never go back. Because I'll tell you what happens when you write a book like I did. I wrote a prequel to a book I wrote, and people enjoyed it, but they knew how it ended because Elijah lived. And that kind of pissed them off because they wanted to know what happened after. Well, I know what happens after. I've got the book on my other PC, and nobody's ever asked me for that other book. They read the two books. They're like, "Oh, you've got a really God, you studied political science a lot, and they walk away. Nobody wants to read political science in a fantasy format, I found out. But I'll tell you that as a narrator, start at the beginning, go forward from there, because people want to know what happens next. People will never want to go and say, like, oh my God, that villain's so bad. What was his childhood like? But yet we got 3 fucking miserable movies about that for the Star Wars prequels, when I should have received the fucking Thrawn fucking trilogy as the fucking movies released in 97 and in 2000 and 2003. But the motherfuckers can't keep us, can't understand what it is. And so I blame Lucas. Lucas fucked up everything. I mean, Lucas is also the same asshole that ruined Return of the Jedi by forcing Luke and Leia to be brother and sister. He fucking gave us the fucking Ewoks instead of Wookiees. I would have much rather had a movie where the Wookiees, we went to Kashyyyk, and instead of the cute little furry things like making traps and like have beating fucking stormtroopers in the head with rocks, you'd see fucking Wookiees grabbing whole stormtroopers, and it'd just be Gorapalooza. I want to see fucking blood squibs that even Paul Verhoeven's like, oh my God, I have to see this. This Star Wars Return of the Jedi is a great movie. I would love to have had that movie. But instead I got the miserable fucking marketing piece of shit that Return of the Jedi is. And so that movie is like a 6 out of 10 at the highest for me ever.
Well, if you go back and look at Star Wars, how many Wookiees sold compared to how many, the little, whatever those panda bear little creatures were.
Okay, first
Ewoks.
off, Janet,
and what about the little green little guy, Yoda guy? Okay, that's what they were looking at. They wasn't looking at what makes the story better. They're looking at how much money they think they can make.
Merchandising. I get it,
That's
Janet.
right.
I get it.
No, I'm not saying it's right. What I'm saying is that's all they care about. Mm-hmm. That's why don't buy their shit. You don't buy their shit. Sooner or later, they'll realize, hey, we're not making any money. We're losing our shorts. We need to start producing product that they want.
I'll interject for just a second. With all this bullshittery going around, at least the Christmas special will get a higher rating than the current thing.
You know, I'm just waiting for the 2 Ewok movies to get brand new CGI intros and outros, and they're going to give it like a fresh coat of paint, basically, front and back.
Yeah.
And then you get the same shitty movie with that little blonde girl, and they're going to remarket the Ewoks, and you're going to see nothing but Ewoks replacing fucking baby Yodas everywhere. Mm-hmm. Not that I would ever buy one. I fucking hate Star Wars now. I love it for what it was up to 2012, when it was just in my head as a D6 system and a place to have fun adventures for the tabletop game. But what it is now is garbage. It's like your favorite mom and pop restaurant getting nationally branded, and fucking everybody across the world can have their signature sandwich, which is a fucking microwave dinner that some 13-year-old or 16-year-old fucking popped out of the fucking warmer, and they wrapped it and gave it to somebody for $4.99 for the sandwich or $18.99 for the meal. Mm-hmm. Fuck that.
But don't let that stop you from loving what you loved when you were a kid. When you were a kid, you love these characters. You saw them as heroes. So if you see something like that at a yard sale or a thrift store or on eBay, because it's already been purchased, and now you're going to repurchase from someone who wants to sell it, that is nothing wrong with that. Buy it. Buy that shit. Fill your room up with it if that's what makes you happy, because it's from the days gone by when it was good. Just don't go to Disney and buy it. That's what I'm saying. But that doesn't mean you can't still love what you loved when you were a kid.
Yeah. Well, in general, I'd have to agree with Bruce about the
100%. It is. I just won't buy anything from them right now.
Sorry,
but I buy it from people.
Six Nations.
That's already bought it.
Go for it. I was just going to rant about the current thing.
Oh, I was going to say was I have to agree with Bruce primarily with the Ewoks. I mean, I like the Ewok movies, like the specific ones, even if they are American Indians in space. Because that's exactly what those 2 movies are.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of.
Insert racial slur.
Go ahead, Six Nations. I can hear it. Go for it.
No, I'm I'm going to let the anger pass because I don't want to go all dark side. Because we know what happens when the protagonist goes woke and goes dark side. And now I can't even watch the big red one. Urgh. He's like that other crybaby
Can any of you, if you're on your
from
phone,
Goodfellas.
can you guys get any other emojis that come up besides the ones for YouTube?
No.
I can't get any of my emojis. I can't put an American flag or anything. And all I can put in is whatever this crap is that keeps coming. It says YouTube and a Pride Month. That's all it says. So there's nothing.
Yeah,
it won't let me click on
and they-
anything else on my own
YouTube
keyboard.
usually has a lot more emojis, and I mean a lot more emojis.
Yeah, but are you
And
having
you can't
the
even
same
access
thing on
those?
yours? Yeah,
Yeah, I can't even access the majority of them.
They're sick of our shit. So it sucks.
This is going to turn into a socialist rant. Let's get back to the game.
How did
Let's
you
get
do
back
that,
to the game.
I want Papa to tell me how he did that.
I'm already on half a dozen watch lists.
And see, it just says US.
The good thing
Let's
is
go
that
kill
if
some
you ever want to find your car,
fake creatures.
all you got to do, if you want to make sure your car's in your front yard, if you're Six Nation 31 Kings, you just key in your address and have the satellite zoom in. And if your car's still there, chances are 99.999% of the time it's still there because they keep an active chant. They always watch you. And so if you're on like 7 or 8 watch lists, for saying things like
Work for me.
Trump is our president, Biden was an installed piece of malware in human flesh, there's 2 genders. If you say shit like that, you're on a watch list. Sorry. Okay.
I love my government and my 4 dogs and sometimes cat. I would never speak poorly about our benevolent elected officials.
I would like to speak
shitty of the government all I want because I'm already being paid them to be a non-worker just the way they want it. So I could bitch about them all I want. And what are they going to do? Take away my Social Security?
Hey, we're an empire in decline. If you're a vet, you got the VA. You're on disability. You got social benefits. Milk the system while it still lasts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
buy freedom seeds.
Load up.
Agriculture is the way.
Cormac helps you guys load everything up out of the basement and package things. Once you get above ground in the city, you find a group of soldiers, city militia, that they are eagerly waiting for you to make your way towards them, and they're happy to see you. When I say they're happy to see you, they're like, hey! The dwarves amble up and, oh, good to see that you guys have found everything you're supposed to, and that's a lot of stuff. And then they find out that you've got more that's in the house, and they need to turn it into a crime scene. And their shift sergeant's alerted, and you guys are told to walk with them and drop it off at the guard shack, at the local guard shack, and they'll get everything arranged after that. The city doesn't really wake up because it's like 4 a.m. when this happens. And you notice a few more guards start moving around, and by the time that a lot of the places open for breakfast, or what counts as breakfast time here, about 7 a.m., all 700 of the city's guards are mobilized and either involved with securing that block, going inside, securing all the items, or ferrying items back and forth to evidence lockers. You were at breakfast about that same time after you've been allowed to do what you're supposed to. And that's when one of the guards, one of the night shift soldiers, comes up. He says, Ston is awake and moving around now. He'll be here within the next half hour or so. Aside from all the information we have here on the report, is there anything else we need to add that you want to make sure we clarify? We have the bodies of the fallen and the remains of whatever that demon bitch was. Excuse me, devil bitch was. Is there anything else we can do for you?
Not until Deep Cut gets here, because conversation now follows with him.
I got nothing. I'm at a loss. Kind of jonesing for sunlight, to be honest.
The tapestries. What did we ever do with them? Did we destroy those, or?
Say again, Nerdy.
You said something about tapestries. What do you do with them?
Oh, they rolled up.
You guys had a show. You guys did one of these without me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we ran across some tapestries about demon worship, and I personally, my character might have already
you
known
guys
this,
burned them. The ones that we found when I was there.
We hadn't burned them yet.
Oh,
no, we hadn't burned them yet until we had someone who knew more about demonology to look at them, because they might just be demon neurotica, not actually what I was afraid they might be, which is the instructions of how to summon a demon. Until we found out what they were,
cursed or whatever.
Yeah. Until we found out if they were harmless, we figured leave them be. If they were harmless, then they could be sold for money. If they were dangerous, then they would be destroyed.
Okay.
Or put in Japanese vending machines.
Oh, they'd love that.
On our way out the door, I made sure I got the rope off of the statue that I tied up.
Never want to waste a good rope. And I mean that literally. You never know when a good rope will come
handy. Yeah.
So as you pile your material together and you set that aside while you're eating this lovely dwarven breakfast of Rockholm lizard sausage and eggs. Chickens can grow anywhere. They can foster in underground areas like this, or they can easily take to the above ground lands where they're native. But the eggs here have a neat little, almost like even more salt than regular eggs do. But it's probably because of the food and the bugs they eat. The guard says, well, he'll be here in about 20 minutes. If there's any questions you have, we'll be in the area. There's a couple of us that are already off, and we're going to be chowing down in about 5 minutes when they get our food ready. If you need us for anything, let us know. Okay.
Did
Go ahead.
The person that was going to pay us, did they get killed? I can't remember. No. Okay. Good.
I got messed up.
Now, to the party. This is. I'm going to ask Deep and Cut as part of the payment to get the Flint Blades Keep, or Manor for the guild, which will affect.
Dabba do.
But I want to make sure you guys agree with that, because that might cut into some of the profit we get.
No, I don't mind.
It'd be cool to have another base of operations in another town.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Just making sure before I make that proposal.
Into the future. It's always for your best benefit.
Okay. Yeah.
Maybe introduce these doors to glass windows.
Because as it sits right now, we've been running around like a giant chicken with its head cut off. We don't seem to really know what we want to do. I'm thinking we need to appoint not necessarily a head leader, but someone whose vote carries a little bit more weight than the rest. So we have a little bit of something like, well, we all want to go 5 different directions. Okay. We all agree this one person is the one who makes the primary decisions. If we all disagree, we have to go with what he says. But primarily still a vote.
Yeah.
Which, when Connell was here, we pretty much defaulted Connell as that. Ever since then, it's been almost defaulted to me. Do we want to just keep it that way, or do we want to like go ahead and just choose somebody else?
Well, if we ever get into a tie or whatever, we can just roll the dice.
True.
So I like it just like it is right now. I mean, unless
Okay.
I am of the firm opinion that somebody else can be leadership, and I will take the role if I have to.
Well,
Yeah,
leadership also comes with the duty of being the primary talker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My diplomacy is real low.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I didn't jump on.
So this also, quote unquote leadership in this also comes with this guy. We'll just continue with the analogy of me. I end up being the primary voice for the party. I'm the one who talks to like deep and cut. I'm the one who, unless it's something specific, like last time with Lemmy talking to a black market dealer, in which case that needs to be Lemmy because he'll have a better chance even with lower diplomacy because he's a rogue. But in the main case, it would be the leader just has not 2 votes, but a higher weighting vote and is as the primary mouthpiece. That's more to what I'm referring to.
I have no problem with keeping things the way they are.
Yeah,
right.
I don't have a problem with it like it
Okay.
is.
Then, as it sits right now, I default as the very least the primary mouthpiece.
Wait,
That's
don't
what's
you
kind of
have the
happened.
highest diplomacy right now too?
I think our bard has a higher diplomacy, but he is currently not here.
Because
as long as we don't end up like the Eagles, I'm perfectly cool with the situation.
Okay. Then literally nothing will change. I'll still continue to act as the primary mouthpiece, but there will be no heavier vote. If it will just do what Janet suggests, which is if it has to, we'll use a dice to break a tie.
Yeah. We haven't had that happen, so it'd be rare.
Usually but we still have a bad habit of running like a chicken with our head cut off, where we're like, oh, let's do this, and then we kind of do it all, but we don't really know how we're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
The best way to do it. What are we doing? We don't know. All right, let's go.
Fair.
But isn't that how most people live? So.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Nerdy?
I said we could always settle it with a arm wrestling competition.
As long as we're not doing the hurry up and wait.
Yeah. Thankfully, we don't have to do that, other than like right now, or waiting for Deep and Cut. But we were up in the middle of the night; he wasn't. So
I'll just think about my my dreams of having a dwarven orphan fight club.
But did we? Did any of us get injured? And do anyone need healing or anything like that? From what I missed, because to make sure.
I don't think I got 2 nailed last game.
no. Thanks
Surprisingly.
to thanks to the holy water, we were barely touched. We managed to kill the big issue really quickly.
That's right. I wanted to buy more before we leave town for sure. I definitely want to get more holy water.
And that attack with the oil and the fire, I'm going to call that the Ronston, or the Ronson. Lights first time, every time. Whack. Right in the face. Come up with some signature moves.
Yeah. Don't blame you.
So, about 20 minutes goes by, and you do see Sean coming towards you. Sean Deep Cut takes a seat. Hello, how are my my young friends?
Doing
Doing well on yourself, sir.
Heavy is the brow upon which the responsibility is laid upon. I understand that you've done a hero's job, and the things you found and the things that were going on inside the manor house, that this causes me I'm troubled. I'm troubled. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm having shortness of thought, but really, it's just shock. With that stated, if you'll be available later on this morning, I'm going to be taking you all to the downtown area outside the palace facing the residential district at the Pavilion of Greatness.
Yes.
And I'm going to be discussing with you and the rest of the people that show up. There will be a ceremony in your honor declaring what happened, because the criers that are going around town right now, just letting people know what's going on, the individuals that had seen all of the information on the broadsheets, all of this news coming out has caused a bit of doubt, and people don't understand the threat that's been underneath our feet for decades. I want to thank you, and your names shall be counted among the heroes of the city of Stoneholm. Should be chiseled into the walls of history. Thank you.
I am deeply pleased to hear this. But my associates and I have discussed, and we are willing to give up some of our reward for this in exchange for the Stoneblades Castle as a headquarters for the Trades Guild in this city.
Holy shit.
I don't mean to undercut your thing, but I don't mean to undercut your speech.
I wish
to
completely
bring this up now.
Mongoose. You've gone completely and utterly from part one of my thank you before I have breakfast speech. And if you're not done eating yet, go ahead and eat. But part three of what I was going to discuss with you was getting a more of an active presence of the guild within the city. And I believe we could do that. I believe that is completely within the well-being of the city's interests, and we want to have a representation from the Trade and Costas Guild. People like you deserve to have a home away from home, and we will be more than happy to help renovate and make that proper.
Sounds great. And I at least intend to be there for the ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
I will not speak for my companions in that aspect.
Huzzah.
Carmack says, I have a proposition as well. I want to stay behind. I want to stay here and work with the dwarves and get that building ready for us, ready for my friends and extended family to come and stay whenever they're doing their deliveries. They have a place to call home. I want to be the castellan of it. I want to make sure that there's somebody here that loves their guild, that loves their family. And occasionally I'll make a foray back home to Gilboa, but I could stay here. And you notice that...
Oh, yeah, learn a trade.
I mean, over the past couple weeks, one of the things that Carmack has done is he spent a lot of time at the Dwarven... you hate to call it a prostitutes guild, but there's not a nice way to say it. He knows some dancing girls. And he really...
The Social Workers Guild?
Yes.
Why doesn't he just call it the Ladies Auxiliary?
That is a very fine name to call it. Thank you.
Our Lady of Perpetual Pleasure.
Oh.
Holy Order of the Ladies of the Night?
Well, I'm happy to see Cormac is not going out with the half orcs, because it's always a pain in the butt to hear somebody date a half orc and then he says, "Yeah, when she gives me head, her tusks hurt." I don't want to think about that.
Yes, but a truly good half orc would know how to get around that.
I don't want to think about that.
Stupid thing.
Wow.
Sorry about that. I forgot about that alarm.
No, I think it was God telling us.
Dial
Change the
it
subject.
back.
Let's not talk about half orc head because, oh God, it's going to degenerate into storage stack goblin porn. Not very long afterwards.
I don't want to know what rule34.com throws me on its splash page now. There's a 12-year-old kid right now at home writing down the websites we mentioned. Rule34.com.
I had to explain. Okay, you get this. My dad loves porn to the point that he watches it just for watching porn. Literally no other purpose. He had absolutely no idea what the fuck Rule 34 was.
Happy Father's Day, everybody.
I posted a video on YouTube for all of fathers. It even has pictures of my daddy on it, a real picture.
Holy shit. I love this group. You guys are awesome.
Snorterpoopus is a hoot. That's funny.
You ever get head from an illithid?
Would you guys get head from that one guy with the things coming out into your eyes?
That's more for women than men.
Why?
Father's Day.
Unless you're interested, unless you like getting a prostate exam, all those tentacles are really for women.
Mm. I don't want them in my eyes.
I meant down below.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. But that lady didn't have the boobs like the rest of them. She had a big ass, though.
God, now every illithid we run into, I'm going to think of Zoidberg.
Every time these women are married, they got a big ass already.
If I didn't love America so much, I'd go down there.
Wait, is that Mexico or Colombia?
Colombia.
Would you
I've
have?
heard horror stories. Never date a Latino chick, and if you do, lock up your knives.
You're going to get stabbed.
Expect to get your ass whooped. It's a given, but think about clean house, good cooking. She'll back you up in a bar fight. She just doesn't take any shit.
And you didn't mention motorboating.
I mean, good God. Happy Father's Day. She's a little
You're
older.
just required to save the world population. Just have your snoo game up to snuff and it should be fine.
Well, it doesn't look like very many babies are going to be starving down there.
No. No. I don't think Colombia is starving anymore. They definitely look at all the horse meat they could eat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even talking about the horses. I'm talking about that ass. You got a big ass, and you're gonna stick your head right up there. Okay, that's enough of that. Thank you guys for letting me indulging my perversion. Okay.
You guys are fun.
Hey, rough girl. Miss you, and I hope you're well. I really hope you're well.
Yeah, she came just in time for the Colombians. She literally her thing popped up in the middle of it.
Yeah, Bruce likes horses.
And you can grab him by the hawk.
Oh, you could tell that I was born on a farm because when I look at those pictures, I see both the horse and the women and think, damn, those are both healthy.
Mm-hmm. They take good care of the horses down there.
And since Connell isn't here, I'll say something, yada, yada, yada. I wish I was a saddle.
Yeah. That's right. He used to do that, didn't he? Oh.
If I ever die, I want to be reincarnated as one of those saddles, is what he always said.
And since Flatey isn't here, just imagine Sir Mix-a-Lot's baby got back.
Yeah.
I think I got the bases covered for now.
Isn't there I don't think
Nice
it's a rap song,
saddlebags.
but I think it's a pop song. I can't remember what the song hype was.
Post. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should change my name.
Nice.
How long
nice
ago?
saddlebags. Just that. What time is it? Oh, right. Geez Louise, it's hard to tell. There's like 2 different times on here. It seems Rough Girl is an hour ahead of us because according to her, she posted it at 1:01, but Snortopoopas hit his in at 12:04.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I didn't realize she was East Coast. Okay.
And if I remember correctly, crafting is Pacific time, technically, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Mountain.
Yeah,
so we're only off by a couple of degrees.
Yeah, that weird thing where Idaho is in 2 different time zones.
So
yeah, well, I think that will get fixed with Greater Idaho or what was it, Mega Idaho?
Yeah.
Because Greater Idaho, we only take a little bit of east, Washington and Oregon, but with the Mega Idaho, we just take it all. We become the West Coast, with the exception of a small bit of like San Diego Beach, I think.
If we become that big, we will be one of the richest states in the country.
Is our mana and everything back to the full health? We're back to full health or full mana, or where am I at?
We shouldn't be at full mana yet, but we should be at full health.
Okay.
We haven't had a chance to rest since the battle. But we were healed afterwards for what little damage we took, so we should all be healed physically, but like I said, mana, we shouldn't have a refill yet. We haven't had a chance to rest.
Okay, well, I don't know what my mana was at.
Your fourth level, what's your wisdom? Your mana was
she means after the battle.
After the battle, Janet, you had like 15 mana left.
Okay, 15. I'm going to put it on here then. Because I'm trying to get my page ready for this. Okay. And I always have a new page with my health on one side and my mana on the other.
After the dinner, you'll see Staun excuses himself and he heads back to his manor, accompanied by a few of his aides. And then you guys finish your breakfast. And on your way out of the shop, one of the guards stops you. Is like, "Hey, something's really amiss. We just had a situation where we just found something, and we want you to just come with us to the station house. We need to talk to you about things that you found and what you found, and the evidence here that we are pulling from the Flint Blades home. It's revelation."
Uh-oh.
Not a big surprise from what little bit we did find.
Damn it.
Sounds like bad news to me.
So you follow them, and there's 10 guards that walk with you in half plate, heavy armor, on your way back to their station house, which is fairly centrally located in the midst of the city. And you're there on Hammer Avenue and Silver Street, going inside. And when you go inside, they have you at a small table. Really not a good representation. That looks too welcoming. Here we go. They have a small table. They ask you a few questions. And then finally, the Magister, who is also himself sworn to uphold the lawful authority of Stoneholm, he comes out and he says, we've had some situations in the past where we saw things, we didn't really say much about it. We're going to interrogate you just on some things that you found. And the reason why we're going to have to do this is because it implicates some nasty things.
Mm-hmm.
About that time, you know that along with the Magister entering a room, there's about another 10 dwarves that show up, and they have heavy crossbows in their hand with quarrel in ready to go. Isabu, you kind of feel like there's something different about their presence. And as you think about it, you just kind of let go of a point of mana for detect magic, and you recognize that inside all of the heavy crossbows is a blessed crossbow bolt. These dwarves are expecting the worst to happen, and they don't know. They're scared.
They're pretty much what I expected them to be after we dealt with demons. They are making sure we're not possessed.
Okay, well, how many mana was that? One? Okay.
So the Magister begins to recant a passage, but because of its religious implication, first off, Isabu recognizes it, even though it's in the Dwarven dialect. She recognizes it as an incantation to draw out evil, and nothing happens because none of you have been corrupted by evil. Even the worst wounded of you, after the battle, they took your friend, the barbarian, and they cleaned him and scrubbed him and disinfected him as best as possible. Then they healed him, and they made sure that he's in good shape. So about 10 minutes passes while they do this ritual, waiting for the worst to happen, which does not. And the dwarves breathe a sigh of relief as their magister says something to the effect, these subjects are clean. They don't have any seeds within them. There is no devilish taint here. And then as he leaves, a human magician comes in and he sits down. The dwarven guards with crossbows do not leave yet. And they say something, he says something to the effect of, in your delving of the city and uncovering some of its secrets, were you made aware by passing conversations or by evidence that you found that there was a devilish influence upon the founding of the city?
It's kind of hard to avoid with some of the investigations. We have been not ignoring it, but we've been hoping that during our investigations we'd find that is in the past and so far only one family has proven to actually be trying to connect to the past, but unfortunately, I mean, there isn't others.
Some of the evidence you bring back has implicated that the city still has a heavy influence of it from the devil known as Despotter.
Am I the only one that Bruce would brought it on?
Say again? Say again? Go ahead.
Everything went robotic for a minute, so I wasn't entirely sure if that was you or if that was me. So I missed pretty much everything you said.
Okay. Are you aware that some of the information that has come from your investigations implies heavily that a devil known as Despotter, as he says that, 6 of the dwarven guards start making a holy sign to ward off against evil. there's a heavy influence of Despotter in a lot of the findings that you've brought to our attention.
Our cleric would know more than me about that. I mean, I could look into the demonology, but he would be more suited to know more than I ever could. I've also tried to avoid coming into too much contact. Being a wizard, I know I'm a little more susceptible to such things.
When Starkirk died, one of the city councilmen, friend of Sean Deepcut, when he died, was there anything that you felt possibly that was a bit mysterious about his disappearance or demise?
Hmm.
Out of character, I don't remember finding anything out about him.
I vaguely remember the books in his library, Sean's library. He had some demonology books. I'm not well versed on that, so I don't know if it was curiosity, academic interest, or other. Not trying to throw shade on our benefactor, but
yeah, as a player, I can't remember what we discussed there. My character would remember, though. That's the worst part.
Your character remembers one of the times where you had to defend Starkirk's home against a bunch of assassins. Not long after that, you found that Starkirk was looking at devilish tomes, books about Despotter, and books about the founding of Stoneholm and how it is influenced today. And you just thought that was kind of weird.
I asked him about it. Remember?
Yep.
I asked him, and he said that he needed to know the foe and something else about trying to figure out who might be behind all of it. Because I asked him about why he would have that in his office.
Mm-hmm.
If I disappear, I'm having bad weather. Sorry.
Isbu, did you feel like he was telling the truth or not?
I don't know. I remember talking to the rest of them, telling them that we need to keep an eye on him because I don't trust them. That's all. But remember, I tried to do a spell or whatever, and nothing came of it. That was in his office when he was sitting at his desk. Remember?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, well, I remember it. And then remember it was what was her name? Something Steele or something. Hold on, let me see what her name was. God, sucks. The woman.
The assassin chick.
Yeah, what was her name? I got it on my notes. I just gotta.
Elisa Starkirk and Elisa. Lady Elenia.
No, Lady
Elenia.
Ironhorn. Was she involved in any of this?
Some of it.
Okay.
She was.
That was I wrote that down as one of my notes. That she was, involved somehow, but I didn't know exactly how. But I did not miss the game after that, so I'm sorry. But yeah, I do remember being like, "What? Why would he have all this in his library?"
Well, question: if we had known that, did he have books about summoning, or was it just pertinent information?
I don't know. He had stuff on his desk, but he also had a whole bunches of other books stacked around and on the shelves.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying if he had stuff specific about summoning, that pretty much says he was with.
I don't remember. I didn't.
But if he had
go through and read any of the books, I just happened to notice some of the stuff that was on his desk, and I asked him about it. And
well, in that case, if he's gone missing, I must have missed that. Oh, right, there was that day I was sick, so I could have easily missed that. We should check out the books. If Stonecut doesn't mind, we should check out the books his friend was looking at.
Yeah.
And if we find one or two books that do correlate with summoning, but more of the banishment, then we know he's doing good stuff. If
Yeah,
we
but
find
maybe-
a lot of books that correlate mostly for summoning, then that's a pretty strong sign he's not a good guy.
What if somebody decided to take him because they think that he's able to summon because of the knowledge that he was trying to find? You know, like when I was asking around about how to kill the guys with the whatever those ones are, again, with the things that come out of their face.
Oh yeah.
Remember when I was asking about that? And a lot
The
of people
mind players.
Yeah, the mind flayers. That's right. Those, when I was asking about that, there was a lot of people that were apprehensive that didn't want to talk about it, and they said they didn't know. So, but somebody had to know because they'd been there for a long time. Because if they didn't have some kind of deal going on about getting a few people every so often or something, they would have just came into the city and just, you know, had raised havoc. You know, that's
that's actually not how mindful. That's not how. Well, this is something I can say probably with confidence as a character, because I would, being a wizard, I do research creatures. Mind flayers don't work like that. They are very much cloak and dagger. Even if they didn't have a deal with someone in the city, they would send in minions or sneak in themselves, but wouldn't outright attack the city. That's not their style.
No, that's not
unless they have that arm.
I'm not saying they're coming and take over, kill everyone. What I'm saying is, if they didn't have a deal to where they were getting a few people, you know, specific people, or they were given people as a gift for giving information or doing certain deeds, they would be coming in and taking probably way more people, even though they'd be disappearing. Just like that one town we went in, and all the young women were disappearing, you know, stuff like that. So by talking to people to find out how many hundreds of people have been missing and how long, over what span of time. But the thing is, I think it was smaller than it would have been if the smaller amount of people that were missing, it just disappeared because they took them for to eat or whatever, or they probably would have took away more people in the secret of the night if it had.
There is one thing
they had.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, because chances are there was some sort of deal. I'll agree with that. There's probably some sort of deal. But mind flayers are a bit like that newer Van Helsing movie, Vampires, where they only need to kill 1 or 2 people a month to survive.
Yeah, but how many of them are there? See, that's what I'm saying. We didn't know how many.
That with what we've seen to how many people are missing, there's not that many of them. However, thanks to those eggs, and for some reason one of them getting a wild hair up their ass, either that or there's a leader we don't know about pushing them, they're going to invade the city with that mini army, which does not, from my understanding as a player, but my character would definitely know this for sure, well, could Roostish at the very least, mind flayers aren't normally like that. In fact, they don't usually gather in long groups. They're not solitary, but they don't usually gather in an army like that, which suggests either one of them has a wild hair at its ass, or there's an outside influence pushing them.
Which I think that's what there is. I have a feeling that there is an outside influence. And that might be why if he isn't the person that's involved in it, then somebody found out about him and what he was doing and how much you might know, that he could be the person they wanted to take to help them do one of these rituals or something.
Well, he disappeared by his own volition. Sorry, I'll let you speak out, Nerdy.
I was going to say, or there's more than one mind flayer and they're working independently.
Yeah, that could be that too.
Yeah.
There's multiple choice.
Well, what the part you missed, Nerdy, is the fact that we've seen a mind flare nest with hundreds of eggs. So there's at least 2 of them. But we only seen one.
Well, honestly, before we can say that there's at least 2, there must be more, because if there's hundreds of eggs, how many eggs can one female mind flayer lay? See? Well,
given their size, probably not many. Bruce did not describe them as small, and mind flayers aren't much bigger than a human. Means, unless the eggs grow after being hatched, the female mind flayer couldn't give that person that many.
So what I mean is, maybe there's a male and he has a bunch of females, and he's breeding.
Yeah, I'm not
eggs.
versed on the mating cycles of mind flayers, so that could very well be the case.
I know, but that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe that's why this person was taken, because of their knowledge, and
oh yeah,
they wanted to do something. I don't know. That's what
like
I'm
I was
going to
say. He either left on his own volition, because he's either a good guy or a bad guy. He fucked up a summoning ritual if he's a bad guy, or as you say, he has knowledge that's really valuable. Any one of those three, we should at least investigate to see if we can at least try to find him.
Yeah.
Because any one of those three could come back to bite the city later if we don't do something about it.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, we know it's pretty much one of those.
Yeah. But first thing I suggest is we actually check out his books, because what he's reading will inform heavily of if he's a future problem or actually a good guy.
Well, I'll go in there and start looking through all the books and see what I can find.
I can help with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That sounds like a plan.
In this instance, well, we can do it because Deep and Cut said the ceremony was going to be in the morning. So I suggest we investigate the library after the ceremony. I'm sorry, what?
It'll be later this morning.
Yeah, then we investigate the library after the ceremony so we don't accidentally miss it.
I can hit up the streets to see if anybody's seen or heard hide or tail of Starkirk, and do the Scooby-Doo investigation.
Yeah, my first thought right after that. Sorry.
I was going to say, did we destroy the eggs?
We didn't have time.
Oh, that sucks.
We got the hell out of Dodge. The threat's still there. It's going to take
right now,
some work.
The city is amassing a small army, but we don't. We haven't been told if we're going to be a part of that venture or not. It's just the fact that the city is amassing a small army right now in the midst of all this other bullshit. I'm thinking the city's going to deal. I haven't been told this, but I'm thinking the city's going to deal with the eggs and let us deal with the internal problems, so they don't have to, such as a missing important member of the city.
Or it could totally turn into Dwarf Fortress, and losing is fun.
I've never played Dwarf Fortress, but I've seen a few videos, and I'll admit it does actually look kind of fun. But anyway, yeah, so my suggestion is we hit the ceremony first. We make sure we go to the ceremony, then we start the investigation so we don't accidentally miss it. Because Deep and Cut may not be a perfect leader, but so far he's not a bad guy either, so I'd like to keep on his good side.
Well, as long as we get paid.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned for the city. As long as he doesn't, in the long term, destroy the city, I'll also be fine with him. But primarily, admittedly, I'm getting paid. My character thinks with his wallet first, but there is a few pings of humanity in him. And of course, Janet literally lives on a knife edge. She'll go from "I want to help everybody" to "I want to enslave everybody" in a moment's notice.
Well, it depends on what time of the month it is.
We come in peace, shoot to kill.
Well, can't help it. That's born this way.
Us murder hobos got to stick together, right?
But so is Bruce in here still?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just listening away.
Okay, well, so we've decided we're gonna go look through the library and read, start trying to see exactly what he was looking at while when we get back from the memorial. We definitely want to do that.
I don't read Dwarvish.
Well, actually, come to think about it, neither do I.
Do what?
I don't think any of us.
I missed it again.
What did he say?
I don't think any of us read Dwarvish.
I don't think any of us.
Does anybody in our little group speak or read Dwarven?
Hold on, let me look through my thing real quick.
I've got a weak grasp of Spanish, and I can read Spanish. I can speak Mexican Spanish better than like Castilian, but as far as my character is concerned, it's just Westerling.
Oh dear God!
And like thieves can't.
Can you guys hear my massive storm?
Nope.
That's a storm. Holy shit! I heard it.
Okay, that is big pieces of hail falling onto my insulated roof. So it is pretty loud.
You're under a storm right now?
Yeah. So if I vanish, that's why.
Well, I don't see. I can't find what languages I know at all. Oh, wait, I can't stand it.
Actually, kind of think about it. You're right. I don't see languages on mine at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
Am
for.
I the only one that put that on there?
Westerling is what mostly everybody speaks around here.
Mm-hmm.
That was the evolved language. What happened out of Ford? The Ford Waith is kind of like the old Latin for today. If you speak Italian or Spanish or Portuguese, those are the modern languages, and Latin would be the old. Ford would be the old language there.
Okay. Does anybody write? Does everybody write in Westerning then? Everybody
writes in Westerling, yes. And
okay,
actually,
then we should be able to read the books.
If you're able to read, the only thing is the dwarves. There's the dwarves that can write in Westerling easily, but a lot of the older stuff, or whenever they're talking about arcane stuff, they typically will do dwarven runes. So you guys
they slip into their
what?
They slip into it like you'll be reading Westerling and then they'll turn into dwarf.
Yeah, it'll happen like that. It happens like that. It's really weird, but it's possible. It's like when you speak to somebody from another country, like occasionally they'll throw a one of their home language words in as they're speaking a sentence because they don't know what to say, or it just follows out naturally.
Will read magic work on Dwarven runes?
Mostly, yes.
Okay.
If it doesn't,
both Jen and I have that.
Okay, yeah, and Quinn too.
All right.
Yeah,
it might end up a little bit like Google Translate.
I thought you said you had a scroll or something that would help you read languages that you didn't know or something. I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was looking for my notes, because I make notes like it so I don't buy stuff that I don't need at the shop. That's why I was looking for it.
Oh, no, not so much read language. I remember now. I was talking about getting a scroll of read magic, but Bruce said that was a low level spell that I could easily get.
Okay. All right. I think I remember that now.
Eventually, we're going to need something like comprehend languages. Depending on how far we travel, anyway. If we stay in the west,
see, that was one of the things that I said when I go up to another level, that I wanted to push more toward being able to have better communication with people I don't know, and that was one of the things I wanted to look into, but I haven't gotten there yet. So, sorry, I can't help with the language thing.
No, that's fine. Well, thankfully, like Bruce said, it's not a big deal. Bruce pretty much went almost exactly like I did, which is, in his case, there's primary languages. In my game, there's only one language. I did not feel like dealing with that problem.
I definitely would like to make sure I have more holy water on me before I go to the library too. So,
I wouldn't mind having some holy water myself.
I would like to have, because if I feel like something's happened, I can just put a little water on the book. So
even if I have to, even if I have to pay for it myself, I'm going to. Everybody should have at least 3 vials of holy water on them.
Yeah.
given
I
the
think so.
demon
What's the
situation.
price tag on that stuff?
On what?
On holy water.
Holy water.
Holy water, really, it's fairly inexpensive. Maybe 10 silvers for a vial of it. A vial consists of about an ounce and a half, about the size of the little paint pots I get that we get. About an ounce and a half, about 10 silver.
Okay.
Well, like I said, I think everybody should have at least 3 vials on them from this point forward. We've
Yeah, I
dealt
think
with
I'm
2
gonna have
demons.
to like get me one of them Witcher bandoliers. Get my flasks of oil and holy water.
Well,
I'll be right back. I have to pee. Go ahead.
Continue. Well, that's fine.
I mean, how high do we have to
anyway.
be in our religion
Something for our resident barbarian.
before we can bless water ourselves?
Well, speak for yourself. You're a cleric.
So
I can steal it.
And none of us would be able to bless water.
I think that would hurt the holy water if you steal holy water to use on a demon.
Well, it depends on the intent. If I'm being evil, yeah, like it would probably mess me up. The water would react. But
Yeah, but if you go into a church to get it or a store and you have money and then you take it, you just take it anyways, that's, to me, it's just going to end up being regular water. That's what I'm saying. But I got money, so I'll pay for some, at least 3 of them. I had 6 before, remember? Or 7, and I passed them all out. So I'll replace
Yeah.
I don't have here listed any currency on my character sheet. How do I figure out how much gold I have?
Bruce uses a primary silver system.
Yeah.
As soon as Bruce gets back, you should ask him.
Go ahead. What do you need?
Well, I don't know how much money I have, so I don't know if I can buy the 3.
Your amount of wealth you have a coin purse, and you're actually a little better off than most people in town. You have 4 silver bars that are worth 400 gold. You essentially have 4,000 silver available.
Okay.
Those silver bars each weigh about 10 pounds.
got regular Mr. Moneybags over here.
So 4,000.
Well, being a barbarian, I'm not surprised. He could easily get work, especially in a dwarven town.
Good to be the barbarian.
Right? Okay, and you said the vials of holy water were 10 silver pieces each?
No, I thought he said 1 or 2.
What?
The silver, the water is like 1 or 2 silver pieces, right?
Yeah, it's 10 silver pieces for holy water. Regular
10.
water, 10. But
I'm
for
sorry,
like a regular vial filled with just regular water for your own use, you could buy regular water, Janet, and then before you go to bed, you would perform a ritual. You could create
so many pictures.
You could create up to a gallon of it, right?
Yeah, actually, she can do up to a gallon's worth of water to holy water, but you just have to spend an hour doing the ritual. It'll cost you a total of 5 silvers for the ritual parts, for the incense, for the items, but that's all you have to do.
Okay, well, that's what I'm going to be doing then. Because we all need it.
Oh yeah, hit up the Dwarven Dollar General and
I will be doing that.
Get some
and then
tap
we can
water.
all just dip all of our little bottles into the water that I make, and then we'll have some. We'll have all we need. But I will do that tonight before I go to bed.
And we could do a cool little like Lost Boys montage as we're doing it.
Okay. Dip some steaks in it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. So how long before we get a leave to go to the ceremony?
Have about 90 minutes.
Okay.
Oh God, this isn't going to be like A New Hope where we're going to be standing there with these big old medallions and just being awkward.
No, if you want it to be, we could turn it into that, but no.
I'd rather not. Yeah, I'm cool.
I can do without.
And by the way, the dwarves, after they get done with their investigation, they let you know that they're currently writing up something. So while the city will be honoring you, one of them, the magician, goes around the room doing something. He's cast a spell, pretty high level spell. It took him about 30 seconds to cast it. Afterwards, he walks around the room, puts a ward up around the walls, the floor, the ceiling. And then after he does that, he makes the announcement. He says, the city will be most definitely honoring you for your efforts and to make this a city that is safer, that is healthier, that is happier, that is has its arms open wide for people that wish to become a part of Stoneholm and its proud culture. But Sean Deepcut, we are currently writing a writ for his arrest because he is a threat to every lawfully minded, good, abiding citizen of our city, past, present, and future. And Sean, the materials we found within the evidence that you've presented now and before is most certainly a mover and shaker within the cult of Despotter. And what we want to do is make sure we get a hold of him.
Hold up.
So
what about our contract? What about our contract? If he's going to get taken into custody, we need to have our checks cashed before that happens.
If he's going to be taken into custody, he no longer has any rights to pay us from the city.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying before they take him into custody, we got to have paper in hand.
We don't want to lose the business that you provide. So if there's any outstanding debt, we don't want to, one, pay interest on that debt. Two, we want to make sure you're paid properly. So we will take over the financial side from what Sean Deepcut had been part of. Would that be permissible to you, Sir Lemmy?
I take it we'll be interacting with the guild from now on, or the town council instead of Ston.
Yes. Also, Carmack, get over here. Yes. Okay. You're going to be primarily as the castellan of the new guild location within the city. And as the operator, you are also in charge of letting the city council know what exactly you need work on, so we may make it more amenable to travelers that are possibly not of dwarf biology. Lastly, You'll be completely responsible for this people's comfort, and you'll be the intermediary go-between to make sure they get their dues paid. Your dues and their dues will probably be coming out of the city coffers. Run one ledger, not two, one ledger, and be upfront and honest about your dealings. If you are not, we'll have to ask the guild for another operator. Is that permissible? Yeah. Great. Hey, we're all getting paid. Yes, you are.
Sweet.
I don't think he could lie even if he tried, honestly.
Okay. So right now, they hand him a pile of ledgers and they say, here's the information that has been financially viable for this group of heroes that you were a part of, and now you're no longer a part of because now you're the guild operator within the city. You need to retire for the day and go back to your office, and you need to go and ensure that all of the tallies are correct. And if you need one of our accountants to go with you, we'll be happy to provide you an accountant. That way, tomorrow morning, when it's time for them to be paid, they can be paid, either within paper format or within a coin or metal format. You see Carmack kind of feel as if the weight of responsibility has shifted uncomfortably upon him, but he still stands tall and he says, I will do my best. I will require your accountant just for verification purposes. I do not want to be erroneous and in error. I do not want to disappoint anybody on either side of whom's dealings which we are participating in. We want to be honorable within all of our dealings, correct? The city council member that gives him this responsibility nods his head, yes, thank you. And so Carmack and one of the dwarven accountants leave the room immediately.
Okay, well, I want to, can I talk to Lemmy, Mongoose, and, Cormac, our group without anybody else around for a minute?
We're still doing business here, Isabu. I'm sorry. We have to discuss what else has gone on within the evidence locker that we found. There is numerous items that point to various parts of the city, and the Flint Blades, whom you've dispatched of the majority of their operators, you've done a very good job. Of which there's still some members of them that have not been brought to justice as of yet. However, before they're brought to justice, we need to ascertain if they're actually doing things wrong and forwarding the interests of their cult, or if they are just members of their family that were trying to shoulder as little responsibility as possible just so they did not get destroyed and sacrificed to their devilish host or master. Now, with that being stated, we want to find where Stawn is. Here's a list of places where he has gone. Here's a pile of information we've gotten from just the brief time in the evidence we have. And one of the main areas that he's gone that nobody else has gone to yet, he has not sent you to, is the Undercity where the tombs are at. Everywhere else within the city that he has gone, he has sent you to clean up the mess. He was quite smart about things. So, if you wish for me and the rest of the city operators, city inquisitors to leave, we will. And at that, the magician says, before I leave, is there any questions?
If we go down to under the ground, like where I said I felt the evil coming up out of the ground, where the monuments were at, is that where you're wanting us to go, down there?
Yes, that's the direction of the city.
If we go down there, who are we going to be able to take with us for protection?
is this a request for additional backup?
Yeah, we'll need it. I mean, we'll
Okay.
need someone that's skilled at fighting some of these this evil.
We also need somebody who knows the underground better than we do, at the very least.
Yeah, and or a map of some sort.
Yeah.
We have.
That reminds me. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Go ahead.
Oh,
I put it back.
I put
My
in
chicken's
disc.
walking.
Okay.
My rooster's making a lot of noise. I'll be right back.
Okay. I put in Discord the beta test loot, a picture of something I want our barbarian to have. I kept wanting to say Bard-arian for some reason.
Barbarian.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the folks can make that.
So looks like it's a feeder system.
Yep. For example, with the piles of holy water, he could go where he basically went up and punched the demon with a vial of holy water. Now he could literally punch the demon with a vial of holy water. Well, with that, I should say.
Oh, dude! I must have read
Falcon
your mind.
punch.
No, because I was just thinking, because after we got through with this little meeting, I was going to go and I was going to purchase some cloth gloves for the sole purpose is that before I go into a fight, I was going to soak the cloth gloves with holy water. That way I can basically do what you just drew up there.
Oh, I didn't draw that up. I saved that in my Pinterest. I've got a lot of stuff like that saved in my Pinterest because there are so many good ideas.
Insert the kickboxer gif where he's putting his hands in the broken glass, but it's like holy water instead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what was that? A blood sport with
Jean-Claude.
Where they stick their hands in that tap and then stick it in the broken glass. Yeah, that except holy water. But I mean, I just thought it was funny that you bring that up, and I was just thinking of that. I was going to do that very.
Yeah,
soon.
that is funny. The best part about that, though, you can use it for more than just holy water. The thing is designed with a metal plate, so as long as like an explosion, as long as it isn't too big and doesn't engulf you too, you can use it to make many explosion punches.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Bruce, I have a question. Could I make that with my because I have a craft weapon? Would that fall under that skill set, or would that
you would actually want to learn a little bit of craft armor, do a rank of that, and then you probably could.
Okay.
Do you want to make it out of leather or do you want to make it out of metal?
I think leather would be better.
Okay. You definitely could.
You can't make it with a metal plate behind where the vial goes?
He would have the metal plate right there. Look at that diagram there.
Okay. That's the only part I'm worried about because you don't want him grinding glass into his fingers.
Right.
No, you don't want that.
It would be smart to have metal plating, but for the most of it, I think leather would be better.
Yeah, the business end, it would have metal plating.
Yeah.
Metal is brutal.
Well, I know from previous experiences that even if you need a little bit of other things to make it, I can design it. In fact, I designed and sold the plans for a crab keg. Speaking of which, has that been made yet? Has it been long enough for the maker to actually make that?
For them to make what?
The barrel crab I sold the one dwarf. Well, the designs to it, I should say.
Grog Dash.
Not yet.
All these mechanical kegs walking to the various ale houses and taverns.
Yeah. Well, I intend to sell the plans more, but I told the dwarf that I sold the plans here in the city. I told him I was trying to send the plans more, but he is the only dwarf in this city that will get those plans. So at least in the city, he'll have the market cornered. He seemed to have no problem with that.
Or at least until a competitor gets a hold of one, reverse engineers it.
Yeah, that is true.
It's all fun and games till they take a couple of them and blow up the Federal Reserve or what have you. And anyway.
Well, it already has kind of a wars feature. It has crab pinchers, but it has a tube that runs out of one of the pinchers out, so you can just pour you a drink. I left the pinchers versus having plates on there because I couldn't think of a good design that didn't look ridiculous to make myself. Because if you wanted plates on that crab because it was a 3D print I had, you would have to pay for it. So like I told Bruce, I just modeled it exactly. I made it up my own way to make it into a keg basically, and then I modeled. Bruce actually has it somewhere. Because I sent him the keg crab.
I've got two of them, I believe.
Yes, one that I painted and one that you painted. I personally like giving people things, and on top of that, it is because of you, Bruce, that I paint now. So I like keeping you informed of how good I get.
Well, I'm almost done with the figures I started 8 weeks ago, so I'm about ready to start Evil Lynn, or my version of Evil Lynn.
Yeah.
This is the one that you painted, which I do like quite a bit. It has a lot. There's a lot of like Silver Generation or Silver era comics look to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the comics that were made between 75 and 85. That's what I was seeing when I was looking at this, and I love your color usage.
Thank you.
Whenever
lower your Stein. You have 30 seconds to comply.
When I started working on mine, I always do things with like a heavy amount of grit and make it to where it looks like it's just an absolute industrial nightmare. And I wanted that look for stuff that I do, but for this, that's just my style. I prefer that. Most of my newer figurines I'm painting have like heavy amounts of washes or streaking or age effects. They're the most wonderful video game in the world is Quake, the first Quake, because of all the heavy use of brown it has in the game, and it's not been surpassed in 27 years. So anyway,
they give off a Gartham vibe from Dark Crystal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, my keg is painted up in a manner that I paint most everything. So apparently I got a very 80s cartoon, 80s comic style. But that also depends on the model. Like my undead, oh man, they are a grimdark painter would be proud of my undead.
Grimdark is good.
I'm a big fan of Grimdark. Okay, so after the dwarves and the magician leave, you guys get a chance to talk to each other. Granted, you're still within the interrogation room, but they've warded it and they've shut the door. You're pretty certain that they can't listen to you.
Okay, so I want to say something then to the guys.
Be right back.
I just want you guys to remember, way back when we first started this job, that I brought up the fact that we can't trust this guy 100% because he might be the one trying to deflect from himself. Remember that? But I also
Sorry about that.
said
The wind
that I have
blew
a
the door.
very bad feeling
Oh,
that
Gotta prop it
somebody
with it.
is going to
Leaving it
frame.
wide open, it just swings.
One at a time, guys.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was kind of aimed at Six Nations. No offense, Six Nations, but Janet was kind of talking.
Sorry,
Can
dog's
you not
going.
hear me, Nation?
Oh no, I was in a conversation with my aunt. My door
Oh, okay.
blew closed. Large gust of wind. Dogs went shit.
Yeah. But so I said we need to be leery and be careful about what we said and how we acted or whatever in front of the guy that hired us. But I also said that this whole thing could be that they're going to try to frame him for something, for whatever reason, to get him out of the way. So I'm really leaning more and more. I want before we go to the library, after we go to the library, I think we're going to pretty much know whether or not he's a traitor or not to a city, and that he hired us just to make himself look like he wasn't guilty. Okay. But honestly, I'm leaning more and more toward somebody's trying to frame this guy and get him out of the picture because I don't know why, but I'm leaning more towards that. I just wanted you guys to know I can't wait to go to the library and read because I really want to find out, but I really am thinking they're trying to set him up, get him out of the way.
What we can do, I know splitting the party isn't always the best thing, but A, we're in the middle of the city. B, we just had a really good set of things happen, so the guards should be on extra high alert. We kind of split up a little bit more than we originally intended.
Yeah.
Our barbarian actually gets his gauntlet made up or makes it himself, whatever it is, while you go check out the library of the missing man. I check out the library of Deep and Cut, and Six Nations watch the streets, or let me watch the streets.
Okay.
Because if the man
just make sure before we go that we all have holy water, whether we have to buy it or not. And I will try to make more when I go to bed tonight.
Yeah.
But need to have it on us just in case, because we don't. I don't know. I just got a bad feeling that.
Think of it this way: regardless of the outcome with Ston, whether he's working with us or we're a means to an end with him, if he turns out to be a bad guy, we are potentially a loose end, regardless of the situation.
Yeah, 100%. So we just need to be ready to just get out of town if we have to, even without our money.
Yes, agreed.
100%. I'm just saying. And just be careful who you talk to. Don't turn your back on anyone. I'm just saying. I'm really feeling really tense about all of this right now. But I'm really leaning towards. I don't think he's guilty. I don't think he did anything because
what could go wrong?
He really seemed. He felt that they were trying to get rid of him. Now, whether they were trying to get rid of him because he's a criminal, piece of shit, whatever, or if they're getting rid of him because he brought us in and or knew he was going to try to bring someone like us in, and they wanted to get rid of him before we had a chance to weed it out. Now that we found the nest, basically, they really want him gone because whatever it is that he knows. That he didn't really share with us, but he hasn't had to because we've been successful without him being 100%.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all a business decision. Like, we don't really have, with the exception of now, Connell's character being a Castilian for the fortress that we got now.
Yeah.
We don't really have any serious ties to dwarven politics or the machinations of the city. We're here to provide trade. So
yeah, but with that said, I would like to leave the city.
I'm getting pretty pasty underneath the earth, and I'd like to get some sunlight and get some melanin back in me. So
I do understand that, but
the sooner we get topside, the better.
Well,
Go
there's
for it.
one thing to keep in mind. Given the fact that this is going to be a trade center, we do kind of want to leave the city in better condition than we found it.
Yeah, but if it's going to be like demon infested, like that pretty much kills any business. So
Yeah, but the thing is, whether it's going to be demon infested or not isn't on us. It's not our town. If we're not going to get paid, and why are we going to risk our lives? Okay, to finish cleaning up a mess that they don't want to pay us for. So what I'm saying is, if it ends up to where it looks like the benefits don't outweigh the cost or whatever, I think we should get the hell out of Dodge so we can go someplace else and make some money. We know we can.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just saying, that's what I think.
Well, the only problem with that is getting out of Dodge is still without a good reason. At this point, we are starting to lean towards potential good reasons. The guild will have our heads. Mm-hmm. Now, if we can find a good reason, like, well, it was so demon infested, we could literally do nothing. The guild will be like, well, fuck. All right, to make it up to us, go to this place. As long as we have a good reason, the guild won't come after us. But up till a good reason, we are stuck here with it. As long as we want to.
Mind flayers is a pretty damn fine reason.
We will have a good reason because of the steps that we're taking to.
You want to sell your wares or get your brains sucked out? Yeah.
Demon infestation plus mind flayers. Yeah, those seem pretty solid reasons to cut bait.
Like rule 34 aside, yeah. Because hot demon chicks and stuff. I mean, you saw the dwarven porn on the tapestries. Kind of messed up, but kind of hot. But anyway, I digress.
Hey, as long as it's not going to teach you how to summon a demon, it's literally valuable as far as I'm concerned. Somebody want to look at it.
Demon waifu.
Yep. Yeah, I would say let's look at this that they claim makes Deepin Cut guilty, but if we're trying to like blame him for something, they're not going to let us look at it.
Yeah.
So we have to also keep from raising suspicions, just in case they are trying to frame him. It's better that we look in other places for evidence.
I know that's why us going to the 2 different libraries to see what the actual books had in them.
Yeah.
Is a step in the right direction about us proving to the guild that we did what we had to do and we did the best that we could.
Yes, agreed.
To get the information we needed. So that's all I'm saying.
Hold on a question. Is are holy mind flayers affected by holy water? Are they considered a type of demon or are they just a monster?
No, they're regular monsters with psionics. So unless you're like a high-powered esper or you got some gnarly magic, they're not aberrant. They're what the hell's the word for it? Technically abominations or something.
Yeah.
Whatever the hip kids are saying nowadays.
They're all abominations. I got the hiccups.
Okay, now I'm all for splitting up and getting done what needs to be got done. But if things are getting this bad, then we probably shouldn't. Nobody should probably go anywhere else.
Stay within the city, do the research, ask around. We'll meet up in a couple hours.
Well, taking a dwarven guard with us is something we can do easily without raising suspicion. Just by saying we're looking for potential evidence of things of other areas Deep and Cut could have gone, so we don't have to waste the time if we don't find him initially.
Yeah, but I don't. If I take a guard with me to that man's house to look through his library, I don't want him. I don't want the guard in the library with me. I don't want him seeing whatever books that I'm going through, and I'm going to take
your average dwarven guard wouldn't give a shit anyway. So all I have to do is say, Could you
We
wait
don't
outside?
know.
And he'll be like, sure.
That's what I'm trying to say is I don't trust them. I don't trust any of these people because we don't know who they're really working for. So I'd rather give him as little information as possible. He can guard me standing outside the door, just like yours can guard you standing outside.
Well, yeah. Well, the
I'm
moment he says no to standing outside the door, then you can be suspicious.
Yeah,
but most
that's what I'm saying.
dwarves,
I'm going to ask him. Please stand outside
I'm
the
not
door.
going to say dwarves are stupid, but most dwarves aren't really bookworms. They use books are a means to an end. This book taught me how to swing the hammer the way I wanted to get this curve in the blade. And then the book is put probably to the next generation reads it.
I thought dwarves learned how to swing a hammer in the womb.
Let's see here. Dwarves are born.
You got to remember, we have dwarves, though, are worshiping this demon. Okay, totally opposite of what we ever would have thought. So what I'm saying is we're not dealing with a regular group of people. These people have been possessed or whatever. We don't know. That's why I'm saying we have to be on the air of caution because we don't know which one. Because if they suspect us right away, we might not even make it through the rest of the day. Is what I'm trying to say. And if we're by ourselves, we have to do the best we can.
Well, if you want to look at it
private as we can.
Well, if you want to do it that way, then in that case, it should be Lemmy and our barbarian. We'll let them decide which goes first, the street walking or the gauntlet.
Okay.
But they'll stick together. You and I will go to the each library one at a time together, so we don't have to have guards with us.
Yeah, I think that's honestly, I really feel better about that because I don't know. I just don't trust any of these people yet. Because I don't know, as the situation is unfolding in front of us, I just don't trust them. I want to make sure. And just like you said, as soon as we see the books, we're going to be able to know more about whether or not the person that's missing is missing because they chose to leave or whether they were taken against their will. So
or screwed up a summoning if they're a bad guy.
Yeah, or they just decided to run because they knew that we were on to them. See, I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's going to help us.
The books. Yeah, the books should tell us a lot about who the person is. That is. I know a lot of people consider psychology bullshit, but really, it is actually kind of a thing with books. Books will inform you a lot of who the person is. Like 90% of my books are about learning or gaming.
Mm-hmm.
I have almost no storybooks because I love stories, but I can't read them very well. But you'll find a lot of stories, audiobooks on my YouTube, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so
when in doubt, go the audio route.
Yeah. So that's my suggestion. We split up into teams of 2. Me and Janet go check out the libraries, and Lemmy and I keep forgetting your name, Nerdy. You two hit the streets for the gauntlet. And
I thought it was Ogre. Okay. Something.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ogre and Lemmy hit the streets.
Yeah, Ogre and Lemmy. They can make
that
sure
sound good to you guys?
watch each other's backs.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Get the 18 montage going.
Okay. Well, now that we are. So, what's stage 1 of your plan? What are you going to do first?
I'll let Janet decide which library we go to first, since I came up with the plan, and we'll let Lemmy and Ogre decide if they're going to go for the gauntlet or street walking first.
I'm kind of curious about this gauntlet because, like, if that's going to be useful in a fight, let's get that shit done.
Yeah, I'd say let's get the gauntlet done.
Okay.
Once we get the gauntlet done, we can go talk to the streetwalkers.
You want to talk to some dwarven smiths then?
Yeah.
All right.
Go hit up a lizard on a stick. Those things are good.
So, which library do you want to hit first, Janet? The Missing Man or Deep and Cut?
Let's do the Missing Man. Let's do the Missing Man second.
Okay, so Deep and Cut's first.
I'll feel better once we look at that. first.
Poor Quinn.
Because if he's guilty, we'll pretty much know the other guy was just taken. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe. More than likely. So
well
see.
we also might find some more clues about where to look down in the Undercity too. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A map or something.
Exactly. So.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's go. I'm ready when you are.
But
we have to go to the.
Let's let the other two go first, since theirs should be probably a little bit longer than ours.
Yeah, and don't we have to go to a ceremony still?
No, we did the ceremony, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought we missed it. Well,
Didn't we do the ceremony, Bruce?
When I went outside, my chicken threw going crazy.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I thought we had. Never mind. You're right, Janet. We haven't done that yet.
Okay.
I thought I missed it when I went outside.
About 15 minutes passes, and the dwarves unlock the door, and they say, "We got to go do the ceremony now." And they take you in front of quite a bit of people off of the little palace in the downtown area at the Amphitheater of Greatness. And you notice that the town council, the Lord of Iron, is actually the priest, the head priest for the Temple of Dwarfader. He says, citizens, blood, I would like to announce to you that we've had some heroes in our midst for a while, and they've done numerous things to prove themselves over and over and over again for the betterment of this city and to further the goals of the original founders who wanted to have a home that would be rich and that would be a place suitable to raise their families. These people are of a goodly heart, and they wish to have only the best for those they interact with. From the city of Gilboa, we'd like to announce that from now on, they have a temporary home, which there will be a repurposed manor in the city being turned into a guild outpost for the Traders and Coasters Guild. One of their own will be heading up that as we speak and taking care of it. So this city will be able to foster a new era of prosperity and good judgment upon those who grow here, who were born here, and who have a past and a future here. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mongoose, Sir Barbarian, Lemmy, Roberto, Tomas, Quinn, and Isabu. These seven individuals will be living here from time to time whenever the need arises. But lately, they have performed outstandingly in an assignment for us and for the guild of which they operate for. In the process, we found out that one of our very own has had the taint of the city's founders, and he's had a difficult time being forthright with it. So, as we move to find and interrogate Sir Sean Deepcut, we are looking to talk to all of his close acquaintances and see if they can help us locate him. We understand that he may be innocent, but that is the purpose of our interrogation and the findings which will result therefore. I wish to let you know that he is at this moment considered a fugitive of the city of Stoneholm. And if anyone does see him, to do their best to detain him and present him to the proper authorities. We do not have a future involving ourselves with devilish allies. And that is exactly what these young people here have helped expose today. Once we have deep cut available, we will begin the dissertation and the investigation. We will let you know what's going on. But to be sure, while we have that as a priority, we must acknowledge the good acts which this group of people, these young people from above, have helped the city achieve. And therefore, we give you this. And they have some dwarven young dwarves come out. They're unshaven. They don't have beards yet. And they present each of you a small leather bag and a coin minted from platinum. And the coin has a picture of the Stoneholm hammer and forge, what has typically been known as the city insignia. And on the other side, it says, proud member of the Honorary Citizens Guild. Proud member of the Honorary Citizens Guild is what it says. It's written in Dwarven and runic format. It's not magical in any way, but these are your coins to keep. And inside each of those bags is a 10-pound bar of silver, mined from the very veins upon which this city was founded upon. Thank you so much for being able to come here and do what you have. At that point, the dwarves that are in attendance, all 70 of them, clap loudly for you. And there's many people that try to come forward and offer you a handshake or a hug or a token of affection and appreciation, as some of the bards disperse to talk about what happened here. Word of your being recognized by the city council will spread across the city. As you free yourselves up minutes later from many of the city's citizens, some of you took part and drank from their flasks or wine skins, and may be a little soused. It'll go away after a few hours, but you guys have had some really potent stuff. Once that happens, what would you like to do now?
Cast detect magic on the bags you gave us.
They do not radiate magic.
That's very odd, given the fact you said small pouch and then 10-pound brick of silver. That would not fit in a small pouch.
DM's not going to just hand out bags of holding.
See, as a bag maker, that's about a medium large pouch.
Okay, this is what they come in. So
that makes much more sense. When you say small, I think half, if not a quarter of that, like just enough for a little bit.
No, it would be bigger than this.
Okay,
it'd be bigger than this.
That's what I imagine when you start talking small.
Okay, the medium-sized pouch with a 10-pound bar of silver in it. A 10-pound bar of silver. It is stamped along the side. It has the purity rating, and it has its value according to the city and the date upon which it was made, which was about 2 weeks ago. This bar of silver can be traded for 2,000 silvers, roughly 200 fucking pounds of silver of coin.
And a platinum challenge coin, which is pretty damn
I know
cool.
what I'm doing with that bar of silver. When we leave, especially with the fact I'm going to take Kai's suggestion about getting followers, when we leave, I'm going to buy a whole bunch of the crappiest dwarven swords. Because the crappiest dwarven sword is an average human sword at worst.
True that. Hey, maybe we can adopt some of those orphans. Have them work around the stronghold.
Carmack is already endeavoring to pick up all the city kids.
With as much seed as he's been spreading around.
One or two of those might be
we'll
his.
have an army by the end of the year.
Yeah.
So, what else would you like to know? What else would you like to do? You said Nerdy Ogre, and who else is going to talk? Lemmy, I'm going to go work on this gauntlet.
Yeah, we're going to go hit up the Smiths for his gauntlet. Then while we're out and about, ask some questions, see if we can get some info. Go hit up some stalls, get a pint, lizard on a stick.
I just have one question. What is it about politicians that just love to hear the sound of their own voice?
Ego. It's got to be ego. Narcissistic bastards.
Yeah.
Hey, Bruce.
Janet?
My video from last night.
Yep.
Has been blocked.
Why?
I have to edit out. I have to edit out 2 minutes of it. Guess what part they want me to edit out?
Uh-oh.
No, I got a message saying they couldn't see it. So I went to look at it while you were while we were just doing that little discussion. And the part they want me to edit out is the part where they made fun of him shuffling around like a Zumba.
What?
I have to take that out, or the video's blocked.
The part where
What?
Biden is shuffling around at the G7 parachute summit.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And,
Okay. Now we're leaning towards
Good job.
leadership. If you can't even make fun of your own leader.
well, I don't know, but I told him to go ahead. I'm gonna edit it out the 2 minute, almost 2 minutes of.
You know what you do is you edit that out and you put something worse in. Put it back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Well, the video, one of those videos of Biden doing speeches. You know how they cut out everything that actually kind of made sense, which is like 90% of nothing.
Yeah. Well, the thing
like
is,
90% of it's just I've seen those and they're fucking hilarious.
The funny thing is that the people that it mattered, that it really mattered, that got to see it already. So it's not going to hurt the video at all, really. It's just a segment of us laughing our ass off because it was good, right? But oh well, it's okay. But see, I can bend on this one because the people that got to see it live are the ones that were going to be there anyways to see it. You know what I mean? So, I'm glad they got to see it. But
it's already out there. And you can put it on other platforms where it's going to get more coverage anyways.
The same videos on Rumble and on X. So,
they can pound sand and their little clown shoes.
It just cracks me up. But I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin the thing. I just thought that was, I just found out. So I just wanted to tell Bruce.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny.
It's gravy.
So, I thought it was, oh well, that's just the way it is.
Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining.
Yeah.
Cheer wine? They still make that?
What is it? Is it a Coke?
This is a cherry flavored cane sugar, the first cherry soda made in America.
Wow.
From the early 1900s.
I would say I'd like to taste it, but I haven't had a soda in over 12 years.
I saw it at the shop yesterday, and I bought a 4-pack of it, and it's absolutely delicious. But I feel like afterwards I need to go for a run.
Yeah.
But it's really good. It has 150 calories, 40 fucking 2 grams of carbohydrates. So this is a junk food I get for today.
That's like a small steak.
Yeah. And no protein. It's like absolutely devoid of protein, but it's a cherry flavored soda. And there's like a whole group of people in North Carolina that have turned this into like a damn near cult. And it's really good. I can see why they love it so much.
Yeah, I really don't drink soda anymore. I kind of lost the taste for it.
I'm not a big soda guy. This is my first soda in like 7 months. Real soda.
Once I redo it, when I edit and I repost it, I'm just going to say, this is the edited version due to YouTube. But if you would like to see the unedited version, go to Rumble. That's what I'm going to say.
The non-communist version. Go to Rumble.
I'm going to do it in a nice way because I'm a nice person.
Well, you got to inform your public.
That's what I mean. I'm going to
let them know that they're dealing with communist censorship.
No, I think most people that go to YouTube understand that they are.
It's not even communism anymore. It's dictatorship.
What's funny is when they go to the other one, they watch it, they're going to say, what did they take out? Or why'd they take that out? It's just going to be funny. I can't wait to hear the responses from it once I do that. So
remember, the staff of YouTube said that they were commie as fuck less than a decade ago.
Yep.
So
that's right. I think it's funny. But all right. Now we're worried now.
And you know what you do with commies?
They make the
feed them to the gophers. Excuse me, mole men. That's what I meant to say. I don't know why gophers came out.
Did you guys earlier this week see that bank hostage situation?
Yes, and that was epic.
For a few seconds. What happened?
The cops were all standing up. One guy rested a sniper rifle on his buddy's shoulder, and they had to make a shot. The hostage taker was between 2 hostages, and
had a knife, had 2 hostages.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can find that, because I bet you I can.
Shot through a computer monitor. Saved the day.
Yeah, the
Nice.
computer monitor.
What? For real?
A cop actually saving somebody and not getting in trouble for it? Wow.
I know, right?
He shot through a computer monitor because the guy was hiding behind it?
Yep.
Awesomeness. That's
so
genius.
this is the shot. By the way, take your kids out of the room. Bruce is on TV. But he's got 2 guys. He gets shot through the computer monitor right there. And that's how it happens.
I missed it.
And
where's the community? Oh, the community. Okay, it's over there. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking behind him.
Yep. So
that's great.
This is off of Donuts Raw police footage.
He saved 2 people's lives.
Yep.
Yes, this is the kind of stuff we need more of.
Yeah, see, this should be on every single channel. Every single channel should be bragging on what a great job this SWAT team did to save 2 people's lives, but you hear nothing.
Hey, California, Oregon, and Washington. That's how you deal with crime.
Yeah.
Get rid of
In the meantime, California is taking down their no U-turn signs because it's homophobic.
You know, there's a follow-up to that. It's because they had a bunch of gigolo streetwalkers of a certain month up and down causing a ruckus. So they took down the U-turn sign because it was, quote unquote, something phobic.
So anyway,
but it wasn't just the random woke nonsense that usually erupts. There was actually a rash of degenerate crime. So they removed the sign, which I don't know how that solves the crime or the problem.
knows. I don't think
Humans
they
are
even
stupid. That's why.
That's too easy of an answer.
Yeah, that is true, but it's also true.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's too easy for them.
It's a
be easy.
good majority of the reasoning behind why stupid shit happens.
So there is a new site called pepperbox.tv, and the guys behind the Unsubscribed podcast have built a site for them to be monetized. And they've got some of their friends on Pepperbox TV. If you like the Fat Electrician or Brandon Herrera or those guys, they've got a budding streaming site that I have subscribed to for $8 a month. And they have a 2-week free period, but I've already given them my money because I want them to have my money. I like
Is
their
it
stuff.
where you can do shows? Where you can do it yourself?
I'm not involved with it. I would love to be on there. But
it's
a service.
Oh, I thought you were saying it was like going to be a new like YouTube channel where you can sign up.
For them, it is. I'm not in the Cool Kids Club by any measure, but Pepperbox.tv is where I watch their stuff now because I want them to get the information from me that I'm watching it off there. I'm going to probably get rid of YouTube as a consumer here soon. I will still put my content on YouTube. But
yeah, that's what I do. I don't use it for anything besides that.
With that being stated, Pepperbox TV is where I go watch everything I can. Because holy shit, it's uploaded. It's easy to watch. My phone doesn't have a problem with it. If you've got Android or iOS, they've got apps for Pepperbox.tv. And it's just a neat little project. I hope it stays up. I hope it stays going. God, is it fun. And Fat Electrician's newest video, he talked about modern art is a CIA psyop.
That was epic.
That was funny as shit. Okay. So,
as someone who has actually tried modern art, I can tell you right now, it is stupid as fuck.
Well, okay, your opinion right there. Don't take offense. Let me finish. That opinion that he just said was the average person's response when the CIA started promoting Jackson Pollock and all the other stupid shit that's called modern art, because we were trying to compete with other people, especially Russia, in the theater of the culture of art. And nobody in Russia was doing art like the Americans' modern artists. Now, granted, a lot of those guys are left to center, but nobody was doing stuff like that anywhere else. And so the CIA threw a bunch of money at it that was taxpayer funds and tried to promote modern art as actual art. And guys, that response that Crafting just had, where he's like, that's bullshit, that stuff's stupid, that was everybody's fucking response. And it's kind of funny.
No, but the herd mentality.
Yeah. And it wasn't a herd mentality. It was just like nobody liked it. I don't look at Jackson Pollock's paintings and masturbate. I don't find his shit fun to look at. I'm like, my 3-year-old could do that, or that's the standard response. Like anyone can
most of his paintings look like Jackson Pollock masturbated on the canvas.
Yeah.
I've seen one guy who can pull it off. I don't know if it's classified as modern art, but I love the way he does it. Basically, he's got this spinning table on the floor, and he puts the canvas on there, and he'll spin that, and then he has the paint, in a bucket on the pendulum above it, and as the canvas is spinning,
I think I've seen that.
There's a steady stream of paint that comes out, and it makes like those little circles we had as kids that looked like gears, and it drew all those designs in there. That's basically what it does. That looks awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. I always thought the video itself was supposed to be the art, not the painting.
Well, I mean, 2 birds, 1 stone.
No, that is true.
But-
I'm just saying the video itself is so much to. I mean, it's so much fun to watch, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, it's like it was like watching Bob Ross. You know,
Yeah,
is the painting the art, or is is a little bit of both?
Yeah.
But yeah,
So the dude took a toy from like the 80s and made himself into a popular artist by stealing basically spin art. Because I remember that as a kid. You know, the little turntable, you put your paints on it and did swirls and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where you're sitting there watching it. Yeah, I know I could do that, but for some reason, watching him do it is really fun. It's just somehow entertaining to watch him do it.
Okay.
I here's the thing about modern art. I even tried to study modern art because my library has modern art videos. I watch them and I'm just like, so the whole point of your art is to sit there and go, I'm angry. And then another one is like, oh, I want to show what's in the world. So I'm going to make crack pipe necklaces. What?
Duct tape a banana.
Yeah.
It's the purest form. So that explains a lot about modern art. Television, radio, mass media in general.
Yeah.
If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a psyop.
It looks like shit and it smells like shit, then it's probably shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say if it looks like shit, it smells like shit, it's probably Biden. But
Well, it's not just Biden. Got to remember, Biden is just a puppet. Someone's got their hand up his ass, making him, perform. And we don't know who that is for sure. Probably someone last name Jarrett.
I don't know, but this is a perfect time to do a segue into Duke's soap.
Yeah. Clean your hands after touching shit or playing with shit.
Tired of your hands being dirty after puppeting Biden all day? Use Dick's soap. It'll get your hands clean and everything else too.
Diaper. Yeah.
Well, for those that don't know, I am a apprentice plumber, and I work for a company that deals with nasty, nasty substances. At the end of my day, I want to come home and clean the hell up. If I have one of these bars of soap at the wash bay in my shop, I will use it, which I always do. I don't need the bar soap. Their liquid soap's good too. I prefer the bar soap for showers because it lathers up exquisite. It completely lathers up. Some of you have even used this before, and you can attest to the lather power of this Duke Cannon soap.
Oh yes, I won a bar of that soap from Bruce, and he was giving some away. And I have been converted. It'll be the only soap I use from now on. I do not have the same issue Bruce does. I am not a septic worker, but I'm still a big guy. And as one of my favorite comedians said, Fluffy Gonzalez said one time, twice the guy, twice the work to keep clean. And that soap does twice the work all on its own.
Do they sell women's soap?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Well, then the midnight swim, whatever it was, is actually whatever one Bruce gave me is a really good smelling soap. It is not. I would not say it's. Some of them probably do, but I would not say that one smells manly. It smells good, but in a neutral way. It could be for men or women.
Check out the store that's closest to you. That they even sell it at Kroger. So go to the soap aisle and check out, see if you have Duke Cannon where you're at, Janet, and just sniff the different soaps they have and see if any of them would actually cooperate with you. Some of them will have a very woodsy or manly, musky scent to them.
Yeah, I don't mind it smelling outdoorsy type of smell. It's just what the chemicals are in it. I'd have to read that.
The ingredient list on here is crazy. Sodium palmate, sodium, titanium dioxide. It's all of these have their ingredient list at the bottom here. Hey, actually have resolution. So
well, to encourage you a little bit, Janet, I'm one of those people that has a hard time changing new soaps without getting, I won't say on camera exactly what it is, but getting problems. But that stuff, instantaneously just fine. No issues at all.
it's all natural ingredients. If it was an organic soap, this would be it. They do their best to make sure that they don't have clients that are, having to move away from purchasing and using their products. They try to have the healthiest soap out there.
Chemicals.
Soaps. I don't mind other soaps. I don't. I've used Dr. Squatch before, and it lathers up almost as good. But the problem with Dr. Squatch is that it's a very tiny, like 3-ounce bar or puck, and it goes away within 2 showers. I need.
And it's very expensive for its size.
Yeah. No need. These are like $8 at the store, and it'll last you a month. A month of you going to the shower and like having a sweaty day in the garden, or doing some things like moving potted plants around, or just being an active Janet. A month.
And that's if you don't use the soap sparingly. If you use, I've gotten used to using soap sparingly because when I was a kid, we didn't have much money. If you use the soap sparingly, it actually lasts longer.
Yeah, I've had one bar last me a month and a half to 2 months. I should have logged it, but I've had one that lasted, I think, 7 weeks. It's really like a daily use.
They're really good soap.
It's the best soap I've ever used. Okay.
Duke Cannon. It's my dick and my soap, and I'll wash however long I want.
For you guys that have a especially picky significant other, I recommend the Midnight Swim. For some odd reason, women love this smell. Okay. How does it compare to Puma or Lava? Compares very favorably to either of those soaps. You have a soap that can, Lava will clean you up if you've got like industrial grease on you, but actually there's a little paracord holder. Let me go grab it.
Or Marvin.
Would you start at Six Nations?
Lava is good for getting rid of Marvin. You'll catch the reference.
Yeah.
This is another Duke Cannon product. This is your pouch soap holder. Lather it up.
What's Marvin?
Your soaps. Pulp Fiction. The dude that got his brains blown out in the back of the car.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right.
Well, anyway, you've got two types of paracord texture here. You have one that's very soft, and then you have the harder stuff on the edge here.
For
but
scrubbing.
if you get, this is a good scrubber. It's they call it the tactical scrubber. Go ahead, get this thing wet. You have your bar of soap in it, and just lather up. Just push this thing against your skin. If you've got grease on you, my wife, she's a diesel tech, and plays with auto batteries and tires, so she comes home nasty too. This is hers, and she uses it daily. So she swears up and down by it. She's got, it looks like the other bar of Midnight Swim we had. She's using it right now. She goes through a bar of soap about every month and a half. But that's how I compare it to Puma. Lava, it blows the doors off Lava. I wouldn't use Lava anymore. If you're at work and you can't have anything else, the Gojo might take it off, but this will take it off definitely. No. Where's the link for the soap? I don't have a code. I'll get you a link. Hold on. There we go.
You should definitely try to make a deal with Duke Cannon. I'm pretty sure you can get a code from them pretty easily, given how often you talk about their soap.
They have definitely improved my life. My wife loves the smell. She absolutely loves the smell.
Bring back the infomercials.
Next commercial, we'll talk about coffee.
Can you wake up? Can you not wake up in the morning? Do you always have to deal with grogginess throughout your day? Try Blackout Coffee Company. It'll wake you up and kick you in the ass at the same time.
Do they sell bubble bath?
They don't have bubble bath, Janet. No.
Oh, because I'd say if they did, I'd make you a commercial for that for sure. Because I love bubble bath.
All I pictured, thanks, Janet. What I pictured was you sitting in the tub with the only thing covering you up is bubbles.
I've got a couple pictures of like that on my YouTube channel.
I don't doubt it.
So,
I must have missed those.
but they're just bubbles. I mean, you don't really see anything. It's just,
Yeah.
Tiny bubbles.
And right now at the DukeCannon.com website, if you're interested in getting some money off, enter your phone number and your email address, and they give you 15% off your order.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I mean, that already covers your taxes. So, all right, back to the game. Here,
Bruce, a quick thing.
Go ahead.
Soybase Jeremy says he was kicked from your server.
Why?
I don't know. It wasn't me. When I click on him, it says I still have all the things I can do to him, like he wasn't actually banned.
Huh?
Was he banned?
He's not on mine.
No, he's on Bruce's right now, but
is he on? Is it Discord? Is he talking about? Or is he talking about
just
YouTube?
said server. He didn't say YouTube or Discord. He just said server. So he might be talking about
from a Discord or from. So I'm not seeing him getting.
Oh, he's trolling us.
Okay.
Oh.
Somebody
I was going to say because I don't.
Then how's he kicked off?
I take things very seriously. Unfortunately, I forgot what it's called, but I actually have the condition where you have a very bad habit of taking things very literally when they're sarcastic.
I've only used my ban hammer once, and that's already been explained.
Oh my God! I never heard the end of it, and that player left my game. But to be fair, it wasn't because he left the game because of you. He left the game because I was forcing him to role play.
Well, I'm cool with it either way.
Game.
I was just trying to have a conversation with Kronos. And so I kept getting pushed and I kept getting pushed. And I'm like, trying to be fair. So a 3-minute ban, and it was said and done. Of course, then, I had to hop in the chat and say, hey, can you dodge a wrench? When everybody was asking, who banned you? That was impolitic of me, and I apologize.
You're quite forgiven, and I still give Greg grief because he left the game, a D&D game, a D&D based game, because he was being asked to role play. I couldn't believe that.
Well, maybe
probably
he
wants to play Skyrim.
Himself. He's being him. He's being himself.
Yeah.
Well, why would
That's how he
you
really
play a role-playing game? Doesn't make sense.
Skyrim.
I hope he enjoys.
I have never had the problem with Skyrim everyone else does. Maybe it's because I have an overactive imagination, but everyone says, oh, the Skyrim characters were so bland, so flat, no backstory. When I seen them, it was always easy for me to picture a backstory for 90% of them. Yeah, I do feel some of them fell flat, but
it's not the greatest RPG. Like, I grew up playing Oblivion. My friend was playing Morrowind. I never really got into Morrowind, but when Oblivion came out, oh my God. That was my jam.
I love Morrowind, but good God, is it confusing.
Morrowind is great.
I do like that old school text and audio mix, but until Bethesda actually gets off their ass and makes a decent Elder Scrolls game,
Well, they're not going to. They're Sorry.
Daggerfall or its reboot incarnations.
They're not going to. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was say they're not going to make anything new for quite some time. The Elder Scrolls Online is the entire world, therefore they can literally just play that one game off for decades, if not for the rest of the entire series. They don't actually have to make another game thanks to Elder Scrolls Online. They could just expand it and expand it and expand it and expand it infinitely. That's what I'm afraid they're going to do with the Fallout series, because it's 76. They can just expand that on nearly infinitely. So why bother making another game when you can just expand what you already have for cheaper and for absolutely God. Now I know Bruce. I just said Bruce. I don't understand people's bitching about Skyrim. I'm playing the newest expansion for 76, and I do understand the whole all the characters fall fucking flat. There's like 2 interesting characters. The rest of them. Sorry, got a little bit of a rant there because I was excited for an expansion to that damn game, and it just like.
I'm grinning ear to ear right now. It's like the session has gone off so many random tangents, but it's entertaining. Maybe not for the poor bastards that are watching this. It's entertaining to me.
So, if you guys like Daggerfall, there's a new one coming out called The Wayward Realms. The designer of Daggerfall, Julian LaFay, is making it. I just put the Kickstarter into the chat.
Yeah, I heard about that. He kind of disappeared for a while.
They're making it off of Unreal Engine 5, which doesn't make me too happy. I still would rather play Daggerfall, no offense. I love Daggerfall. A lot of people don't. That's okay. I like the fact that this here has the same mindset behind Daggerfall, where it gives you scope, choices, consequences, and lets you kind of role play your character while you're playing a game, instead of like most games are just click fests. So you
a rat. I'm going to go kill the rat. And then the rat gets more hits on you and you end up dead right in the beginning. And you're like, what the hell?
Then they also
and then you come to realize that's the point of the game. It's all randomly generated awesomeness.
Mm-hmm. So there's they have some interesting stuff. They talk about their quest making. The quest templates have a 5-act structure that lets the game piece together quests and open up a lot of the possibilities. It looks pretty cool, not gonna lie, and it looks like it's about as big as probably Morrowind, with 8-player races.
That'd make it pretty big.
There's no. Go ahead.
I was saying that would make it pretty big, because Morrowind was not small.
No, it looks really good, and I hope it doesn't fucking turn into Battle Cruiser 3000 AD, because that's my.
Have a good one, Mac.
Take care, Mac.
See you, Mac.
Bye. Thank you for stopping in.
Give them about the
Hope you enjoyed the conversation.
Awesome. 5 bars total for $37. The Frontier bundle is awesome. You get some serious soap with that, and they give you the bourbon soap for that. 10% discount after taxes, $37. Gave them my information. That's where I heard about it. You didn't have to, but I thank you. Mac, you have a great game, sir. God bless you.
Bourbon flavored soap, awesome.
The smelling of that soap is so good, dude. I'm sorry.
Bourbon flavored soap. My first thought right after that was chicken flavored Play-Doh, one of the dumbest inventions ever.
I just had flashbacks of first grade with that crappy homemade Play-Doh that they had, and it just smelled like rancid ass.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what my Play-Doh was as a kid? Mud.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So, now that we are back at the game,
2.5 hours later.
at the Dwarven Smith, you're accompanying a young man who he tells you, he's like, the idea that you have is very good. I would like to try this. You say it is a leather gauntlet with a metal plating to help reinforce a bludgeoning strike with the knuckles.
Yes. Exactly.
So he starts putting together some various diagrams. Eventually comes up with the one that you sent me. It would look like this. The total
Yes.
The total for all this, I'm going to say that we're going to, if you want me to make this, we're looking at a, a, a set of these gloves for 150 silver. It'll take me a week to build it because of the intricate parts.
All right.
Here's the initial gloves I'll be using, and he lays down some thick, blacksmith gloves. These will be the gloves that I'll be using at first to ensure that we can do this. They are the proper thickness for a striker.
I'll
They
take them
provide,
out.
they provide protection up to the midway point of the arm, just shy of the elbow.
So the question is then, how many vials will it hold? Sorry.
How many vials could I have this hold? Well, based on your design, but on your desire, each glove can hold 5 vials.
Sounds good to me. I'll take the gloves back off and like, okay. How about this? How about I give you 75 silver pieces as a down payment, and the rest is done on completion.
We could. I believe that is fair. That is completely fair. Yes. And so he takes your 75 silvers. You are happy.
I'm happy.
The young man goes to work.
Gloves of the Aspergillum. Or Asperger gloves.
Hey, now, don't be making fun of me.
All right.
The young man, his name is in the chat.
I just realized that "don't make fun of me" comment doesn't make any sense, as I've never told anybody I have Asperger's.
And what's that name mean?
Thordalium Silvermane?
Yeah.
That's the name of the smith that you just gave 75 silvers to. That's so
okay. I thought I heard you say the Silvermane, but I didn't hear the other word.
Silvermane. They call him Silvermane. His father is Primus Silvermane.
Mm-hmm.
Thordarlum. Almost sounds like third arm, which is probably better than third leg. Anyhow.
All right. I will look over to Lenny. But what do we do now?
Let's go get something to eat, something to drink, and then hit up the street and look for this Starkirk fella. See if we can find his whereabouts or any information pertaining to him and his whereabouts.
Do we know Would we know any of his hangouts, like what tavern he likes the most, or he would prefer the most, or?
He's an official, so that shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, technically he's a noble, right? It was Starkirk and Elisa that were kind of palling around with Sean.
I think so. I believe
That's about all I remember. Had such a short role before the meth ninjas got us.
I mean, at least it gives us a place to start.
Third Arnold, his older brother Secundus lets you know that it'll be done in about 5 to 6 days. Pick it up on day 6 and you'll be fine.
Outstanding.
Let's go. Let's go part 2.
All right, I should probably write that down.
Yes, all the brothers, the sons of Primus. It's kind of funny. All the brothers are their names are mostly ripped off of the movie Stardust. You have Secundus, Third Alum. You have Quartus, Quintus, Septimus. Stardust is a
Classy.
unheard of classic. You guys, if you haven't seen Stardust,
I've never seen it, but my grandmother has it.
you need to hang with grandmother for like 2 hours. You'll have one of the best times with grandma.
I haven't talked to her. I haven't talked to her almost a year. Actually, I need to go visit her.
Yeah, you don't get those people gifted to you forever, man. Go hang with grandma.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've resolved the gloves, we will pan from Barbarian and who else went with him? Oh, yes, Lemmy. Those two leave, and we will now rejoin the other portion of the party. What are you 5 doing?
We were headed to Deep and Cut's library to see if we could find any evidence of his guilt or innocence.
Wait a
Or
minute.
at the very least, where he went.
By the books that he went through.
Yep.
That he had. In his
Did we just pull a Scooby-Doo and Ogre and I were Shaggy and Scooby?
Yeah.
Not my intention, but technically.
All right, well, let's go get our Scooby snacks.
Let's go.
You know what that means? We're probably going to run into some trouble.
Well, look at the bright side. You two could definitely handle it.
I hope so.
Just walk around with your backs to each other.
Zoinks!
Uh-oh.
So once you arrive there at the library that they have, the Dwarves Manor, the former Thane of the city, his house is under watch, and the guards allow you passage inside. And as you enter the library, other Dwarven city dignitaries are present, kind of standing far back. There's a couple of diviners moving about. Looks like there's also a Dwarven trap finder working as well. The 3 of them move about the Libram as best as they can, as quietly and as diligently as they can, but they notice you and they say, We were wondering how long it would take for you to get here. One of the dwarves pulls you towards a standing desk, and he says, "We can ascertain that Ston was definitely an agent of Spotter, and he has most likely fled from the city to other environs for his own safety. We've done numerous divinations, and we cannot find him here. The rock, consisting of the city's boundaries, after about 5 to 10 feet, it blocks our divinations. So finding him is going to require more powerful, more skilled spellcaster, or some heavy amounts of being a investigator." And at that point, they all three look at you, the five of you. And at that point, you realize, shit, they're talking about us.
Okay.
They start showing you passages and a lot of the books that they've already pulled from the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the books are normal books. Some of them are for humor or for fiction. But he had a sizable list of books which now are stacked in front of you. And one of the dwarves opens up a tome, and you can almost smell like it's ripe for mold. But he begins to read aloud some of the passages. After about the third or fourth, there's definitely a malign influence that had corrupted the writer, and you realize that they were interpreting the desires of the dark devil.
Was it Stephen Cut who wrote this? Or is this just in his library?
This was in his library. These items we found already, and we're making sure that there's no other things of note. The diviners.
Okay. Well, is there any notebooks or stacks of papers that look like he had taken notes on any of this information?
So much to go through.
Hey,
Well,
Bruce.
Go ahead.
Sorry, but this is a quick question. Is there a spell that lets you read quickly?
There might be.
I want to ask
because if Janet and I could learn those spells, we could get through these stacks of paper and all these books real quickly.
And I want to ask another question. Is there a spell or a way for one of us to be able to see which books and what his most recent notes were, by the most recent used papers and the most read books, the ones that he went through personally? Is there a spell that we can use to find out that? Because that would cut all of it out really quickly, I think. Because he might have even, if he did leave on his own fruition, he probably took the notes and the most important books with him. So did it look like there was any books missing on the shelves, like holes in the
quite a few books? There were quite a few books that were missing.
Okay. Interesting.
All right. In the beta test portion of my Discord, there is a book. There is a spell that I'll allow in the game.
Do I need to click on that link?
If you want to click on that link, you can. Actually, Janet, Isabel can cast that spell because of the fact that it's only a second level spell, so it'll cost you 4 mana to cast it. But it only affects you, and it'll allow you to read written material in a quarter of the time it would normally take you to read it.
Okay.
You use that spell in conjunction with comprehend languages. You can read scribbles 4 times faster than the spell indicates.
Oh, it's called Skim. Okay, I'm going to write that down real quick.
Yeah, I'll have to go looking for that spell, but that sounds like a good spell.
Yeah, I'm going to write it down here.
We'll make it a spell that you can get a hold of, not a problem.
All right. Awesome. Okay, I have it written down.
And that'll cost 4 mana for you to do it.
I'm going to put that on there, -4.
You start pouring over all the work that's been stacked up that the others haven't had a chance to go through yet. And about 30 minutes later, Mongoose finds some loving notes for Despater, the second circle's lord. He's a cunning schemer and conservative by nature. He rarely leaves Dis, the mightiest city in hell, and one that has never been taken by an enemy army. While Despater is slow to react and hedges his bets, he acts with overpowering force once his mind is made up. He is the ruler of the second level of hell.
So it's starting to sound less and less like he's actually framed and he is actually the bad guy we've been looking for.
As much as you wish that he was not the bad guy, he definitely sounds like he is quite the bad guy.
Okay. Well, I feel better about that. So now that we know that, we need to go to the other guy's house so maybe we can find out who took him and
what happened to him. Yeah.
Because that's what we came here for, to find out whether or not to change our focus on whether or not he's taken or forced into what he's doing, or whether he just became evil by reading all these books and wanting to be more powerful. Yeah. So he made the deals with the devil.
The more you examine and play with this, the more you find that the more that you read about the operations that Staun Deepcut was doing, he had properly put together various ledgers and various ways he was going to mask his opportunities to move around in his cultish circles, although he doesn't refer to anyone by name. Everybody has a number.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know exactly how this fits. You don't know how this works, how everything fits together. With the
Does he have a file cabinet in his office?
He had a file cabinet in his office.
But it's gone.
It's still there. It's just now all the papers are pulled out and everything is stacked.
Okay. Well, I want to use my skim to go through it and see if I can find any files with numbers that match some of the numbers that he has on these papers.
Doesn't Janet have a spell for detecting? Oh, wait, that might be your other character for detecting hidden doors. That might be the high level game.
I don't know. I didn't hear what you said. What spell? Sorry.
Oh, spell for detecting hidden doors.
Yeah, I don't have that
doors,
here.
Trap
That's on
doors,
the other
that
one.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's on my other character. But can I skim through the file cabinet, stacked up papers, and see if I find coordinating numbers that match the numbers from the other notes?
You can try. The main thing that you're seeing is that a lot of the numbers that he has in various ledgers, he must either have people segregated or he has properly got a key somewhere else to where the numbers identify with certain
people.
Yes.
There's a cipher somewhere.
Man, that's interesting.
I bet Staun has 5e D&D books strewn about that mess.
Actually, he does not. He has a bunch of Rollmaster 4th edition.
Oh, shit. Evil.
Well, I'm going to go ahead. After I find what I find and we're done really looking, I'm going to suggest everyone take their time and look for any hidden doors or compartments among the books.
Yeah,
now is when I wish we had Lemmy.
I want to run my hand on the edges of the desk and on the bottom of the desk and under the drawers on the desk and in all the cabinets that he has with the books on it. I want to rub my hand along every inch of the surfaces of it to see if there's any hidden doors on the desk and the shelves. It's holding the books.
Go ahead, Janet. Roll me a perception check with your D100.
Okay, hold on. I got a 70.
You push as hard as you can, and you kind of rattle some of the things you can get your hands on and move things around. But finding secret passages or secret compartments, you don't find those.
Okay. Darn. Okay.
Either there isn't one or we need. Well, I still suggest we bring back Lemmy at some point, but for now, if we can't find anything, let's see about moving on. We know. Not moving on. We need to look.
Before I move on, I was gonna say I want to look one more place. I want to go up to his bedroom and look through the drawers and shelves in there and under his mattress and stuff. Sorry, I just want to be sure before we leave, because if we can get that cipher, that would really help us. If there is one, unless he took it with him.
Yeah.
It'll take her a while to do that. What were you wanting to do there, Crafting Gamer?
See if there was any. He would have taken the map he needed with him, but if there's any maps of the Undercity, see if there's any special locations to him.
You dig, and you dig, and you sift. Make sure I've got the proper camera. Yes. So here we have the crypts, which are an offshoot off of the cavern to the north.
Mm-hmm.
And then below, we have the lower tombs.
Is there anything special marked on the map by him, or is it just a regular old map?
A regular old map.
Okay.
A couple things. You have like some pentagrams on the various parts of the map. That's about it.
Well,
and there's nothing on the back of the map.
And on the back of it,
there's no markings or anything on it.
When he turns it over, I need Mongoose to make a will save, as an arcane sign befuddles his eyes.
Okay.
An arcane symbol
percentile
on it.
Correct?
Say again?
Percentile correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that might not be good. Let's see here. My will is... Oh, back up. There you go. My will... Wait, that's wisdom. Never mind. I don't see a will.
You have a will. You don't have a will save. You should have at least a 20%, if not more.
I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is. It has a 0 on it. Well, my wisdom is 9. Does that have anything to do with it?
That's part of it. You're a magician, fourth level. You should have at least, even with a 9, you should have a 5% as your will save.
Okay, well,
every
with a
even level, Every even level, your will save goes up by 5%. Every even level.
Well, at level 4, that means it should be a 10, plus 10.
But you've got a 9 wisdom, which drags it down by 5%, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, it is. I rolled a 68. I think
Okay.
that's bad.
As you flip it over, you are consumed, and you feel as if something has grabbed a hold of your psyche, and it's disconnected your ability to control your hands and feet. And you hear a malicious voice in your head. Let's see how you do with spellcasting now. And then it.
Can I set myself on fire?
No, you for this moment, you bash your head against the table.
Ooh.
And you hit the corner of the table on your forehead, and you inflict on yourself 8 points of damage. Everybody else sees Mongoose.
I want to pull a vial of holy water out of my pouch, and I want to shake it on this map.
Okay.
Once I see what happens to him because of what he saw on it.
Okay. As she's doing that or declares that, Quinn starts to fumble for his instrument. Both archers kind of look confused, and they have no more healing or no more holy vials to smash against their friend to try to help him. Janet, what were you doing, you said?
I want to, I can only do one thing, right?
Yeah, what are you declaring?
Okay, I want to get the holy water that I have, the one vial I have, and I want to start sprinkling it on the map.
On him?
No, on the map, so that it won't hurt anyone else, and so I can help him.
The magic from it has been consumed. You saw the arcane wings fly off.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Completely be absorbed
I
into
want
his
to put
head.
it on him then. I want to pour my last vial on top of him, on his head.
Okay. Go ahead, and you'll kind of be grabbing that the whole time while he's busy trying to hurt himself. He tries to do it again, but Mongoose's agility is compromised. And Janet, go ahead, roll me a percentile die, add 15 to your roll.
Okay. I rolled a 30, so it's a 45.
Okay. You're trying to fling this holy water on him a little bit, a minute amount, sprinkles on him. Mongoose, make another will save.
No, my dice hate me.
All right.
Sorry, I'm
45, 44.
Okay, Janet. With the bard beginning to strum some music, and giving everybody a plus 5% to everything they do.
Okay,
as he begins to inspire some competence. You see your two friends, the archers, jump onto Mongoose and try to restrain him. Okay. And restrain him, they do. Both of them grab
Bruce?
and sir.
I almost forgot. I think I wrote it down. I still have one vial of holy water from what was given to me last game because she died before I threw it.
Okay.
That's right. I remember that now.
These two guys grab him and pin him to the table. Janet, make a perception check.
And that's a percentile?
Yes, ma'am. With your skill, perception.
Okay. I rolled a 10.
What the fuck are you guys using for die?
I'm using my normal die, so I'll have to get a different one. I'm so sorry. I wish I could roll better. That's what always kills me.
This is like my favorite game ever because like it's just failure quest. Okay, so she's like blind.
Hold on,
And
let me get another percentile. Hopefully it helps.
Like poking out of his robe,
Yeah,
is just this little bitty like shimmering glass top to the vial, the stoppered vial, which he's got.
I'm gonna grab it.
You can't see it. You roll a 10.
Oh,
you look at it, and Quinn's trying to give you plus 5%, and the two archers are like, "Holy shit, this guy's strong for being a wizard." And you hear like a demonic growl utter like from his mouth. You've never heard Mongoose like this before. Usually the guy's like a bastion of like commentary and wit, and he's quick, but right now like he's channeling his intelligence to strength. They pin him down as best as they can.
Let me know if the demon had anything to say, because I got something good. Sorry.
Janet, roll another perception check.
I was saying,
I'm using my new one. Here we go. Come on. 90. So I get 95 because I got a 5 added to it, right?
Yeah, from the bar.
Okay, finally. So now I'm going to grab that holy water and sprinkle it all over his head.
She sees it. She grabs a hold of the holy water as like the wizard struggles to try to do a somatic component and burn everybody with burning hands, but he's unable to do it. He's just draining mana. She grabs a hold of the potion of the little holy water vial, and she just, while he's pinned down, she pours it on the back of his neck, and you hear her utter a couple verses from her holy canon. And at that point, Mongoose, you get your mind back connected to your body, as you can physically see your wizard doing an atomic elbow on a pinned down devil, and you're saying, "Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah," and then you get your head back, and at that moment you see like the little shadowy cloud come out of your mouth and nostrils as it struggles to retain control. It completely fails as your body becomes sanctified by the holy water, and you feel, ow, like those two archers are hurting you. Ow! Stop. Go ahead. What are you doing?
Who are you talking to, me or to him?
Talking to Mongoose.
Okay, Mongoose.
Let's see here. I'm going to say, I'm fine now. Please let me up. You're literally breaking my arms.
Both archers nod in agreement, and they let him up. And you guys see like this little shadowy cloud go literally towards the mantelpiece, and it flies into the fireplace and away from you.
Damn.
You guys turned on CERN. Apparently all the devils and demons are back. Okay. About the same time, you see your friends, the Barbarian and Lemmy, arrive, along with the dwarves that are in the room. Looks like they just had some excitement.
Well, we need to lay that map down on the table and look at it and see if there's anything at all, any impressions or small marks that we can see to see where.
Well, that would be good for Lemmy. Lemmy should be able to.
Okay. Somebody
that kind of
needs
stuff
to look at it and try.
Hey guys, what's up?
Where that map came from and who, what's marked on there. We got to find out where this location is. Is it the place that we've already went to where the eggs are at?
Yeah. Well, after that bullshit, and after I regain myself properly, because I'm pretty sure I got a headache.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic on this room. I don't want any more surprises like that.
And I want to give him one of my healing potions if he doesn't have one of his own.
I still got 2.
Okay. So you need to just go ahead and drink one.
Yeah.
To be on the safe side.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
we definitely got to get some more holy water because I have to make some tonight. But We don't have any more now. I'm out. I have none.
All right, I drank my holy water. I drank my potion, which is a D8. Let's see what I get. 6. That's 6 to the 8. That's not bad.
The mongoose. Holy water has electrolytes. It's what your body craves.
Wow. Quite possibly the best thing I've heard all day.
All right, after this, before we go to check out the other library, we're stopping by the church, and I'm buying, and I literally am buying everybody 3 vials of holy water. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't throw the last bottle, I'd have been screwed there.
Yeah, I know. And I because of my shitty rolls. Oh, but I use this yellow one this time. So hopefully I'm going to keep it aside. Hopefully it'll work better next time.
Well, you guys lay the map out and look at it fairly intently. It looks like the tombs are to the north of the city through the cavern, and there's a older portion of the city that's built below that. How they did this, you're not certain, because typically the most readily accessible places are where the building happens first. That's interesting. After about an hour of discussion with the attending dwarves on site, one of them finally offers you an explanation. The lower tombs are for the city's nobility. And they've been there for quite a long time, but just sparsely utilized. The chamber directly to the north of the city is where the general merchants and the rabble of the city is entombed. That's what they explain to you. However, you do know that individuals that you've been interested in since you've arrived here, be it Starkirk or Deepencut, their relatives are nobility, and therefore their locations would be in the lower tombs. What else would you like to know?
What would be the largest open area among one of those sets of tombs?
What would be the largest open area?
Yeah.
What the largest tomb would be?
If these guys are planning a war, best place to start from would be the biggest area where you can gather most of your men and send them all off at once. Or if they're planning a summoning, a big wide open area will allow them to summon a demon of any size.
I have another idea.
Yeah.
Is there any way where in the city is where they hold the water for the people?
Ooh, that's also a good question, because that could be a big problem too.
Well, I mean, what I'm wanting to do is figure out a way to get like hundreds and hundreds of barrels of water and put them at every entrance that we can think of or find of this underground area. And I'll, before we take them everywhere, I will pray with them before I go to bed and try to make them all holy water. And then
that begs the question, Bruce. If enough priests were together
and pour it in, see if that helps. I mean,
Bruce,
I'm trying to think of the best way to do something.
Wouldn't if enough priests bless the river, would they be able to consummate it into holy water?
It would take an increasing amount of clerics, priests, maybe some angelic type of servitors in order to be able to bless that. However,
Damn.
there can be some scientific additions to the what they have, because the right now the reservoir that's used for the drinking water for this community is actually fed from a river.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But if we did it in barrels, like if I just had barrels and tried to make the holy water in the barrels, holy water, and then we took the barrels, to to the different entrances and be able to put that in there and just pour it out on the ground, in the whole place and make the whole place holy. That's what I'm trying to think. Then they would have to get out.
Don't forget. What we really need is to have the vial as holy water with us. I mean, having a few spare barrels just in case for the guard, just in case.
I want to pour the water into the downstairs, into the tomb, cover the ground with it, every inch of the ground, to make as much of it as I can. If I have to pray all night long,
Janet,
that won't work.
To do that, we would literally have to divert the river. That's how big the tomb is.
And it's huge, as big as the whole city.
Yes,
large.
Bigger.
Okay.
I see Bruce, can you bring up the map for a second?
It was originally the first location where the mining began, Janet.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Can you consecrate ale?
Yeah.
Take existing beer kegs, barrels, whatever, consecrate it. Have the same effect as holy water?
Consecrating allows for healing to take place in a troubled area. So it could be considered.
So it's not like...
Okay, what if I just got as many barrels as I could and we took it down to where we in the middle, okay, basically, and then consecrated the ground in the center so that we have a place to go to that they couldn't get to if we needed to. You see what I mean? A safe space, make us a safe place with torches and lights and stuff so that we can go from, like, if we're all in the middle with all the troops or whatever, in there where it's safe, where it's all been cleaned with holy water, then we could take large groups to go out in different areas like that and slowly get rid of all the evil creatures in all the areas, but have a safe place to run back to heal and take care of our wounded and to recuperate and then be able to go back out again. Something like that.
That should be doable.
Can we do that?
Yeah, that should be doable.
The entire tomb.
Yeah,
the tomb is bigger than the city.
Area we know they can't get in because it's consecrated. They won't want to. It'll hurt them really bad. So we know
it step by step, doing it step by step. We consecrate an area, then move forward, consecrate another area, so on and so forth. That would definitely be within the purview of what we could do. It would slow us down a little bit, but it would keep us safe
away from where our spot is and slowly, cover as much ground as we can. Because if we could take out the leader or whatever, we might not have to take out anymore. They might all die. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this all works.
Well, that depends on the type of summoning. This could I don't know enough about the game to say for a fact, but this game could have linked summoning or permanent summoning. Linked summoning is where if the summoner dies, all the creatures return because he's holding them here. Or there's permanent summoning where once they're here, they're here.
That's called call. That's called calling a demon.
Okay. I don't know what your rules are for this game. I'm just saying the basics.
Sure. Typically, temporary summoning is very limited in scope. Only happens for a few minutes at a time. Mm-hmm. Very, very violence-filled or maliciously intended minutes, but still, they do end.
I would totally not know anything about that. So we're going to pull a Hammer Studios Van Helsing, get up the tombs, set up our little skirmish line, move forward.
Yeah, see,
Flatey
would
course,
be
we're
the
just
one
assuming the tomb is full.
to
Sorry.
keep everybody motivated so that we could all just keep going back out and taking over another spot. You see what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, mind you, we're planning for the presumption. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying we're planning under the presumption this tomb is going to be full of demons.
Yeah, well, it's best to be more. I'd rather be over prepared than lose half of our team. You know, to me, that's how I'm looking at it. So if it take an extra day or two to get everything ready, to me, it's worth it.
Well, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but we also have to remember we can't take too long because we give them time to prepare too if we take too long, which could be worse than going in quickly. So I think what we should try to do is do several things at once, like get a group prepared while we have barrels consummated and kind of have a conga line so we can move forward incrementally, but still fairly quickly instead of going back. Where we set up with the city guard where we get at least 2 people at each safe spot we have so we can get the barrels moving forward in a conga line. That'll help us move faster. Anybody else think that's a good idea?
Sure.
So
as you start doing some research on things, you stay within the little manor for Staun, and while you're there going over all the written items he had and some of the chiseled pieces he had, the 7 of you doing your best to get your information, all of you hear Staun's voice for a moment. Heroes of Gilboath, please hear me.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that? Stonemas asked.
I hear something.
Yeah.
In the room. You kind of wander in from the library to what can only be described as like an arcane study. 2 different rooms. Library has a nice, comfy jet desk. The arcane study has a table with laboratory equipment, and it has a mirror hanging from the stone wall.
It's a doorway.
Heroes of Gilboath, I know you're there.
All right. I walk up to the mirror.
Listen, but don't touch the mirror, and nobody get close to the mirror. Just listen to it.
Too late. Mongoose is within about 5 feet of it, and he sees Staun looking at him through the glass. I'm not there with you. I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry that you're going through this right now. Captain Heftex makes it very hard for a person to live a life, a happy life. And the city, there's going to be some problems for you in the future. Please accept my sincere condolences.
Interesting.
He left a message in the mirror.
Would you please let Isabu know that I'm talking to you, not leaving a message for you in the mirror?
He's talking
Hi,
to
Mongoose.
us.
I'm just
Hello,
glad that he didn't go, "Welcome to your doom," and then.
Well, do you want to ask him any questions, Mongoose?
Well, I'm still a little bit suspicious about his not on him, but on the sudden. Well, he's all of a sudden the bad guy. Absolutely no evidence until all of a sudden it appears. That's a little suspicious to me. So I'm still on the.
I'm suspicious.
He might be
still.
framed.
Yeah.
I'm still leaning towards that he might have been framed.
Yeah, I am too. I definitely am.
And I say this openly, so keep it cut. Here's this.
You know.
I don't know if you would believe me if I said this or not, but there's a lot of things that you're not going to find that make sense, especially if you only have half my information wandering around inside my home and study.
Tell us where your cipher is at. Please.
What do you want to know? What do you wish to know?
I want to know where your cipher is so we can use it to help figure out who these people were that you were looking into, so we can try to solve this mess.
What do the numbers mean, Mason?
Yeah.
Says the numbers are members of my business associates. Most of them have been exterminated by the city guard. A lot of them are on the run. The city guard is not who you think they are. They are very cutthroat, and they're quick to pat you on the back and even quicker to grab you and then stab you in the back where they just got done rubbing your laterals. You would be best to leave because the city is going to combust within a civil war.
Underground, yes, we believe that. Anything else you guys want to ask? What we have?
The problem with that is our guild. I mean, we can tell the guild that we suspect civil war, but they'll either send us right back, or hopefully they tell us to wait until afterwards and then tell us to go try to reestablish connection with whoever wins. So what we need.
But
I don't want to get caught up in a civil war, I will have to admit.
If we leave, okay, and the evil part wins, why would we want to come back?
That is true.
You see, so just saying.
We may end up coming back later on anyhow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably will. But we don't want the evil to win if we can figure out a way not to let it win.
The question is which to help them.
He says, I can't talk for very long. I need all of the friends I can trust to be in my corner on this. The best way I could do that is have you leave the city and I could contact you later through some alternate means. Some of you have challenge coins that the city has given you. With those, yes. I and others that know these coins can track you.
Great.
Well,
could be diabolical air tag.
I would like to find who planted this evidence against me. It's going to take a while.
Well, there is an excuse I have that we can use to leave without raising suspicion. I have a fort, and it's been over a year since I've been at it. I really need to get back to it to maintain it. Yes, the guild's helping with that, but it's technically mine. I am responsible for certain things about it. So there is one loose end we'll have to at least try to fix before we leave, which is your friend that has gone missing. We need to at least attempt to look for him.
Starkirk?
Yes.
Supposedly, he disappeared into the lower tombs at the end, but I'm not certain of his status. But if you have a value for truth and justice, this entire situation is going to be just a trial upon your heart. I will do everything I can to keep you safe and well within the areas upon which I have influence. I cannot guarantee your safety outside of those areas, and I'm sorry.
That's understandable.
Can I ask
So
a
we're
question?
pretty much.
Do you know your way around the tombs? Have you a map or a legend that will get you there quickly?
We found your map in your study.
Okay, that almost is good enough. When you get into the chamber of the tombs, you're going to be going towards the northeastern side of the chamber. And it's quite a walk. Let's not mince words. But inside that area, you have there's a couple of the older families, the Silvermanes, the Wayfarers, and I believe it's at the Wayfarers that's where the descent into the lower tombs is at. And that actually takes you to the founders' remains of the city. And so at that point, you'll go down, and Starkirk's family is not too far from that location where the stairwell ends. Be careful, because Starkirk, he did have a past that was not as noble as the city will want to remember him as.
Understandable. All right. Thank you very much. We hope it won't come to that, though.
As you finish, Isabu, you feel like there's maybe some sort of like divinations or maybe a speak with dead that you could do, and so you resort to your holy book and you start reading various things, and there is a 4th level spell that you could actually cast, and as a request, you ask one of the other dwarves that's in the manor to give you the full name of Lord Starkirk, and he's like, "Oh, sure, I'll do a Starkirk. I'll do a Starkirk third." And so, with that information, you could actually cast your spell if you so choose.
Okay.
Now, you don't have the mana for it, not quite yet, but you do have a potion, a bluish liquid potion of mana that you could ingest if you so choose. Do you wish to do that?
Yeah, I guess, because I only have 10 mana right now, so I'd have to drink it. How many mana is that going to give me?
7.
So I'd have 17. Is that enough?
That's enough. You only need 16 mana.
Okay. So I guess I will drink it. Do I have to roll dice?
Nope.
Thank goodness.
It kind of burbles on the way down. It tastes kind of like a big red flavored, the cinnamon gum flavored mineral water.
Mm-hmm.
Like mineral water with a huge cinnamon and sugary taste. And you down it and kind of wince. But afterwards, you recognize that you've got the ability to cast a spell. And as you're casting the spell, you're thinking about Lord Alduia Starkirk III. And you see like this little wispy, looks like a little Rockhome lizard, and it's got the celestial appearance of it to where it has the more true to the Rockhome lizard features. It's got the dominant traits, the hard ridge, the proper amount of teeth along the lower jaw. In fact, it's like a show lizard is what it looks like, and it says to you, is like, you have 3 questions to inquire about Lord Starkirk, and he could possibly answer them. Go ahead.
Okay. Guys, what should I ask them?
Number 1, is Starkirk alive?
Yeah, that's a good one.
The
Is
little
he
Rockholm
alive?
Wizard, here's your question. Isabu, Mr. Starkirk has been passed.
He's died?
Yes.
Is that what that means? Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure
Then
I
our
get it
best option.
right.
Then our best option is to find out where his corpse is, so we can bring it back to say we found him.
Okay, where is his body?
His body is inside the city's water reservoir with large rocks in the jacket.
Oh, they drowned him.
Poor man.
Terrible.
Sleeps with the fishes.
So what else should we ask you guys? Why did they take him? You want to know why they took him?
That is a good question.
Okay. Why did you guys take him in the first place?
Well, he didn't take him. Why did they, is how you should rephrase it.
Why did the people take him? Yeah.
Why did they take him?
Mm-hmm.
Starkirk was getting ready to ask someone for a favor, and unfortunately, it would have put Starkirk's entire fortune into a state of growth.
That makes sense to you guys?
That means if we want to find his murderer, we have to look into his competition. Who would not want him to grow in power and wealth?
Okay. Well, I guess that's another direction we're going to have to go.
Well, we can save looking for his murderer for later.
Yeah.
We can save. Yeah, we can save that for later. We can actually leave that to the guard because that's simple murder, not mystery.
So we can tell them where to find the body and let them go get him.
And tell him everything that the lizard said.
But
the magic
I thought.
lizard.
But wait a minute. Wait a second. Before we do that, you got to think about it. Remember, the guy in the mirror is talking to us and telling us not to trust the guard. That they're in on it. So I would rather just tell the guard to go get his body, that we found out where his body's at, but not tell him the other part yet. What do you guys think?
The downside to that is I think they'll want us to investigate his murder.
Yeah, but
we're trying to get out of Dodge.
Yeah, we'll tell them that we will look into the murder, but after we're finished with this other task, we have to finish first. Right? Wouldn't that be a good answer? Because we can only do one thing at a time. We have limited resources. I think they'd believe us.
Well,
Are we contractually bound to any of this?
Yeah, but do we feel like we can trust them enough to tell them the information we just got? Or do you think that'll help them cover their tracks even more? See?
Well, what we could do is, anybody listening?
I'm listening.
I'm at the guards.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
They're in different rooms or different places around the manor.
What we do is we tell them we cast the spell twice. And we found out that Rockholm is dead through the lizard.
Mm-hmm.
But his body, he was killed by the brain fooglers, the mind flayers, for failing.
Yeah. Okay.
We tell them that. And we tell them we're not getting his body. We'll tell you where to find Stockholm. But we're not going after Deep and Cut's body because we're not going anywhere near those things.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Not as our small group.
That's really smart. That's a great idea. I think you should definitely tell them that. What do you guys think?
I'm silent on it. You guys should ask.
Yeah, but we have what was it? We have got Lemmy and Cormac, right? and org.
Well, this is where I'm thinking like, okay, so we got a contract with our guild to set a connection.
Mm-hmm.
We got roped into this whole thing helping out Stan. Now we're in the middle of God knows what in the city.
Yep.
And we need to get the hell out of Dodge. Are we contractually bound in any way to assist them other than what we've just previously done? And then we got to get our
that's why
buddy
I
out
was
of here.
that's why I was sorry. Well, that's why I was suggesting that we tell them what the lizard said about Stockholm being basically killed by a rival, because that sounds pretty mundane, and especially if they already know that, they're going to say, okay, we'll investigate to keep us from finding out the truth. And if they don't know, they'll think it's mundane enough they can send a regular investigator after it and not waste us on it. That's why I suggest we tell them about the lizard said, because that right there tells them that we don't know enough to be a threat if they are against us. But it also gives them enough information if they aren't against us to do the work themselves. See what I'm saying? Because the lizard didn't really tell us anything other than it was a rival. We tell them everything and we still sound ignorant because in a way we are.
Yeah, I'm just thinking for the entire group, we got to pick up Carmack and get the hell out because this is going to get fugly.
Yeah, because Carmack's already said he was going to stay at the city, but we need to take him with us to the other place as an excuse to get him out of the city for now, right?
And then if the city's still standing...
we got to figure out a way to get him out, though. As is, we have no excuse to get him out. He said he wants to stay.
Mm-hmm.
He has no real holdings outside of the city. And on top of that, the guild now expects him to stay. Or no,
right, so
never mind. I just thought of an excuse.
We put him in the box, and we tell him we're heading back to the guild. We'll see you soon.
We have to take him with us to get official permission from the guild. Like he needs to sign a contract saying that he's no longer an adventurer.
Yeah,
that'll work too.
Yeah,
the guild is full of contracts, so that's not only feasible, that literally probably has to actually be done anyway.
I'm just thinking, like, if they see all of us leave the city, we're going to have some issues.
Yeah, but that's why we got to have a really good reason why we're leaving.
We're still going to have some issues.
You guys are leaving.
If there's people out to get us, which there has been, we got to hit, put on our heads.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I am leaving... Sorry.
Maybe they'll go to the fort and think they're going to mess with them, but he's going to be there, and by that time, we'll be well on our way to the surface, and hopefully some sunshines and...
Well, the reason what I was thinking that we can get away with leaving without even raising suspicion, I have a fort. I have not visited said fort in over a year. Yes, there are people living at that fort that are helping me maintain it, but it's still officially mine. I need to maintain that. Plus, on top of that, you guys are part of the same group. I can simply say you guys help me maintain the fort because you have assets at the fort. Most of you have assets at the fort. We intend to return after we have maintained the fort. Because as it sits right now, the only thing that really threatens the city is the mine flares. And the city has already said they have plans to leave us out of that. They intend to take care of that because they have the army where we don't.
I'm cool with that. Let's just prep ourselves for an ambush, just in case.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, we just tell them that about the fort, that we got to maintain it. And we'll be back afterwards, especially given the fact that we tell him Deep and Cut is dead by a mind flare because of tell him Janet cast that spell twice. And then we tell him where to find Stockholm and that he was killed by a competitor. which case makes us sound ignorant. So certain people ain't going to come after us because it's technically true. But it also sounds so mundane, they don't have a reason to send us after the murderer. That's my plan. And what does everyone else think?
I think it sounds like a good plan. I think it's believable. I mean, they have no reason not to trust us so far. We've done everything we've said we were going to do. And we've tried to be as open about everything as we can. They saw us at the library. They know that we're in the house looking for help, trying to help them figure out, what's behind what. You know what I mean? We're not acting like we're, not rooting for the right team. I mean, so I don't see any reason why. We'll just tell them that the information that we found, because that's why we were there, to find information for them, and then give it to them and tell them that we'll be back after we go and take care of some of our personal things before they do the fight, to clean the city or whatever, or go fight what are they called? The mind flayers?
Yeah.
Something like that. I think it's a totally believable story for them.
It's also partially true because I actually do need to get back to the fort and visit it, preferably at least once a year, to properly maintain it.
Because if they watch us and send a spy, to follow us, we'll go to the fort so that the spy won't have anything to tell them. But hey, they went to the fort. See?
Yeah.
So it all works for us, and that's what we need.
I've actually got cattle there, which I bought off the other players, except your cow. You took yours home for some reason.
Yeah, I wanted it. I didn't know we were gonna have a whole cattle farm or anything. I took it home to my family.
Yeah, I forgot to ask Bruce if there's any bulls among them, because I intend to, if there's a bull, at least one bull, I intend to basically because these are premium cows. I intend to see about breeding, having farmers pay for the rights to breed him to breed I forgot what province this is, but 50-50 cows. Basically the equivalent of Angus with regular cows. Yeah. Or maybe even Wagyu. Bruce did say this was the best beef in the land.
Yeah. So do you guys agree? What do you guys think? You think we should just tell them that and let's get going?
Roberto says
I'm down to 1 mana, you guys. I can't do anything if something happens.
Roberto says something. He says, Isabu, I will back you up on this, but I think we probably owe it to the city and just for our consciences. If we leave the city, we don't have to worry about other stones unturning. I don't trust any of them. I don't trust anybody, but I'm interested in what's going on in the tombs, because I'm just going to say this. I have to know as to what happened. Stone Deep Cut, I don't trust him. What's going on, found out in the past, doesn't make sense. Starkirk, never trusted him. However, if they paid us good, then I was willing to put up with the bullshit. But right now, the city has said they're willing to take up that mantelpiece of being able to pay us for their piece. And because we're leaving our friend behind so he can take care of the guild location, I feel if we don't do everything we're supposed to here, I feel that we will possibly leverage onto him a burden which he cannot carry. Before we leave, let's go to the lower tombs at least and try to find out what exactly happened. There's got to be more that doesn't make sense. Starkirk's death was fishy enough as is, and I want to find out. I'm not able to talk to people like you, Isabu. I think you should ask some questions. We've got some guys here. They look like they're about 200 years old. They probably remember Starkirk when he was young. We never got the full story on him.
Well, I want to help. I want to help anywhere I can, but I only have 1 mana. I'd have to rest for days.
Janet, that's a simple overnight rest.
We can do an overnight rest.
I thought he said I thought an overnight wasn't enough for full mana.
For full mana, it's absolutely everything you need. You have to sleep overnight
see,
for
all
8
this time I thought it had to be. Oh, okay, that's why, because we've never been able to sleep for 8 hours. So
Not
it
for the
seems
past
like it's
4
days
sessions.
for me.
The past 4 sessions, I have fucked you guys out of restful sleep. I'm so proud of myself.
Well, that's why I really believe that it took days for me to get my mana back, but I'm down to 1, so I have to get a good night's sleep. Because if we're going down there right now, I won't live because I can't cast any spells. I know I'll
Every
die.
time I poke my head out of the hole, they throw dirt in my face and drag me back down. I'm
Well,
never getting a team anymore, am I?
well, I mean, what should we do? What do you guys want to do? What do you think?
Well, I'll admit I kind of want to do this. I didn't want to leave this unfinished, but like I said before, we have the group mentality. It started to seem like I was the only one that wanted to finish this, so I was just doing the suggestion of getting us out of here.
I want to finish it too. I want to find out
I mean,
what's going on.
At least this way we can go into the tombs and I can play out that whole Lost Boys montage where we're hitting the holy water and getting all jacked up, ready for a fight, and Quinn can be playing.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Let's. I don't know if that's a good idea either. Never mind, because we still have the gauntlets that need to be made, and those will take a week.
And then Quinn can play Lost in the Shadows, which would fit the montage perfectly if you think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I guess we're gonna stay. We need to eat, get some rest, and get the holy water, and do the few other things before we leave. To go down.
Hey, Bruce, would it be possible to pay the blacksmiths to speed up the process of making those gauntlets?
That would not be. One of the other dwarves hears you say that as you guys are packing up from the manor house, and he says, "I wouldn't do that."
Would it
be inferior?
I would not do that. I would not try to speed up the process or hasten the process, because leather takes a while to work. Metal, it's fairly much, once you start working on a piece of metal armor, you can work it around the clock with different blacksmiths and they can finish it. Leather sometimes takes time for it to cure, to set right. You don't want to rush that.
You end up with military grade.
Don't use military grade. Do not.
All right, I'm not trying to metagame in this instance, but I can tell you as an actual leather worker, usually setting leather, if it's properly cured to begin with, is usually only 24 hours.
Putting in the gearing and letting the leathers adjust to that take about a full week, about 5 days.
Yeah, that's more to what I figured would take the time is the gearing.
So you have to test it and retest it and retest it.
Yeah.
So it'll take 5 days for that. I didn't realize that you were a leather worker, but I don't know leather working. So I'm just saying it'll take them about 2 or 3 days to get the glove right, and then take another couple days to get the gearing to where it sets right and it's calibrated properly.
Well, it'll take a couple days to get the glove right. Yeah. It just simply set it. Now that's, especially if you put it in heat, you can actually heat treat the gauntlet and make it a hard leather. Like, there's a lot of little tricks to speed up, slow down, rework, and even turn what would be floppy leather into a nice hard leather.
That was my thinking, that the assemblage would be what took the longest.
Yeah. Well, part of the reason why I did say that setting the leather properly, like if it's going to be a perfect fit, could take a couple days, because leather can be unpredictable since it's an organic material. Sometimes it'll shrink or grow in ways you don't expect, and well, there goes the fit.
Yeah.
You don't want it too tight. You won't be able to breathe or move.
Well, they're going on his
That's what
hands.
the
In that
baby
case,
powder's for,
it'd be
right?
uncomfortable.
Well, I have a corset made out of leather, and I'm telling you, and it gets wet and it's going to shrink on you too. You won't be able to get it off unless you cut it off.
Janet needs to wear that corset one day on camera.
I did wear it the other night
Oh, I missed that. Damn.
in my alien outfit. I ordered it for that.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what you were
My
wearing.
black corset. Man, I had to have my daughter tie the back of it for
Okay.
me to put it on. Yeah. You don't want to be wearing any leather armor that's going to be, it's already really tight, because if you get wet, it's going to get really tight. You won't be able to breathe.
Well, that's why you wear, that's why you treat the leather. If you treat the leather properly, it doesn't matter if it gets wet, it won't shrink or grow. A good way to treat leather is you put it in boiling water, soak it, and then you harden it in heat and basically bake it. It'll turn a nice thick piece of cow leather into a really hard piece.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there's also wax treatment, in which case actually is a little bit better, because the water and heat treatment hardens the leather, not to the point that it cracks, but it makes it very stiff. A wax treatment will make it stiff while still giving some give, but the wax treatment is more expensive, because the best wax to use is beeswax. Paraffin wax can make leather brittle.
Yeah, my uncle had a pair of authentic Apache boots, and he slipped them on, walked through a river to get them to shrink down to the proper fit.
Oh yeah,
But I didn't have the $600 to get authentic handmade boots. So I was like, yeah, no.
Only 600.
It's pretty cheap.
Yeah, well, this was like freaking early 90s money. So who knows how much it is now.
That's pretty good. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, for custom, like, yeah, go for it. But
yeah,
I'm just a poor pleb. And I could pick up, at the time, it was what, $20-$30 for a pair of Chuck Taylors.
I remember when everybody wanted those. Back in my day.
Yeah, I'm rocking my 511s that I've had for like 10 years.
Question: is the leather that's going to be used Rockholm leather? So it's going to be all scaly?
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know what would make it even more awesome? If they were fish boots.
Get yourself some blue Stingray boots. Are they waterproof? No, I drowned, and that's how I ended up getting them.
Well, over the course, what do you guys want to do at this point? I'm suggesting you retire for the evening, go get some sleep under Cap's care at the manor for the guild, and then start again tomorrow, ready to go and refreshed.
Good.
Am I wrong?
Lemmy and I.
Oh, Lemmy and Ogre never hit the streets.
Yeah, we were
I
supposed
thought
to
they
hit 'em.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't go to the second
No, they
place.
got the gauntlet.
We were
Yeah, they didn't get to go
chatting,
to the second
trying to
place.
see, like,
Nerdy and Lemmy, what were you guys going to do? You're going to hit the streets, you said?
yeah, we were gonna hit the streets, go talk to the hookers, get some info, maybe toss some coin, and then
Okay.
find out where.
You find a couple of locations where there is purchasable company for horizontal refreshment, or maybe not horizontal, but still refreshment. You find a couple of them, and you buy them a few pints of beer, and then you start to talk a little bit, and they seem to be pretty happy to talk to visitors. One of the dwarven ladies says, "My name is Amelia, and we've been kind of irritating. There's a elven paladin that came down with a trade caravan 2 nights ago, and she's just the wrong person for this bar. There's another bar across Silver Way, and she can go over there with a bunch of prudes and teetotalers, but this is the bar where companionship is purchasable, and she's over there trying to advocate for her silly religion about true love and lifelong togetherness. We're here for a time, not a long time, preferably a good time. Not exactly what we want to see here. This is our bar." And with that, you see both women kind of inhale, and their breasts look even larger than what they were before. Before, they looked like they were just merely some hairy Polish ladies. Now these women look like the Smother Me Mammy ladies from Pornhub.
Oh, did you hear, Bruce? Pornhub is now almost illegal in Idaho.
It's almost illegal in fucking Texas too. You have to have a VPN to use it.
Yeah, I have to enter my driver's license to go to that site now.
I'm not doing that.
Nope.
The cowboy way or the high seas are what I prefer for that.
That my Nigerian cousin who found his lost inheritance.
You all of a sudden went really quiet.
Your earbuds.
My earbuds are recharging.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not putting up any more information than I already did for Facebook. 11.
What's the name of the guy we're looking for?
The man we're looking for is Nikolai Starkirk.
We're looking for the reservoir. So
one of the ladies, one of the dwarven ladies, comes over. She's a graybeard, and when you utter her name at the bar, she's like, I remember some things about Starkirk.
Oh, what sort of the things?
Well, his immediate predecessor, Lord Koldax, he was also quite an individual of dubious tastes, but he was poisoned with hemlock.
I didn't know dwarves could be poisoned.
Oh, it takes a large amount, and it has to be mixed in with something else because otherwise they see it, detect it, and just refuse it. Then you remember, you guys, as you're hearing this, the wine that he produced for you guys to drink when you were staying at his home had a very strong odor to it. So if he were to have drank a poisoned flask or a cup, it wouldn't have been detected unless he would have had like animal-like scent abilities.
What was the name of the predecessor?
Koldak.
Koldak?
Yep. Nerdy, make a diplomacy check while you're out there at the bar that night.
Oh, yeah. I should have that. 10.
Roll a 10?
I rolled a 10.
All right. You say something and it offends one lady, and she just leaves. She just doesn't want to talk to you anymore. As she leaves, you see a young man, beardless dwarf, saddle up the bar stool, and he's like, pay no mind to her. She's just a angry, bitter old bitch. I heard you talking about Hemlock, though.
Yeah.
You know, for a pint, I could tell you about Hemlock.
Oh. I'll wave over to the. I'll
pitch
wave
in for
over
a
to
pizza.
the barkeep to get him a pint.
Once he's secured his drink, he tells you that Hemlock grows off Copper Avenue, right by Flintstone Lane. And when you think about that, that's the neighborhood that Starkirk lived in. He's like, there's a lady, she's a herbalist. Her name is Amanda Ferber. And she sells a lot of items out of her stall in the marketplace. But everybody knows that the majority of the things she sells, she grows herself or has growing in very close vicinity to where she's at or at the Copper Gardens. In fact, her son is a city worker and he's tasked with that district to continuously be a custodian. So anyway, you know what you need to know. And he slams the rest of his lager. By the way, thank you for the pint.
You're welcome. Thank you for the information.
Interesting.
I'd like to know if this is a type of game that a role player would probably like. Somebody who wants to play a board game, dungeon slaying game, might not like. So,
All right. So
Okay.
we got to head,
All right.
I guess, to Copper Lane and talk to this Amanda.
Do you think we should meet up with the others first? Compare notes, see if they found anything?
Oh, we could. How far are we from Copper Lane?
about maybe 4 blocks.
4 blocks.
How far away are we from the library?
The library in town, about maybe 10 blocks. You're only about 2 blocks away from the guild headquarters where everybody else is at.
So, let's head over to the guild headquarters and we'll compare notes and see what our next step should be.
Sounds good. I'll pick up 7 pints of ale to go. We can all chat and relax for a sec.
All right, guess we're heading over to the guild headquarters.
When you arrive at the guild headquarters, hey guys, what's the name of the character that Connell plays?
Cormac?
Yeah,
Very
Cormac.
good. Captain Cormac answers the door. You recognize that he's wearing a pin that says Captain on it. He's like, I've had this for a while. When I was a young man, I was involved with my little community's militia, and the younger members of the militia, we were the junior members. I was the leader of the 3rd Spear Division. So I've had this in my bag for a while until the guild officially gives me some other title. I will use this. That way, people understand Cormac is now Captain Cormac because I have to take care of this place and make sure good people like you have a safe place to stay.
I appreciate that, good sir.
I want you to know I want you to be safe and I want you to make money. And eventually, at some point, I'll see you at your fort, and we might even be in guild both at the same time together, which is a pleasant thought.
Indeed, it is.
So, inside the manor, you've noticed that there's a couple dwarves working on getting some of the rooms converted over to like bunking areas. But on the second story, where the larger, expansive bedrooms are at, and for dwarves, an expansive room is like a 14-foot by 12-foot bedroom. That's huge. So dwarves don't live like, in vast, large areas. They just need enough for their bunk room and their bunk and their chest. Maybe, their bedrooms are very small and Spartan. The washrooms at the end of the hallway are more decorative and have more services available, like drawers or a full-length mirror if you so wish to stare at your hairy self or things like that. And mind you, the height of the ceiling is only 6 foot high here. So you guys assemble. Everyone is together within the manor house. Nobody has really retired for bed yet. There's bacon being served. And so many of you are in the dining area as both Barbarian and Remy both arrive.
Bacon!
We might have to talk to the guild about having some rock shapers raise the height of the ceiling.
Yeah, seriously.
Hello, baby girl.
Hey, baby girl. How you doing? Good to see you here in the chat with us today.
Howdy, howdy.
She's one of our favorite. She comments on almost all the videos that are released off this channel. I really appreciate that. That's a level of dedication that, just a friend would have. And I do consider her that. Sweet lady.
Yeah, that's someone who is getting their notifications because I don't. I hardly get any of mine.
Doing better than most of us.
Because they don't like me very much.
So with you guys being fed at least some snacks, they give you slices of pork, bacon, bits of cheese. When I say bits, a bit for a dwarf serving of cheese is about a fistful. Rather large.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that says no to cheese. Even my friends with irritable bowel syndrome or dairy allergies, they will shove a jar full of pills down their mouth so they can enjoy cheese.
Even the Asians who do not have cheese dishes love cheese.
So these people that are inside here, there's about maybe a handful of dwarves left that are doing some work for Cormac. After about 40 minutes of you guys being together, chewing on bacon, having some pleasant house wine, Cormac brought it from the marketplace. It's amazing. Once Cormac gets in charge of a home, he says tomorrow the spice racks arrive. Spice racks.
Uh-oh.
And then
the spice will flow.
He's going to be cooking a lot, I guess.
Well, in real life, Connell had to get a job as a caterer. So that's what he's doing right now.
Is he missing both games?
I believe he is.
Oh,
and that's sad.
I know. But he's doing good then.
In the long run, it'll pay off.
Especially given the circumstances. I won't get to them on camera since I don't know how he feels about having people know about it. But given the circumstances, yeah, in the long run, he needs this job.
Yeah, I'm just so glad his daughter ended up being okay after that accident.
I don't know about Connell. Like, he's a good friend and all, but he's a little bit barmy. But everything else is good. Yeah. Okay, so basically, what happened is we talked to some fine ladies, and over a pint, we learned that Starkirk's predecessor, Colback, died under suspicious circumstances, which may have included hemlock, copious amounts of hemlock. And we got the name of a herbalist living in the area where Starkirk resided in, and we're supposed to check that place out. So I'm thinking after we rest up, perhaps we all go over there, try to get some info, another piece to the puzzle, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, if I'm you guys want.
I just had a scare.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I checked my emails. eBay's like, your order's on its way. It's like, what the fuck? I didn't order anything. Then I thought about it. Oh, crap. I ordered some very high detail miniatures that from a 3D printing guy who I don't have the 3D printer to print these, period. Like, that's literally probably a couple $1,000 printer he used. So I'm hoping the details are perfect. But it takes weeks to print because I ordered 3 of them. And I completely forgot I ordered them until I get the notification. Hey, they're on their way. It's like, what? I did order. Oh, yes, I did order. And they're not supposed to be here. And now they're supposed to be here 3 weeks later.
Yeah, I ordered lights for my kit. I've been waiting for over 2 months for my lights for my kit for my Klingon battleship. Nothing.
Oh, yeah.
And
I would have canceled my order by now and looked somewhere else.
I'm going to have to, I guess. But this was from a place I'd never ordered before. They
Is it stateside and custom made, or is it like coming from China and it's going to take 6 months?
I don't know. It's coming from, it's on the box that was given to me as a gift. And it's the people that do lights that go inside of these models. So you can flip a switch on the outside and you have to put it inside before you start painting it. And I've been waiting and waiting. Going, geez.
Well, my suggestion is check your order, see if it's specifically says something like, yeah, you're going to have to wait X months before it'll arrive.
Yeah, it said that it would be it'd be months. That's what they said. But
I'll bet I'll know why too.
Why?
They make the lights custom, as in they don't exist until you order.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just keep waiting then. But I just think it'd be so cool to have that ship hanging.
Well, you could probably ask for an update on it. Like, hey,
yeah,
I ordered these lights. How far along are they in the
I can't remember the name of the
process?
company though, but it's on the box, on the box. Yeah. And it wasn't cheap.
Janet, check the charts.
So check the what?
Kai's got a question.
What model are you using?
What AD7? What does that mean?
He wants to know the model. Where's your model box? Pull up the model box.
Let me go. Let me get it out of the closet. I gotta put my stuff down real quick.
What series? What model?
I put it back in the closet because I was tired of waiting on it.
You hear that? Janet puts her projects in the closet when she's impatient with them.
Oh, she's at least feeding them and watering them.
Get out of the closet right now.
No, I don't like to water my Klingons. I like to make them starve and get parched.
Make them earn their water.
I'll never forgive you for what you did to my son.
Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the one of them, the one kit that was given to me.
Hey, it's Baron. We were just talking about you earlier. Glad to see you're alive.
And
Yeah.
this is this one right here. It's a
I just put
Klingon
the
class battle cruiser IKS. Amar.
yes.
This
Put
one.
it up on the camera so we can see it.
He's,
Yeah, it's a little
Well,
close,
welcome to the show and your
but let me
unalive state.
what it says. It's Polar Lights. That's the company.
Polar lights.
Yeah.
Oh, Christ. He's gone lawnmower man on us.
See? Got all the
He
pieces
is
like
the
this.
system.
See that you have to put together.
Oh yeah.
And then it's got the stand that you can have it on, but I want to make it so I can hang it from the ceiling.
That shouldn't be
And then
too hard.
push the button
Just
and
Janet.
light up. Yeah.
Janet, I'll tell you right now, not from personal experience, but I do know from other people, multiple hanging points. You hang it off of one point, you're likely to break the model under its own
No,
weight.
yeah, I would definitely do that. I already looked online and saw some other people that have it. But yeah, see, look at it. It's really the pieces all go together. See?
Yeah.
And you had to put the lights in
Yeah.
first before you can glue it or anything. So it's like
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous. I got to see about. Janet,
I'm
will you put a
excited
picture of that? Will you take like a really good picture of the lid of that and put it in Discord?
I will. Yeah, without
I
all
want
the
to see if I
glare
can
on
find
it.
one. Yeah, I want to see if I can find one. 'Cause
But
I
the
would
little,
love to have a Klingon battle cruiser.
Yeah, the this one has the little shuttle that goes with it, and I want to
Nice.
hang them two up to looking at each other, and then have the little shuttle like hanging, kind of like going towards the Klingon ship for some whatever, like they're gonna do some kind of meeting or whatever. I think it'd be kind of cool, and I'll have them just hanging up.
Well, not all Klingons are barbarians,
so remember, we had our people go over and get in a Klingon ship.
Oh yeah.
Remember, and they were in one of the movies, so I thought that was really good. But
Yeah,
I love these. I think these are great. I've had them for over 5 years and haven't been able to do anything. And finally, I decided to do it, and I'm waiting on the lights. So
yeah, one of the things I hated about Next Generation is they've just basically turned Klingons into not even bad guys, just default. We hate everything. It's like,
well, they've made them into like suck ups, a few of them, and I don't like that either.
Yeah.
I like the ones from the original series.
I loved the concept of Worf, but I think he should have been just a little bit more Klingon-y.
Yeah, the way I liked him a lot until they gave him a son, and then when they gave him a son, it just seemed like he was so not a Klingon anymore to me.
Yeah, exactly.
I loved Christopher Lloyd's Klingon, so he was awesome, and I got his autograph, so I'm really excited about that.
Nice.
I think we're told to go back to the old US.
I can't hear him.
You're going quiet again.
Do an offshoot with the TOS Klingons. Kind of bring it back full circle.
Yeah, real mean ass. And the women are badass too. Like that.
Yeah, I do agree that he was a little bit more, just more in DS9.
Yay, Baron G-Rock is still alive. Awesome. Okay. So what are you planning on doing tomorrow after you've rested and regained all of your resources you can?
Well, I guess we're gonna, after I'm healthy and have my mana, I guess we'll have to go down the gallows, risk our lives. Isn't that what we said we were going to do?
No, there was something else we wanted to do first. We wanted to check out the herbalist.
Oh, that's right.
Because it's starting to seem like we might want to go a little bit back in the history of this city before we make any rash decisions. Because it's starting to sound like Stoneholm, not Stock, whatever the fuck, the guy we're looking for, the guy in the well, he might have killed his predecessor.
Starting to sound like Stockholm syndrome.
Which might not be important information unless we find out he's part of the cult, in which case we might need to know who he has killed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, has anyone asked who has taken Starkirk's place?
I don't think anyone has yet because he only disappeared.
Yeah, he disappeared. But remember, I said I would like to go there and see what he was researching or looking into before they took him, or he disappeared. We don't know. But then we went.
We still haven't done that yet.
Yeah, and we found out that he was dead, and we didn't even go to his place. So,
well, in this case, since it's the middle of the night, we're going to rest. We can do that tomorrow as a group.
Okay. Well, he asked what we were going to do when we were rested, so that's something I could do. I'd like to go to his house.
Do we want to go? So, which one do we want to go to first? Do we want to check out his house or the herbalist first? I
want to go to his house. I'd like to go to his house first. Myself.
Okay, mic check.
Yay!
You're loud.
So, what does Lemmy and Ogre think about checking out the library first? The Stockholm
his
library.
residence, his house.
Well, yeah, but he had a personal library.
As long as it doesn't smell like pee, I guess it would be okay.
All right. Then after that, we'll check out the herbalist.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good to me.
I mean, we got a week until those gloves are done. Then we can go all gung-ho into the tombs and perhaps die horribly, but maybe not.
Oh, that reminds me. There was one thing I was doing. There was one thing I wanted to do, and I think I told Bruce before the day ended, or at least before we go down there at some point. So I'm just going to write off the money and everyone just write it down. We are visiting the temple as a group, and I am buying everybody at least 3 vials of holy water.
Yeah, definitely have them.
I'm buying Nerdy. I'm buying Ogre 10. So when he gets his gauntlets, he has the 5 each.
Well,
I got to pick up some oil too.
Well, you're on your own for that because this is going to cost me a pretty penny.
I'm perfectly cool with that.
Thank you for shedding your.
But I figure if the water don't work, fire's got to work, and vice versa. Well, either soak them or burn them, or soak them and burn them. God, the longer we stay in Stoneholm, it's like turning into friggin' Sacramento.
Like we're in Los Angeles, you mean? Or San
Francisco? No.
San Francisco.
The heart of evil is Sacramento.
I've been to Sacramento.
LA, that's where the government is.
Do you live in Sacramento?
No, I lived in Santa Cruz. It was a nice little commie town on the coast. Just outside of San Jose. North of Monterey, south of San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, there was not even as much BS as there is now. And when I left, Newsom wasn't governor. We still had Moonbeam. And then when he took over, it just went rock bottom.
Baron, we're not quite ready for acid yet. At this particular moment, we're dealing with demons. Besides, we just got these gloves. Oh, Baron, if you go to the beta test loot, the picture of the gauntlets we're talking about are right there. But
Yeah,
we're not quite ready for
strictly
acid
alcohol and cigarettes. We're not doing any of the hard stuff yet.
Yeah. Especially given the fact the gauntlets, I don't think, could handle acid yet. We'll need special materials for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, critical fumble would suck. You'd like literally deal thumbs.
Yep.
The hell's going on outside?
It was run by fruiting.
We got these doves like nesting on our roof, and like, you know how like in the ghetto there's noisy ass cars and loud rap music. Like, imagine that, but birds.
I don't have to imagine
Like, we got
that
some,
because I live.
we got some literal hood rat birds living on my roof. What the hell?
Are they pigeons?
No, they're doves. Like, I'd expect it from pigeons.
The flying rats.
Well, don't doves mate for life?
Pigeons are like 13% of the bird population here, but they do 50% of the damage. The doves,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe they came from California. Christ. From the sounds of it, they're from Watsonville. Anyhow. Yes, Baron. I know what it sounds like when they cry.
As long as they're not crying in purple rain, it'll be okay.
I was about to say, as long as they don't sound like goats.
At least doves don't pee on you. Goats. Goats are nasty.
Have you guys ever seen a real llama?
Yes.
Not real life.
Because they spit on you.
They got teeth like the British.
Yeah, and they stick. Yeah, their teeth stick out and they spit on you, so you don't get close to them.
Well, they won't bite. They have no llama, or is it alpaca? One of the two doesn't have upper teeth, or they both might not have upper teeth.
But
so the biting is no good. Yeah, the spit.
I want to say that there's a guy out here who uses alpaca as pack animals for hunting trips, which kind of pisses off all the other hunters because they still use horses and whatnot. But this guy's got like the angle because the alpacas handle the rough terrain better.
Oh yeah, and they make great pack animals. They're much like horses in that aspect. They take it quite well. It's almost as if, like, I mean, obviously they're domesticated to a degree now, but even wild ones, it's almost as if they were designed by nature to be a pack animal.
I just wish that the alpacas were not like, I don't know, alpacas, llamas, and camels have those gnarly teeth, and they will bite, and they will mangle whatever they bite. So I would not fuck with them. I would not screw with them in the least bit.
Well, in the case of the camel, it doesn't matter. I don't know if they have upper teeth or not. It wouldn't matter. They got the teeth to chew through desert teeth. They have the ability to chew through desert vegetation. I'm pretty sure even if they don't have upper teeth, they could take chunks out of you.
Yeah, they have upper teeth. They have upper and lower teeth, and they are mangled to hell. They look horrible.
Oh yeah, I have no.
They will grind the crap out of you. Camels are my late grandfather's favorite animal, and his favorite cigarette. Think of it.
Well, don't get me wrong. Camels actually look pretty cool as a species, but they're one of those that you will find me never getting near if I can help it. Even a
Yeah.
well-domesticated camel will spit at you for absolutely no reason. They are vindictive bastards, but they are grouchy bastards. Now, moose, they are completely bipolar.
Mm-hmm.
And then squid, they are vindictive bastards. What do you mean?
What do you mean bipolar?
You could walk past a moose 100 times, 5 inches from its face. It'll sniff you. 101, it'll literally just clobber you down and then stomp you to death.
Yeah.
Or it'll just simply run you down for 5 seconds, stop, and then you can do the whole pass by it again 5 inches from its face and it'll do nothing. 50 times later, it attacks you. And then they are literally bipolar. They will go from being perfectly fine to fucking angry as hell in a blink of an eye.
If you walked in front of me and you just stopped and stared at me and then you walked on by and then you did it again and again, about the 4th or 5th time, I'm going to go pop you in the face. Just like, it doesn't mean
I'm not talking about even looking at him. I'm just talking about walking past it. You can walk past it.
You could be like 50 yards, 100 yards away.
Yeah.
Totally non-aggressive.
Test.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we hear you, Bruce. You went quiet for a minute?
I just knocked my fucking microphone over. I'm like, fuck. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, if anyone's questioning the thumbnail that I got up now, I found it. That was originally for but I wanted to see what it looked like here before posting it.
What does it sound like when doves cry? I want to see if he'll
You ever choke a chicken?
Yeah. I've choked a chicken.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Or two. Haven't you?
If you'd like to know more about Janet from another planet, you can find her on YouTube as Janet from Another Planet 9, and you will have a very, very fulfilled search.
No, that's me on Twitter.
Especially given the fact that she occasionally shows her cock.
I have a 2. It's a 2 on YouTube.
Well, our cock was being kind of loud today, so.
I see your likes. That's funny. Is that your Twitter handle?
It will be. I haven't tested it out. I found it. I'm like, oh, that would be perfect for Twitter, since all of our likes got hidden.
Yeah, I think it's funny. It's a good one.
Yes, it is.
Gosh, I got it so itchy.
I love when you can do religious jokes without it being offensive in any way, and that is definitely one of them. I see your likes.
Offensive to so many people already. You don't even have to say anything.
I know.
Well,
don't get me wrong. I don't mind offensive religious jokes, but I love it when you can do the non-offensive ones too. That just are absolutely hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
So, you guys sleep. You rest.
Okay, good.
Everybody that has mana points or PD points or performance points, they get their points back. And those of you that were injured that didn't get completely healed, you heal up 1 point, as the rocky beds do have some small curative abilities for you, just the nice, secure spot to sleep. However,
well, it hasn't been much of a change for my character. He just sleeps on a bamboo mat that he puts on the rock bed.
The majority of you sleep like logs, still, content, comfortable at 64 degrees. As the cold stone presses against your skin, you just slumber for 9 hours. Finally, the smells of the morning awaken you, and you wake up with Cormac busy in the kitchen, preparing more pork for breakfast with some beans and some coffee. as he's sitting there close to the stove, writing things in a ledger, you see a couple of dwarves amble in carrying what looks to be pallets of toilet paper.
Yeah.
They
don't
look
get
at
it.
him with a sneer on his face, with a sneer on their face, and they're like,
Janet,
just
the
get
city.
stoned.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
let you finish, Bruce. Let's say
The
the
shit's about
city
hit
is going to.
fan?
The city's
Okay.
going to war, and he wants to make sure there's no toilet paper shortage.
Yeah, the shit's about to hit the fan. So we're gonna need
Yep.
toilet paper. Yeah. Okay, I get it now. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
After he finishes, after he dismisses them and he prepares the rest of the bacon and beans for you, he gets some slices of bread ready. And the final thing is he cuts open some sweet mushrooms, which he fetched from down at the patch earlier this morning. You can see that your friend Cormac has not slept much. He has taken the role of cook, and he's pushed himself to his limit. He says, I've been getting everything ready that I can for you, trying to keep my workers silent. We're going to be hiring a handful of town guard for off-duty time and let them either sleep here or sleep elsewhere, but the town has assured me that they're going to help with making sure this place stays safe. A lot of people
Just make sure you venerate who. Sorry.
Well, there's just because what you're doing is rather sensitive. The members of the town council that have expressed concern for me, I've noted, and I have a log on all of the town council so far. And I haven't started adding a whole lot of information. It's just been one day since I got control of this place, but I want to make sure I have an enemies list set up. If in case I die, I don't leave things like, numbers behind. I have names. Go get them.
Yeah. Good.
Finally, Cormac tells you, he says, over the course of the next week, while you're waiting for your gauntlet to come in, the one thing I found out was one of the night shift guards came by and they said that something unusual is happening in the northern chambers. So I did some exploration and some interrogation with a couple pints of smooth whiskey. And the dwarven alcoholic that I bumped into, that's an oxymoron. The dwarf I talked to, he said something of the fact that there's a graveyard to the north of the city where they used to hollow out the veins, and then they reinforced the ceiling about 20 pillars worth. And once they did that, they started using that as tombs and as a burial plots. And then downstairs from that, which is literally, there's 3 exits into the downstairs area. That's nobility tombs. But there was people moving items into the northern chamber, according to one of my newfound friends. And so if you're going to be doing any work in the northern area, just be careful, because the more that goes on and the more that time passes, the edge that you have with urgency is going to deteriorate and dull. And at some point, you've lost whatever edge you had.
Sound advice.
Agreed.
So
maybe we should hop to it.
if you so choose,
We got to wait for those gauntlets.
you
Good.
guys,
And
yeah.
we got
You do
how
what
many
you
more
want.
days for the gauntlets?
5.
Okay, so I got 5 days to get barrels of water and pray around them.
But there is one thing that we can do ahead of time, which is I don't know how sneaky anybody else is, but at least send Lemmy to do a little bit of spying in the northern tunnels. See what we might be up against beforehand. I, unfortunately, at this point, don't have much to do, even in the way of research. So I'm going to try to do a little bit of profit venturing. Bruce said at one point there was a dwarf eating fried fish. That means there's fish around here somewhere.
Yeah, there's a river to the east and south of the community, and there's numerous groups of fishermen because of the amount of activity the city requires for water. They've contracted certain areas to be for fishing only, and for other areas of the streams to be for the local clerics to make sure that the purification is in place, so the drinking water is secured.
Well, I say that because the first time I asked about fish, I was told, why would a dwarf eat fish?
True. I mean, you think about it, they probably eat more lizards than fish.
So I want to see about testing these dwarven fish for sushi, because I also have some seaweed I saved from a couple cities back that I prepared for being used as sushi. My character is Asian. And he's gained
good at math.
50 to 100. What?
He's good at math. That's why he's a wizard. Wizards are good at math.
I've probably, I know it doesn't do any game effect, but I've probably gained 50 to 100 pounds eating rock home, because Bruce described it basically like a fatty in a bad way, but a fattier meat.
But your character is Asian?
Yep.
So do you have a Fu Manchu?
I'm working on it.
Okay, good.
I'm only 17. Well, by now I'm actually.
I know, but you need to put it up there on your picture when we play. You know,
I could probably. I have a program I could generate. I could probably say old Japanese martial arts master.
Look at my pretty avatar I have for myself.
Yeah.
Just beware of that AI stuff, because sometimes it goes haywire.
Yeah, I know. I've gotten some very bizarre images. The one I use is good enough not to give me multiple arms, but it's very, very commonly does not give me very good fingers.
Yeah, I ordered it. I haven't gotten it yet, but it's a finger you put on like a ring, and it's another finger that sticks up.
Oh, yeah. Makes everyone think it's an AI image.
So people think it's AI image, even though it's not. Those are so funny. I just love stuff like that. Sorry.
Well, it's not far off from the truth. The AI generator I do, it does not give fingers good at all. In fact, most of the time it puts it up in a way that you don't see fingers.
Mm-hmm. Or you always
as long as it works.
Have an extra.
Yeah, otherwise it still gets weird things. Like I got a picture of a guy who basically is the thin man. He's supposed to be an injured man, but his legs are all thin and long. So is his arms. Only his torso looks normal. But the picture itself still gets the feel of what I wanted for the image across. So it's just obviously AI generated. Sorry, we keep derailing the game.
You're fine. I'm
deep fried rocks.
Okay, so once you get your rest, you start putting things together, and you guys are wanting to go now, but at the same time, you're like, I need the gauntlets. And the dogs are like, burr, 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 burr. Okay.
Every time somebody walks by.
So while you're waiting for the gauntlets to be finished, there's other things in the city that you can investigate, that you can look at. One thing is Tomas says, well, we could go check out the Copper Avenue and Flintstone Street. That's where the lady that supposedly sells the various herbs that she finds.
Right, I'd already forgotten about that. And what's his name's library? We wanted to do that.
Yeah, we're going to do both of those things.
Yeah, and we agreed we'd actually check out the library first, then the herb shop.
Okay. The library. What do you want to find out over here?
Well, we want to go to his house first.
Well, that's what we're checking out.
Okay. Over off to Deep Cut's house. Okay.
No, we were already there. The other house.
Kirk?
The guy that was
Kirk.
they drowned. The drowned guy. We want to go to his house. And
Kirk.
Yeah.
Kirk wasn't okay. They found his body weighed down by rocks, but he said that he was there. There was some hemlock involved with his death.
But
That
they
doesn't
killed
make
him for a
sense.
reason. So let's
They
go.
Epsteined him and dumped him in the reservoir.
Oh, that suggests one of two things. Either the person who killed his predecessor killed him, or he killed his predecessor with the hemlock and someone wanted to kill him the same exact way. Like revenge kill.
Could have been revenge. Yeah.
Well, I just want to go and find out what we can. I mean, there's got to be something.
Well, yeah, we need to check out his records. We need to check out his records. We need to check out his personal library, see what he was researching. See if maybe the occult that we're dealing with had something to do with his death instead. And they're trying to plant evidence by killing him with hemp. We need to check all this out.
We got 5 days to kill.
Bruce, before on the way, can I look for that spell that allowed me to read faster?
Skim?
Yeah.
You do have a marketplace here, and roll me your diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
Yeah, or just interact with a couple of the dwarves, and like they're asking you, like, "Oh, I mean, this is a marketplace. What are you looking for?"
I don't know why, but I got a +2 R. I don't know why I didn't write a percentage on it. What does +2 R mean?
+2 to roll.
+2 ranks.
What? Oh, ranks?
Yeah, so that's an
how much is a rank?
10%. A rank is 5%,
okay.
So 2 of them is extra 10.
In that case, I rolled a total of a 61.
One of the dwarves looks at you kind of cross. He says, there's a guy that sells things that a lot of intellectuals crave. So if you're needing something like Rondo or whatever, it's over there." And he walks off. He's not really impressed with your ability to relate to others. Says something about tall folk and.
Well, before he walks off, I stick out my hand with 5 silver pieces in it as a thank you.
What? I told you where you could go, but you don't have to. Fine. He takes the 5 silvers from your hand, and then he shakes it. He's like, "I'm sorry for being a bearded dick." And then he walks off.
Okay. Well, thanks for telling us that, Dick.
You head over to the direction he pointed, and sure enough, there's actually 3 or 4 kiosks with various herbs, and a lot of these guys sell various candles. However, along with the candles that are for sale, you start looking at other parts of the kiosks and the small carts, and you start seeing things that typically, whenever Mongoose is resupplying himself full of the spell components, things like rose hips, petals from flowers, various bits of magical spell components. 2 of the carts seem to specialize in those. Looks like the type of place where you could at least drop maybe 15, 16 silver. But one of the dwarves is taken a fancy to the fact that you guys look like an adventuring group. He's like, I used to be an adventurer like you. And as he rolls his hands along the sides of his cart, you see he's got a ring on each ring finger. And behind him,
I see you took an arrow to the knee.
Yep. You're very familiar with some of our ways. I see. It was painful, and I don't do the things I used to do. How may I help you? Unless
I am
you're
looking
just
for the spell
Well,
skim.
Skim. Huh. Not many people ask for that spell, but I have a couple scrolls of it. If you'd like to procure them, the total for you will be 50 silver.
Honestly, that's less than I was expecting, so I am fully prepared to pay that.
I'll tell you what, I got you on this. You helped out with
really?
holy water. I'll pay for your scrolls. Yeah,
Thank you.
forget about it. Just remember a favor when I have to call it in.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot
Which
to tell
reminds me.
Bruce, the
One at a time.
total I ended up paying for. Sorry.
One at a time. That's all I ask.
Continue.
Okay. I forgot to tell you the total that I know it doesn't directly affect you, but as GM, you should probably know this information. The total I calculated out for anyway, the captain was about 220 silver. That was the 10 bills that I paid for specific for the barbarian, and I calculated what 7 times 30 was 120. So,
And that was for what was the items that you were trying to procure?
oh, those are for the holy waters. Mind you, those
Okay.
don't have to be like we get today. Those were just we will have them by the end of the week. Period. If I have to, because I'm paying them for all myself to make sure that we have them.
Well, if that's what you're thinking the estimate is, actually you're really dead on. And you ask him, you ask for holy water, and he says, I've got very little in terms of holy water, but my neighbor, he resupplies a lot of the clergy in town, and he has holy water, a plum. And as he hears that dwarf pulls out looks like a bandolier. In real life, you would have a bandolier with 12 gauge shells, but instead of shells, he's got a bandolier with vials. It's a holy water bandolier. And the bandolier weighs 2 pounds and can hold up to 30 vials of holy water.
How much?
This is a specialized price. A lot of my friends are in the trade, and they typically will require this. And so I've started making these just for the fact I know that they will be procured by various priests or cleric types. This bandolier, it's not just for holy water, but you could put potions in there instead. It will hold up to 30 of these vials. Total price of this belt is 6 silver.
Sold.
It has some stitching, triple stitching along the pouches, along where all you have to do is just pop and throw. If you'll look at the underside of it and the side facing your body whenever you wear it, you have additional stitching to make sure this retains its shape the way it's supposed to be. So anyone who's involved with delicate situations involving the requirement of holy water for their job, this is a must buy.
I've got some other uses in mind, but I definitely want it. I'm going to buy me one.
How many do you want?
Uh,
I have 3 available, each for 6 silver.
take all 3. You can definitely use them. And how much would it cost to get more? Since they're a specialty item.
It's a specialty item. It takes me about 10 days to get the stitching right. But how many would you want me to have on order for you?
That's 10 days. I was hoping maybe something within the range of 5 days.
Listen, I could probably have one done within 5 days' time, but I'm going to have to hire somebody else to get it done and off the time. And so, therefore, if you do that, I'm going to have to charge you a total of just 16 silver just to get that complete within 5 days. Keep in mind, it will be worked on the whole time.
Well, we kid out everybody currently here. So, Isabu, nerdy, and crafting. Yeah. Okay. We'll buy the 3, and if you can work on that 4th one, I'll pick it up in 5 days.
So you don't want me to speed it up in 5?
Oh, you can speed it up, yeah.
Okay.
Get that 4th one.
I'll get the order in right now.
And what I'll do is I'll give everybody the 3, and then I'll pick up the 4th one. So once those gauntlets are finished, we can also swing by, pick up the 4th belt. And then I can load it up with holy water or oil or pocket sand.
Well, I would have bought it out just as the one, just as I finished mentioning holy water, so I missed everything after that.
We were negotiating for more, but it would take 10 days to get resupplied. He can make one within 5 days, but he'd have to be working on it every day up until the 5th day. And so,
Yes,
since there's only 3 of them in stock, it's a bandolier for holy water potions.
Oh, okay.
Think of it like the Witcher bandolier type thing. So you all 3 have a bandolier, and I will be picking mine up in 5 days, which will also give me some time to pick up some pocket sand.
Well, I'm pretty sure if you look hard enough, you can find a blinding powder.
Why would you
True.
need blinding powder? One of the dwarfs asks. All you need is a handful of flour.
Well, I was thinking more of like grinding up glass and making it really nasty.
Oh, so you want to
Not
make
just
a
for
ninja,
distraction.
whatever the-
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Without
well,
being a
in that
ninja.
case, what you do is you go. Oh, what you do there is you get crushed glass. I forgot what else they put. Oh yeah, crushed glass, pepper, a crown of pepper, like jalapeno pepper seeds and stuff like that. all into a very thin little glass ball that you break into someone's face.
Mhm.
That's what ninjas did.
What was it, Nagatepo or something like that?
Yeah. So
how
their face
evil
gets
are
full
you
of little
wanting-
cuts, and then what?
How evil are you wanting to go with this? Because
Well, if it's goblins, because my previous experience with goblins at the fort, they tried setting my ass on fire.
okay,
So,
well,
Through,
see, I've
them.
seen where I've heard stories of people in prison who've gotten a hold of glass and they mix it with their own feces and they throw it at the guard.
Yeah, I don't want to be doing that
Okay.
unless I'm in prison and I'm really desperate. But since I'm not in prison and I don't plan on going,
I understand. Well, I mean, and it's not something that has to be specifically in prison. But I'm just saying, just
Yeah.
glass
Yeah.
with some feces and,
well, like
don't get
real
the
world
heat.
experience, my grandparents had a crazy neighbor 3 doors down, had a really bad toupee. He was a hermit, but he had cool Scientific American mags and stuff. He had like decades of them. So like one day he's cleaning out his apartment and I happened to have a conversation with him and it turns to marriage and how his ex-wife tried to kill him with broken glass and the mashed potatoes. And that was about the time that I ended the conversation, thanked him for the magazines and took off. So anyhow, yeah, so we got 3 bandoliers with a 4th bandolier and still got some time to kill. So holy water, I think, was next on the menu.
I'm sorry, what? Oh,
Holy water. Copious amounts
Well, that
of
means
holy
going to
water.
the church. Yep.
Holy water goes for the price of like 20 silver per vial from these people. Some people it's cheaper, some people it's more expensive.
Or an hour of praying.
Sorry, I did not catch.
Yeah.
And whatever the mana cost is for that.
Well, if you let Isabu make the holy water, she can do it with an hour of praying tonight and about maybe 30 silvers worth of ingredients, and she can fill up all those vials that you now have.
Yep. Well, at least I'll try.
That's an investment well worth.
All right.
If she's down for it.
200 something I was going to pay.
Hey, Isabu, can you heal me? Hey, Isabu, can you make this blessing? I don't want to be that guy.
Now, what were you saying, Bruce?
Just notate on your character sheet that you can, under your rituals, you have create 1 gallon of holy water a night.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, you can't like stockpile holy water. All you can have of it maximum is 1 gallon. But
so, like 2 water skins or something like that.
Say again.
Yeah.
That's like 2 water skins.
Yes.
Okay.
And a water skin is usually 2 pounds before you add the fluid, so it's 6 pounds with the half gallon each.
So if I took a vial of holy water and I poured it into a big barrel, that wouldn't make it all holy water?
Nope.
Oh, that sucks.
It would just dilute the holy water.
I know, but I've seen them do it on movies. That's why I was thinking I could do it.
It would make okay water.
You see the movie Dreamcatcher?
Yeah.
I think they did something like that in that movie.
They did that.
I don't remember that in Dreamcatcher.
Oh,
Dreamcatcher's the one with Bruce Willis. No, not Bruce Willis. Morgan Freeman and Tommy, or what's that guy? He was in Saving Private Ryan. He died of a drug overdose.
Yeah.
Hey Bruce, what level spell was
Oh, crap.
Skim
I
is
know they
second
did that
level.
in Constantine.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Skim is second level.
All right.
Eva, where are you going?
No.
Well, I was going to show you the cat. The cat disappeared.
Did they make your leg into a scratching post first before they left?
No, she's outside with the dogs. The big dogs ran up on her, and she's like, "Fuck you guys, I'm out."
Yeah, the holy water in the system. Remember that was in damn it,
Constantine.
movie with Constantine. It worked.
But that was a holy relic, not
That was a
necessarily
blessed
holy
item.
water.
That was a holy cross that they did that with. But still,
like for example, Janet. Yeah, well, what you're doing, what you're suggesting is actually feasible. Probably, I won't say for a fact in Bruce's game, but it wouldn't surprise me if we find an artifact, holy relic so powerful, if we dropped it at the mouth of a lake, the rest of it would just be holy.
See what I have. I'm going to see what I have on me right now.
We have to find a relic powerful enough to do that first, or have an entire army of priests and whatever else is I already Bruce listed it off earlier. Mind you, I want to do that. I really do.
Listen, right now Janet has like the basics for doing ritual work, and the basics are kind of limiting as it is. Like if I hate saying the word like that. If she were to list the rituals that she can do prescribed within her holy text, she can make a gallon of holy water. She can cure a group of people within 5 feet of her, 8 hit points. She can create food, but not a lot of it. She's better off to have chicken and eggs. She's the rituals don't like she's got very rudimentary ritual skill.
Yeah, like right now she's more like Father Karras as opposed to Father Marin.
Correct.
She don't have the clout just yet. She's got the conviction.
Yeah, it says that I can do consecrate. I can do that on some of the evil territory.
Mm-hmm.
But not, not large areas, but I'm trying to think of a way I can make a safe zone.
Yeah, Kai must have for this customer.
I don't really have any holy relics or anything besides, my normal cross that I'm wearing. But that's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we just started off, Janet. So having a holy relic, especially one that could make an entire river whole purified, would be literally, in this case, Bruce, God going, excuse me, I wish you to have ultimate power.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I had a holy relic, it wouldn't be me doing it. It would just be me using it. See what I mean?
Well, why think small when you can go the holy hand grenade of Antioch?
Yeah, exactly.
What I wish I had was that grenade from the movie with Hugh Jackman, when he was hunting down bad guys, and his little sidekick made that light grenade.
Oh, Van Helsing.
Yeah, and Van Helsing, that little grenade he made, and he goes, "What's it good for?" And he goes, "I don't know, but we'll figure it out." And then he uses this giant daylight bomb, basically. That would be cool. Something like that.
You
That's
invented
what I
something you
do.
don't know what it
I
does?
always
I
think
didn't
of
say that. I
movies
said I
and
don't know
try
what
to
it's
think of things
for.
I could get from it. That would be awesome if I could make something like that.
Well, that's okay. My character's starting to lean towards the I don't know if Bruce has an artificer in his game, but that's what my character's starting to lean towards is a wizard with artificer traits.
Ooh.
We can sculpt that way.
And then the war crimes can begin.
Oh,
If you guys don't know, head over to Discord, Kai's Musings. Excellent read.
yeah, I saw some of your comments in there.
Kai gives you some real food for thought sometimes.
The bad thing is for me, I don't know why, but sometimes when I read some people's writing, I have to read it like 6 times before it starts to sink in because I'm like reading going, I don't understand what they're saying. So I don't know if I'm dyslexic or what. It's just weird.
It's okay, Janet. I'm exactly the same way.
I don't know if I just don't absorb things the same way as other people.
Yeah.
All I know is when they start instituting gulags out here, I'm probably going to see all you guys.
Yeah, we'll all be we'll all be in the same convent or whatever you want to call it. Except for Papa Cotton, he won't be allowed in the convent. That's it. I'm just teasing him. I don't even know if he's in here, but he's funny.
I love Papa Cotton. He's a funny man.
Yes, he is. He's in the chat.
So,
yeah, actually, I need to get with Kai here soon.
Well, you know where he'll be in about 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure it out, but he could probably give me a lot of pointers, if not just straight hand over something that would say, do it this way. But in my optional rules of my game, and in the base rules of the game, it's going to be very rules light. In optional rules, I'm getting very, very rules heavy, such as technology evolution rules. So just make the shipwright slowly build things instead of going straight from handguns to missiles, which is what I let Baron do. Straight from black powder rifles to missiles. But optional rules for technology evolution. Optional rules for destabilizing the economy by oversaturating it with certain items. Or too many valuable items. There was a third one.
An actual economy?
Too, but I can't remember what it is. Yeah. Like
no
in the
copious
base
amounts
rules,
of gold?
not be any... Yeah, pretty much. Especially given the fact the main currency is found in ancient temples. That's part of the reason why it's the main currency.
Mummified. Oh, wait, no. Never mind.
So for the library, what else did you want to look at over here at Starkirk's?
His finances, his financial records, his personal library to see what kind of stuff he read, because this could be a cult-related murder. I think there was something Janet wanted to look at.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at anything that could be showing that he knew how to do certain rituals, or he had a different understanding about the what are those creatures called again that can suck your brains out?
Mind flayers.
The brain flugelers.
Mind flayers, about how to kill them.
We were already told that.
No, I know, but I want to
we
see
were
if
told...
he knows anything about it.
Oh, okay.
That guy. I wanted to see.
We were going to have Lemmy check the premises for any. and we were gonna let me check the premises for any hidden
I wanted
traps.
to see if he was researching on how to help them clear the city. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, if he was trying to help or hinder.
Yeah, help or hinder what was going on behind the scenes in the city. That's what I want to look for. Anything that has to do with that.
Yes, Kai. Star Spawn. The brain flugelers. Brain flugelers. That has a ring to it. I like that.
Mind flayers. I'm going to have to write that down on my head sheet because I cannot remember that freaking word for some reason.
So, the financial
Just call him the calamari.
The financial records that you find that this guy had is very dull. And for the past 3 years, you can find records for all of his purchases. And these records look like they pertain to primarily the 13 to 15 various rock home lizards that his little business had, the upkeep on the merchants that he kept in business moving around. This is like really clean stuff. You've stumbled on the tax information for Steve Irwin of Animal Planet. There's nothing spicy here.
Awesome.
It just doesn't make any sense. Why would they want to kill someone who has nothing? You know what I mean? There's got to be something, or they wouldn't have wanted to poison him and then take his body and bury it.
Well, Janet, there's still one more thing. The lizard said the reason he was killed is he was about to make a huge purchase and make a deal that increased his financial wealth and the wealth of his company.
Okay,
I mean, his personal wealth and the wealth of his company.
If he said that, then let's look through his paperwork and stuff and find out who he's about to make this big deal with to see who is going to hurt the most. Then we'll know maybe who's behind all this shit. Right?
Well, that was going to be my suggestion. We find out who benefited the most from his death. Because remember, his predecessor was also killed.
Yeah.
It could be.
So what's the name? What's the name of the person doing all the killing?
The what?
The person doing all the killing.
What about it?
Who is it?
Got to find out who it is. Like, if it's the Clintons, we should drop this adventure and go back to the farm.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying that it could be somebody working their way up, because this guy's predecessor was poisoned with copious amounts of hemlock, and now he was killed. So,
with copious amounts of hemlock, he was just drowned to cover that up.
If they're worried about, someone expanding their territory and finances, maybe it's a huge land grab. Maybe it's the BlackRock clan or something.
That's why I say we need to find out who gets his position now that he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we need to just like you said, we need to find out who benefits.
Who is going to lose the most if any of this happens? That's what we need to find out too.
Exactly. That's the other. We need to know both sides of that. Exactly. We need to know both sides. Who benefits and who loses.
And,
those are the two information we need to know.
That's who I think.
Yeah, the initial report came back that when they found the body, he was weighed down in a area near the fishery, and the fish had already started doing the work. But when they started examining him, he did not die by drowning. And so one of the nurses enlisted her sister, who is indeed a priestess for Dwarf Vader. And the first thing she did was she looked for stab wounds. Not finding stab wounds, she decided to do just a toxicology exam with divination, and she found that the esophagus and the stomach lining were heavily radiating a detect poison spell. Or from the detect poison spell
Bruce.
she had, she found.
Sorry.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I
I
can
can
hear you
hear
just
you.
fine. I had an idea, but I'll wait till you finish.
Okay. Well, no, she had. They had a toxicology come back from the detect poison from the esophagus, interior of the mouth, and especially the stomach. More so, the toxin ran all the way into his kidneys, and so he had not had it a full day in his system. But whoever gave it to him or whatever ingestion they had, he fucking willingly took it. And so they did an exam upon his interior tissues, and they found out that it was indeed hemlock, which is something that only grows in a few places in town, not too far from where his own residence is.
So they gave him the option to off himself.
Okay, so that's another person talking about the hemlock. Okay, so maybe the next place we need to go is that lady's house.
Well, I had a question,
Oh,
Bruce.
you're talking about the herbalist. We haven't talked to the herbalist yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need to go there next.
Go ahead,
Amanda.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Captain Gamer, go ahead.
The spell that Janet cast to talk to question about the guy's death.
Speak with dead.
Is there a time limit to how long the person has to be dead before you can't do it?
Lasts about a day per level.
Oh.
How long does the corpse have to be dead before the spell's useless? I think is what he's asking.
Speak with dead. The corpse can't be dead longer than like a full day per level. So she was right at the edge of that.
Okay. I was hoping to ask his predecessor who killed him, but
yeah, because in the movie, they had bones. They were, able to speak or whatever, but I didn't know if that was real or not. But it sure was fun.
That requires a lot.
Janet.
Wait a minute. How long has he been dead? How long has Starkirk been dead?
Over a week, I think.
Not even
he's
a
only
week
been
yet.
dead 4 days.
Oh well, I thought he disappeared when we in the game that I played, and that was 2 days or 2 weeks ago, right? Because I missed the
Starkirk's
last.
been missing for about a month, but he's been
Yeah.
dead for a very short time.
Oh, so they kept him. What were they doing to him? See, that's what we need to find out. Why'd they keep him? What were they getting out of him? See, he had to have something they wanted, or they wouldn't have kept him alive for that long.
You're all talking about necromancy like it's normal and shit.
Well,
God,
I'm just saying.
bunch of
I'm just
degenerates.
saying, if the only reason
Heresy.
they killed him,
Heresy.
if the only reason they killed him was because he was about to purchase something and get something they didn't want him to have, then why would they keep him for 30 days? See, that doesn't make any sense.
Why did Kwai Chang Caine end up hanging off a doorknob?
Well, we need to actually keep the very wordage very specific. The lizard said a favor, not a deal.
Wait.
know,
What exactly?
Still,
What exactly did he say? Did this lizard say?
That he was going to make that he was going to ask for a favor, and this favor was going to enhance
Increase his wealth.
businesses. Yeah, increase both his wealth and his business's wealth. But it wasn't a deal; it was a favor.
A favor from who?
Well, we
We
couldn't
don't
ask
know.
that.
That's what we got to figure out.
Yeah, we only had 3 questions, and that was the 3rd question. Which we could have asked who killed him. I didn't suggest that mostly because if we know who killed him, but we have no evidence, especially if it's a higher ranked person, all we're going to do is get our asses in trouble.
the thing is, they kept him for 30 days before they killed him. What were they keeping him for? What were they doing with him? If he wasn't all bruised up and stuff, as that's what the lady said. He wasn't beaten to death.
Well, that's fixable with healing.
Enhanced
So he could've been
interrogation
tortured.
techniques.
Yeah.
You'll
He could've been
wish you were
tortured
dead.
the whole time.
You feed him right to that point, then you heal him and start all over again.
Yep. And then you heal him.
Put
before
a
you
bar
get
of
rid
soap
his
in a
body,
sock
so-
and hit him in the stomach a few times.
Oh, I'm reading the private
Boom.
chat. I didn't know I was supposed to roll 2 dice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's okay.
You're good.
Private chat. Oh.
So yeah.
What other
Was there
questions
anything in
do
his
you have?
personal library? I'm sorry. What?
His personal library. What do you want to?
Did he have any cult books or anything like that?
Starkirk's entire library is pretty bland. And as you're examining everything, initially you're very just, this is the guy that was wanted by the Diabolists. Why would they go after this fellow? This is completely, and then you move a book on the shelf that very much reminds you of the matte painting backgrounds in the old Scooby-Doo cartoon where the books are drab looking, but there's one brightly colored book, which is a bright yellow book, and it says something on the spine, which translates to the founding of our lovely city. And as you move that book, the bookshelf slides aside, and another chamber full of books with an arcane laboratory and enough equipment from what you can see at the outset to possibly make a wizard very happy to have that same setup at the top of his tower.
Okay, can come of this.
Inside this room is a librum with over 50 books on shelves which pertain to things like the mysteries of necromancy, ectoplasm, and you. Specters, a dummy's guide to. Secrets of the College of Necromancy, volumes 1 through 10. A field guide to proper corpse destruction. A field guide to proper utilization of a corpse for future use. A field guide to how to make a corpse into ghoul traps, and numerous other like things. The amount of books related to necromancy within these shelves is kind of scary. Scary for the fact that different people would have a desire to write about necromancy to this volumetric level.
Handbook for the recently deceased.
All right.
Well, I guess you spell slingers can take a look at that because I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, I ain't touching nothing in here.
Well, that depends. Does necromancy automatically be considered evil in this game?
Nope.
Well, then
However,
I might be interested in a
There
few
are
of
two
these.
thoughts. There are two
It's a
thoughts.
slippery slope.
You have white necromancy, which is often studied by arcane spell users, as they do not have the connection to the Deephic channels. and occasionally it lets them get to the point where they can actually heal tissue. And then you have normal or black necromancy, which is where people with hang glider lapels on their capes hang out and cackle maddeningly.
Okay.
But also, by reading books about, the dark side of magic, you can learn how to fight it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you having these books might really help you because you might understand the other side better to help you fight them.
But what cost? At what cost?
I don't know. So that's just something that popped in my head because there's got to be something in there that's useful. The fact
There's
that
some things that you shouldn't see, but you can't unsee it.
Mm-hmm.
For instance,
I'll just
Joe
say,
Biden running around naked.
See, when it comes to this necromancy, I'm thinking, like my character has a familiar, but I haven't really used it because I don't know Bruce's familiar rules, and the last thing I want to do is all of a sudden lose like D6 hit point permanently.
Yeah.
So this would be my usability for a familiar. Make a little like zombies, not zombies, skeletons, because I do not want to smell them. Squirrels or other small animals that I can use to spy on things.
If you look at it for 2 weeks, I'll share with you your character's ability to make a homunculus.
Ew.
Ooh, what is that?
Like, are we talking like traditional or are we talking fantasy game?
It's inspired from traditional.
Ew.
Yeah, but what is it?
Basically, all parts.
It's a artificial humanoid,
Ah.
a familiar. Start reading into magic and alchemy. It gets funky, like that medieval stuff. Ugh.
Yeah.
Well, a familiar, familiar. Question: if a familiar like that would die, would it have an effect on me?
You would not appreciate it. I'll just say that. And you would possibly have a momentary stroke as you are tied to it. But then you would be able to get your wits back. If you so choose to go down this pathway, if you so choose, I've put the link into the private chat.
I'll personally have to read into it a little bit before I'll make my final decision. But
before you make a decision, of course,
it does sound kind of interesting because that, yeah.
Hey, Taterman. Bye, Taterman.
Keep in mind, you see,
I can hear everyone else, but Bruce almost disappeared.
You have a link there that it talks about gold pieces on that link. Translate that to silver pieces.
Kai, there's better ways of being a father. I shall name him Mini-Me.
I will love him and hug him and stroke his fur and call his name George.
Bad enough one of you running around, two. My God. It's a war crime.
Never a war crime the first time.
Oh, my goodness.
Any alignment, same as creator. Tiny construct. Like, you get some interesting benefits, but like if it takes damage, that kind of sucks.
Well, she starts off with a decent amount of health.
And then when you get down to the improved homunculi,
I'm going to share with you something that I feel is required on
oh yes,
the Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. For those that don't know what being a father is, it means putting yourself at risk for future freedom for your son's sake. This guy was a karate instructor. This man sent his son to this karate instructor's shop to learn karate. This man decided the son had a ripe asshole and wanted to sexually abuse the shit out of him over the course of time. So when he found out about it and things happened to where he was put in police custody, he found out where he needed to be, at an airport. And so while this man is going to the extradition, the great and wonderful tale of what a father should do occurs. And he shoots him at the point where the camera is blocked by this massive individual. This man will cease to exist. And this man, Gary Plashy, he will be considered a hero for all time. This is in 84. They didn't find him guilty. The jury found him not guilty. What a wonderful world. He's not even fighting back. He's like, I got done what I wanted to. Thanks. What a good dad.
I thought he kidnapped him.
He did. Kidnap and sexual assault.
Yeah, that's right. He did kidnap him and sexual assault. That's terrible. Well, he got what he deserved.
Yep.
100%.
Everybody should aspire to be more like Gary Plashy. Preserve your children's sanity and dignity.
There's
You're
one.
welcome.
There's one of a mother that did it right in the courtroom.
I don't think that guy got the choice. I don't think that. If I'm thinking of the same one, the guy got stopped by the cops before he could inflict mortal harm on the offender, which is sad.
What about the dad who found that ranch hand or whatever attacking his little daughter in the barn? Remember that?
Yep. Here in Texas.
He didn't get in prison either.
So you're in a room with a bunch of necromantic tomes.
got some Bauhaus playing in the background. Oh yeah.
If you know Bauhaus, you know.
Totally got this incense burner from Hot Topic.
What's funny is that Bela Lugosi's dad is that was their first song.
Mm-hmm. On a pretty decent soundtrack for an okay vampire flick, like Before the Sparkles. It was good.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bruce, the component price tag, is that listed here? Is that also for your game?
But in silver, not in gold.
Okay. Okay, then that is what's it in gold? Like, yeah, it'll be levels before I can afford that. In silver, given some of the treasures we just got, I could actually afford this, and it's going to do exactly what I want it to do too, which is be a messenger, spy, and scout. But unlike my mongoose that does not have much health, this thing can take a hit or two before it's actually dead, which means it actually has the ability to run away.
White on white.
Mongoose opens up his robe and says, "Say hello to my real friend." And then burning hands. Or acid breath.
I guess I'm going the route of the homunculus, which still falls under the, my opinion anyway, it still falls under the category of a artificer. I'm crafting something.
So are we bagging and tagging this library and then
only
heading
the white,
on our way?
Only white necromancy. Any black necromancy, I'll leave here. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Disclaimer to the audience, we were talking about the positive and negative aspects of a fictional sorcery, and in no way are implying any sort of race, gender, or other aspects to the real world.
But I definitely want the equipment here too. That'll be great for my fortress, for my fort back home.
Thomas says something of the effect that to transport these books, you probably want to make friends with a merchant. We could go back with them, but if you want to get them back safely to your fort, we need to send these back specifically for the fort. We can't be traveling around with them because we might get something else to do for the guild. And then because we're in the line of fire, we're getting more and more things done. Just to be safe, I would get a special courier and send it over there just for safekeeping.
To take it to his building or the other building?
His building with all the cows.
Okay.
Where you guys have a secondary home.
Okay. That's a good idea.
No, I don't have a problem with that. It's the question of price tag.
Well,
inventory the
money
books.
Let me see how much I have. Money.
I mean,
well, I've been pretty stingy with my money, so
there's a lot of things you guys have gotten here in town, and
that is true. We haven't sold a single thing we've collected yet.
No, you haven't.
Well,
we're not pack rats.
I put 700 gold into that security, whatever system that was at the very beginning. You know, when we first got money.
The bank.
Yeah, the bank.
Did the same
thing.
I
have that.
I put half of all my gold straight into the bank.
But right now on me, I have 28 gold pieces on me, and I have 9 silver. That's it. That's all I have on me.
I've been much stingier than that.
I can give you some of my gold. I got 28 to help you.
Don't worry, Janet. I have way more than that. I keep your money.
No, but you just said
I'm a rich bitch right now.
Bought me holy water and stuff. At least let me pay for that. That'll help a little.
No, I didn't. Remember, you said you're just going to purify a gallon and we can just refill all bottles.
You guys going to buy the stuff, though. You can help me buy the stuff to do it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a problem. I'll gladly pay for that.
Okay.
Like
I have
gold
way
more
more than
materials.
you do, apparently. Janet, my character is so greedy that every time I bitch about money, mind you, I have 70 gold and 1,000 silver. My character considers himself broke right now.
Well, I'm willing to, spend. I spend it every chance I get donated to the church or give it to people because, I don't really care if I have money as long as I have, my needs met. When it comes to food and lodging and stuff like that, and holy water or whatever else I might need. So, okay.
All right. So, is there anything else I need to do here?
I don't think so. I think that's all we wanted to find out.
I don't know. It was like what? Looking for traps and secret doors. He found the creepy ass.
The one thing that you stumble upon, Lemmy, is one of the books you find open in the arcane study. It has a recipe and ingredient list for a ghoul bomb, and it requires 15 pounds of corpse meat. And then it has 4 pounds of crushed garlic and other items that look like they would be used to make a goat vomit. The attached description is, in order to make this alchemical nightmare, you have to treat the meat with these alchemical bits, and then the ghouls find it, eat it, and then are sickened by it. This
I don't know what's worse.
This is a trap
Dealing with
to deal with
dead
undead
things or dealing with ghouls. Like, this is a little bit of foreshadowing and a really cool item that's going to make me vomit.
Oh yeah.
I'm already
You
I'm
can
already turned
smell
off to ramen
from this recipe
and
you're gonna
seafood.
eat
Oh my God.
Maggots.
Yeah.
There's a dark humor meme, but I'm not going to post it. Maybe ramen. Ugh. Did we just lose Nerdy Ogre?
I don't know. Here he is.
Or is it? Okay.
You're back, sir.
I am back. Yay me.
What?
I'm sorry, man. I know we haven't done much for like initiative and combat today, but
No, it'd be like that. It's cool.
Treat the meat that can't be beat, huh? Tender vittles. And then they come in.
Weenie burgers taste really neat. If you look real hard, you can even find some meat.
They eat the meat. We throw up. They throw up. It's a big barfarama.
it's awesome.
All right. Well, I guess I will
What else do you want to look at?
finagle that book. I don't know. Is there any good silverware?
The embalming tools that are in here do not have an alcohol wipe nearby, so you get on your thickest gloves and handle the sharp implements as best as you can. After you're done, you can either give these to a horse doctor, or you can sell them for about three silver for all the tools used for the embalming services.
Don't I need those to make myself a homunculus?
Oh, never mind. Somebody has a purpose for them. You'll want to wash these, though.
Oh yeah, I intend to go modern surgical doctor with this, and my homunculus is going to be immaculate if I can do so.
The immaculate.
It might not
need
be
some
human
dwarven
looking.
ale for this.
May not directly look like a human, but it's going to be immaculate in the way it looks.
I got a sneaking suspicion we're edging closer and closer to those war crimes y'all keep talking about. Not saying I have a problem with it. I'm just saying, I see it on the horizon.
It's only a war crime if you get caught, right?
It's not a war crime the first time.
Plausible deniability. Just repeat the line.
It brings me so much
Safe
joy.
and effective. Safe and effective.
Hearing the words said by somebody else, it's not a war crime the first time, that just makes me so happy to hear that. Okay, so you think you found everything you could possibly uncover here? Once you leave this place, you put everything back at the manor house where Carmack is holding Kip, and you lock the door, tell Carmack, like, listen, this is our stores, we're going to take this back up north, take care of business. You could do us a favor, hire some drivers, because we're going to be sending some material back. Some material we're going to be selling. Carmack says, do you want me to fetch you a broker for the guild? Or go between the guild and the local economy? Let me know when. I'm open.
So do we do that
to do right away?
You guys,
before the next 4 days
I would suggest,
or after we get done? Because if we end up dead, all that loot goes for naught. So
let's get a establish a relationship, says Tomas.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that creeps me out about ghouls. I don't like ghouls.
Let's see here.
That's a gross bioweapon, but kind of cool that it would do that.
For a moment, you linger on the thought of a ghoul greedily opening the destroyed or the tainted meat and eagerly shoving handful after handful of torn up meat into its gaping mouth, chewing on it, not even really tasting it, just trying to draw the sustenance from the corpse meat. But then you see the ghoul ponder for a second, clutch its stomach, and then fall over and retch as the meat does its work to make the nuisance undead completely unable to function except for vacating its bowels, laying on the ground, howling between vomit periodically, and the whole time being susceptible to a precision stab wound from a perched foe above it. It's a thought.
Mm-hmm. It's
Also,
like putting out
go ahead.
a box of beef and bean burritos from Taco Bell and then getting the drop on somebody as they're having bowel syndromes.
Okay. I've gone through. I forgot to write. No one's keeping track of the loot, so I'm going to start doing that from now on. I went through and read everything and dates, so I know what we have piled up. See here, we have everything from the Eternity Ever-Burning Torch down, which is 1 Ever-Burning Torch, 4 Masterwork, War Axes, 10 large steel shields, 4 Masterwork, scale mail outfits. May really not be better than what you have, but worth 200 silver in town. Also 30 silver, which we probably already divided up. This was the stuff. Okay, this list here is the stuff that Nerdy found. I don't know if he shared it with everybody, which was 3 silver bracelets, 2 sets of silver earrings, 24 silver pieces, and 1 dwarven axe. Or no, 1 flag and a dwarven nail. And then the rest of the party loot. I'm sorry, what?
I was just going to say, I would have kept, I'm keeping the 2 silver earrings, but everything else can go into party loot.
Okay. The rest of it then is 3. All right, not a problem. The rest of it is 3 sets of silver chainmail meant for dwarven males, 2 sets of axes. That must be like dual axes. 1 hammer, all masterwork quality. Nice. 3 more ever-burning torches.
Nice.
Can be set. Strange tome on devil worship. That I think should be. Probably don't want to burn that. Who knows who it'll release? We don't want to just
Satanic Verses by Salmon Rush.
Yeah. For the moment, I'm going to keep that as party loot, but I'm going to have. Does place that we took over for the guild have a vault?
Does what?
Does the mansion we took over for the guild, does it have a vault?
Not really. You have to find a bedroom that's finished with the renovation, and you have to lock the door. Doors are
we'll start
7-inch stone.
I will designate a room for that for the moment so we can get a proper vault in. Anything that we deem too dangerous to just let out till we have the. I will not trust the dwarves in this city with a demon worship book. I will have to talk with the guild about that. For the moment, we'll have a make vault, keep it in.
We'll start a business called Curious Goods.
Yeah. A collection of small books on our collection of books on arcane small talk. That's basically me. Equipment, laboratory equipment, which can be used for magic item and creation. Okay. Well, that small laboratory is basically what we just found. So yeah, that's everything. So the only thing that sounds like we're not selling is the book and the laboratory, because I want that. Unless we want to have a couple of these sets of chainmails resized for Nerdy.
Okay.
Well, is it better than the armor you already have? So you have a
scale mail is not better than chainmail. Scale mail is the worst form of medium armor.
Oh no, there's 3 sets of chainmail from our last.
Chainmail is better than scale mail.
And I don't know what Nerdy has currently, or Ogre, I should say.
All I have written down is Agile breastplate.
The breastplate he has is superior.
Okay, then in that case, it just gets sold. I presume we want to keep the ever-burning torches.
Yeah, that would be a good thing. Because I got 12 normal, and I know those are going to go quick if I decide to start lighting oil.
Okay, then we got 4 ever-burning torches in our personal collection. And
we only need 1.
Yeah. Well, we only need one, which means we can keep 4 off to the 3 off to the side just in case. Basically, put them in that little makeshift vault.
Yeah.
Everything else I listed off then is, I think, sellable. Ogre uses a 2-handed weapon, I believe.
My war axe.
Yeah. Because we ended up with 10 large steel shield. That's why I'm asking.
Say again. What was your question for me, sir?
Oh, no. I was actually
Is the
asking
war
Ogre
axe
if he used it. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ogre.
Is the war axe a two-handed weapon?
The war axe is a 2-handed weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember Bruce saying that there was a dwarven axe amongst all this, but it wasn't better than the one you already have. Yeah, that they're to work war axes. So yeah, everyone's good with keeping, for me, the laboratory set, not selling the book and the torches, and the rest of it just gets sold.
Sounds good. Whatever gets divvied up, I want to use to buy some studded armor.
How many
Except the 2
torches
silver
are
earrings,
there?
I forgot. 4.
How many torches? There's 4. Can I get one of them?
Sure.
Okay, I want.
We're keeping them for the party, so yeah.
So I can carry it on, because each of it, we can't all put them in one bag or anything, because we need to spread it out so we all have a chance to get one of them when we need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have the equivalent of the last flight.
Look at my thing again. I think I have a light thing that can put on my sword already. If I have that, then I don't need one. So let me look real quick.
I know your other character has that.
Yeah, but I must think she has it too.
My magic sword glows blue when there's goblins around.
Yeah, I already have light, so I don't need I don't need to carry one of them. I have that on my. I can put it on my sword already.
If you do carry it, you don't expend the mana for light or your priest points, whatever. And then, as an emergency backup, in case poop hits the fan and we're in the dark somewhere.
About that, because I'm down to 1 or was down to 1 before we got the rest. So that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Last time we played, I was working on 11 models for 7 hours. This time, I've been working on the same 11 models for almost 6 hours. The majority of what I've been doing is chasing mistakes.
Chasing the what?
Chasing mistakes.
Yeah, I've been doing that a lot my own self. I get that.
There are no mistakes, just happy little accidents.
Well, sometimes
funny.
there is, actually. One of my best paint jobs I did not intend at all. It just kind of happened.
All right, so we ran around town, talked to a bunch of people, bought a bunch of stuff, looted some dude's home.
Some dead guy's home.
Yeah.
He didn't need it anymore.
If we found the dead guy, he'd be looted too.
Yeah.
Make sure of that.
Well, I'm gonna have to go close my coop here in a minute.
And I got the makings of a bioweapon.
Yeah. Like Ogre said, I see war crimes in our future.
So with that, after you finish putting everything back into your manor under the Watchful Eye of Carmack, what do you want to do now? You want to go talk to the herbalist? You still have the rest of the
Probably be a good idea.
Okay. So
that was one of the things we were supposed to do today.
The herbalist. She tells you when you arrive, she says, I heard that the city was talking about you earlier yesterday morning, but I forgot all about it today. I didn't expect you to come and see me. My name's Amanda Ferber. Just had a lady.
Nice to meet you.
Just had an elven lady come by here, and she's been making a lot of noise lately, but apparently something's been going on, and she wants to make sure everybody's aware of it.
Oh, that's what's her name? Isn't it Ileana? Perhaps. I got my notes right.
That's one of the names, Ameldria. Ameldria of the Golden Bow.
Ameldria.
Ameldria is her name.
That's what it was.
Ileana is the dwarven lady that she goes around. She has her own thing going on, but she's a townie.
Yeah.
Are we going to ask her questions?
I don't know. Are you? Or are you going to buy something?
I thought somebody was going to ask her some questions about who her number one client has been lately to make a hemlock or whatever.
Hemlock?
Yeah, isn't that what killed a few people?
Yeah, if in the wrong dosage and administration, yeah, it'll kill somebody.
So I guess the question is, who's been ordering large amounts of hemlock? If they have.
The hemlock we've been selling recently, I mean, I've got a couple different clients, but I mean, we had Starkirk and we had Belladine and then the Eveldre. Which is kind of weird because Starkirk's the one that it grows all over his wall, and he sold it to me. I heard a rumor saying that they found his corpse. I don't know. I haven't. I stay to myself, and I work 16 hours a day, so I don't really talk to people unless it's about the things I provide. And I apologize.
Well, that's fine. But did anybody, including Starkirk, potentially buy a hemlock amount large enough to kill a dwarf?
Yeah, Starkirk did.
Nobody else?
No, Veladrine gets hemlock for alchemical concoction they utilize, which is for their machinery. Between that and the above ground flour, the mums, they do something with that, and it helps clean up their machinery they have at the printing presses. And then Veladine is just a crazy individual that they're not normal, they're adventurers. What do you expect?
Okay. I'll make note of that. Now, Starkirk did Starkirk seem a little anxious?
He's been anxious over the past 6 months. There's been something going on with him for a while, and he's been aware of it. But then again, about a year ago, they stopped holding meetings at his house, and apparently he lost the points in the Cool Kids Club because they used to have groups of people over there just across the wall. 14 dwarves in one home. That's a loud group of people.
Well, here that just opened up another possibility. The lizard did not say if the favor went through or not. The favor could have been denied, in which case he went into a full depression and he committed suicide and tried to make it look like murder. Took a huge dose of hemlock, had rocks in his jacket, and purposely by the edge of the waterway so he'd just fall in when he died.
And this is the guy that we just got all those books from his place?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
this is a possibility. I'm not saying for a fact that's what happened.
but I don't think he committed suicide at all. A person like that is more likely poisoning other people.
Arkansas.
To move up in the ranks and be able to get more properties at a better price. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing.
Yeah, but
Jen was saying a land grab earlier. So that to me makes more sense. Janet. Yeah.
She just said his family's on the decline.
Mm-hmm.
The lizard said he was looking for a favor that if the favor went, at least the favor went through, he would get rich off of it. Imagine if you were a prominent member of the society and all of a sudden you have complete decline, and no matter what you do, you just cannot get back up on there.
Well,
I'm not saying for a fact that's what happened, but that is a possibility.
I'd probably want to sell everything and take the money and do something else with it.
Well, I'm also saying that from a prospect of somebody who is like me, not the richest person, and therefore when you see opportunity like that, well, yeah, I'm not gonna live up, but at least I'll live out. Hi, Surge Base Jeremy. But people like that, there's a reason why there's jokes about executives killing themselves after a failed deal. They used to actually do it because all of a sudden everything they had just crashed. And they were, by our standards, middle class, which they just couldn't live with.
Dwarven culture. Being a failure is probably, dishonoring to the family. You lose respect. Like, how do they regain that?
So now we have to find out if he actually committed suicide or if he was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
this just got more complicated. I'm sorry, what?
Politics.
Why would he put his pocket full of rocks and jump into the nearest body of water?
To make it look like murder.
If he's going to make it look like murder, then he would. Then who's he trying to? Because if he's trying to make it look like murder, then he's trying to make it look like somebody murdered him. Who's the somebody he's trying to make look? See, he wouldn't leave that as a mystery. He would have clues. He would have left clues or something to point to a specific individual. See what I'm saying?
Well, there's also the possibility that Janet suggested earlier where he was forced to commit suicide and then someone hit his body.
I think that's the case. Or at least somebody drugged him and they dropped him in there to hide the body. But I guess we got to go and find out who would benefit the most from his death.
Yep, we got to find out who benefits the most, and then we got to find out who would have been hurt the most if his deal had gone through.
And we got 4 days before all our stuff is ready, and then potentially going down into the tombs.
And who knows? We might not find out anything about what's going on until we hit the tombs, and then we might find out, oh, all of it is down here.
Yeah.
Which, if I was a betting man, is where I put my money.
But yeah.
I don't think it was a suicide. I think we can rule out suicide.
Yeah. Well, no matter what, we got to figure out what's going on.
I got those adventurers that were just mentioned.
Yeah.
You could take a look into that. So, let's see.
So what are we doing now?
So, are you going to buy anything? Because I could take care of your alchemical needs, at least while you're here.
While we're here, we should buy the stuff that Janet needs for making
Purified water.
Holy water.
Or holy
The
water.
incense.
Yeah.
Incense and stuff.
Huh. Well, I have been interested in hearing about your deity because you worship a god from the Elb days, Mir, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What do you in a situation to where you have a potential war on your hands and a individual tells you why or what's been going on, would you go back to your homestead and try to protect it and protect your family? Or would you become part of the spearhead and go against the things which oppose your faith and values?
Well, I would want to go take care of my family, but I would have to stay with protecting my faith and values, I think, first.
Okay. You feel like whatever you just did there, you kind of feel like your deity approves what you said.
I hope so.
You feel like you just made some good girl points for Mir.
That's basically while I'm out here, I'm trying to share my knowledge, my little bit of knowledge that I have for my deity with others, and hopefully others will be inspired by me, by my faith. I don't know. That's just what I feel like I need to do, and heal my friends.
Well, that's definitely a position that a warrior cleric would have. That's interesting. You know, many dwarves talk about doing the right thing, but many of them, when it comes time to stand up for their faith or their family values,
Mm-hmm.
they sit down obediently and just follow the crowd.
Yep. I don't blame them, no. We all have to be ourselves.
So, she asks you the holy water recipe. Does it match these items here? And she hands you the recipe that she usually does for holy water.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing that you notice that she has here that you haven't seen on conventional recipes for it, it looks like it's something that can only be procured for this area. And as you think about the ingredient itself and how much of a effect it has, just as its naked individual, you would have never thought to put eucalyptus within the mixture. But
Yeah.
once you start thinking about it, that actually works in your head, because a lot of times the potions that you create have to have something which engages the five senses.
Mm-hmm.
The usual that you've grown up with is cilantro, but the eucalyptus, you see it as you think about it, it would, because somehow there's an underground variety of it here that grows in abundance in the mushroom area in the gardens, and so that's where they receive it. That's where they cultivate and get it from, and then the herbalists will make it into something that's usable. But she asks, is everything okay? And then she tells you that the items for everything that you'll need for your daily ritual will cost you roughly about 30 silver. That's it.
Okay.
I'll pay for that.
I love how
Thank
you guys
you.
are diving on all these financial grenades.
Well, I appreciate it. And hopefully I can
I'm banking on a big payout.
Well, I'm hoping we can do it. I'm hoping I can make as much as possible. And I can make a gallon, right? Isn't that what you
Yes.
said?
Yeah.
Oops.
Guess I should go back and read that book and find out what
Yeah, go ahead.
what I'm going to need for that ghoul bomb.
I need you to make
Aside from corpses.
when you get finished reading that book tonight, I need you to roll a fortitude save 60.
Ooh. All right.
I need to do a couple of chores.
Fortitude save plus 20.
I got to do a couple of chores. I won't be leaving the chat. I won't be that far, so I can hear you guys.
No problem.
I need to go put my chickens away because it's starting to get darker, and that's when the raccoons and everybody comes out.
What time we have? Oh, it's almost 7. I'm going to need to
It's
feed
almost
the
8.
dogs soon.
Yeah, it's almost 8 over here. But you guys have
Yeah, you guys are an hour ahead. Holy shit. That would be 111 for my fort save.
Well, you managed to keep your stomach in your body, not vacate yourself. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting read. It's the most disgusting read you've ever gotten into in your life.
Oh.
You've never read anything so disgusting in your life, dude. There are more pleasant ways to cause to self harm your an individual, and this book, this is nasty. After you get done, you understand the value that it has. You understand why it was written. You don't appreciate it at all.
This is worse than the Communist Manifesto.
It's not only worse than this. This is that. You remember Here Comes Honey Boo Boo?
Oh boy.
Well, there's a recipe. There's a recipe out there for Mama June's neck gravy.
I don't even want to know.
There are other ways that you could have, just made yourself sick, but you thought.
I would rather be sucking down Marlon Brando's fat after a liposuction.
This is not pleasant at all. For just a moment, you manage to get that thought in your head, and you feel something lodge itself in your throat. It tastes like corn or some form of spoiled chicken from years ago.
Oh. Puppies, baseball, Nancy Pelosi giving a handy.
The carrion bait. The hardest thing about that ghoul bait bomb spell, or the ghoul bait that you have, is getting the vacuum seal proper on the bag that it's carried in.
Oh, it's going to be like a colostomy bag, ain't it?
It is.
Oh,
it is
God.
like a colostomy bag. In fact, this is kind of like someone, sometimes the doctor wants a sample, and the poor patient, he's already like 2 feet away from the gravesite, and he's got a colostomy bag set up. He's got the rigging set up, and he has to carry the girdle around, which has the bag on it. And so, he puts the colostomy bag in the mailer and thinks he has it all squared away and it's right. But something happens during the mail transit, and so they turn the package around and send it back to the sender. And when the people catch the colostomy bag, the mail bag rips open and the colostomy bag spills at their feet. And the nature of the things within the colostomy bag cause them to lose their grip standing upright, and now they fall down and slip in the viscera. And they cover themselves in it. And it's like weeks old, been sitting in a hot bag the whole time. It's best left in like a shady area. If you leave it on a hot sidewalk in a September Texas sun, it just expands and explodes.
Yeah.
Now, the carrion meat continues to swell in a hot environment, and usually whenever things eat things, like they're kind of warm temperature anyway. So a ghoul that eats this carrion meat, like they immediately realize their problem as the meat continues to expand inside them, and just makes them sickened. Lots of fun.
Until fall.
So I'm happy and proud of you guys. You've all done very well today. You've got some planning done. Did everybody get a feat for 4th level?
I want to say that I did.
Okay.
When I gave you the character sheet, I think everything was done up. I had to readjust.
The only person I haven't fixed their character sheet
One
and made
still.
sure that they're correct all the way through is Flades.
Yeah.
I thought you said you need to do some with mine after I sent you the pictures.
Shit, I haven't. I have to refresh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to need. What level character did you? What
You're
level
4th
did you
level
make?
like everyone else, my friend.
Okay.
Starting at 4th.
All right.
The main thing is that nobody's a true fighter in this party. So people that are wanting to get better with their output with damage at 5th level, one of the options opens up to where if you choose to become skilled with a weapon, you can. Right now you're all basic with a weapon. Like literally just you're at the basic level of proficiency. But
Yeah, I think my finesse can get bumped up to something a little more epic at 5th, if I remember correctly.
there's 36 levels that I have planned, so I think you're right. But that 5th level, there's other things that happen, and we're closing in on that experience point milestone here in the next 2 sessions. So you guys being 4th level will come to a cease. Are you guys enjoying the game?
Yeah, having a great time. It's kind
I'm
of funny. We
especially
like
loving my
do a
little
heavy
thing.
role playing session. I was just going to say we do like a heavy role playing session, and then we do like an epic combat, and then another role playing session. It's like nice that it's not all hammering the shit out of something, or just get a little bit of both.
Yep. I have to agree. I also, I'm a very big fan that you're letting me bring these little ideas that I see here and there, and basically letting me become a wizard artificer.
I have a lot of books at my disposal, and this game is not going to be a work that I've created all myself. I have no problem using the Supreme Court ruling that you cannot copyright a rule set, and therefore this campaign is going to be the bedrock to write a game system that is a compilation of good ideas from other game systems. I have no problem doing that, and I'll try to do my best of making sure in the bibliography in the back of the book of where I give credit for the various things, because I feel that's important. I have no problem with artificers. I used to. I'm not going to lie. I used to have a real problem with that, but as time went on and the Pathfinder system became explored and they started putting together things, and then they started looking at other systems out there, I started looking at other ways that other systems handled magic or magic item creation. I think that there is a way to make players happy. And that's the overarching goal of this system. Now, mind you, this is a slower system build than, like, say, Pathfinder, where, like, every 2 sessions somebody levels up or something. But Pathfinder also tops out at like 20th level. Very rarely do you talk to people with high-level campaigns. And therefore, you have a lot of people that are like, oh, they just want thunder and glory. I want to be badass at level 1. And I'm thinking, like, this campaign is going to be for those slower types of people that want to have a game that explores things, that lets weeks or months pass by, and their characters actually age. They don't just retain like their youth, and it doesn't all complete itself in an 8-month span of time. No, you might be 36th level by the end of it. That's the top tier of where I wanted to end at. But your character also did other things like started a family or built a settlement, something like that. I want that. I want something fucking crazy. I want the core rules to throw that out there to the other GMs that decide to pick it up and run with it, because that's something that's not talked about enough. Too many games are set on like, here's how to have fun in 6 sessions or less, and then start the game over again and try another miserable combination of race and class combos. No, I want to have a limited set of options at the start, and then as players explore their world and their dynamics and their situations, they kind of create themselves. There's no optimized building a character in this system because it's impossible to create an optimized character. You're looking at a character that no matter where you go, you're still limited by options. You don't have the whole book available to you at once, but you do have the ability to pick up small things here and there, which will contribute to your character's well-being and the ability for them to hone themselves into the type of character they want to be. It's just never going to be optimized. And if a GM runs the game that makes it to where it's optimized, they've really ran it wrong. They should have ran Pathfinder 2nd edition or 1st edition or 5e or anything else but my game, because that's just that's not the spirit of the game. This game is to have a long-lasting time where you sit down and you probably get to know each other a lot better at the table than have a really badass character by the end of the campaign. We bullshitted 2/3 of this campaign away, which was fine, of today's game. And I'm happy about that, because you guys, you never stop either laughing or talking to each other. It's terrible to watch a show like Critical Role for me, where nothing, they don't really do much outside of what their character says or thinks. It's so fucking heavily scripted, and then you talk to people that only watch that, and they think that's a D&D game. That's nothing like a D&D game.
Yeah, it's all fake.
Fucking, what is that horrible show? Big Bang Theory is more representative of a fucking tabletop game than Critical Role, because at least in Critical Role, at least in Big Bang Theory, they joke with each other about stupid shit, or a fucking die falls on the floor and have to fetch it. Fucking Critical Role has fixed physics to where dice never go anywhere but the table. Pathetic. All right, rant over.
Huzzah! Or no, harum. And then that's where I wrap my knuckles on the table.
Now,
is that a YouTube show?
What, Critical Role? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Critical Role is to role playing as porno is to real life sex.
Real life relationships.
Well, I put it Critical Role is to role playing what WWE is to professional sports. But either is pretty much applicable.
I liked it better when it was WWF.
But a lot of what you just said, I'm a Palladium man myself, so a lot of what you just said, you're preaching to the choir. It's like I like, it's like I like characters that you create, that you have a good idea of the backstory of the character as you're creating it, and that way you're just not playing fighter number 3 or whatever. So yeah.
Like, to be fair and to be honest, like a 36th level character in my game will be more powerful than a 20th level character in Pathfinder. But if you took Pathfinder to 30th level, a 30th level Pathfinder character would smash a party that's 30th level or higher in my game, because I don't plan on throwing you all the fucking special abilities that all the classes get. Like a lot of the special abilities that are automatic in Pathfinder, you have to choose for whenever you have those options, and you'll be seeing that here fairly soon at 5th level. I don't mean to rant too hard on it and bitch and complain about Pathfinder, because I do like what Pathfinder gave me. It gave me a foundation of 60% what I want. But this game is far much more what I want.
There's always room for improvement.
Much more room.
And your characters don't end up being demigods before you actually understanding the game or concept or whatever.
Yeah.
Got some time for personal growth.
This is all I've ever played, so I don't know any different. If I went and played one of those other games, I'd be going, "What's going on? This isn't it right?"
Trust me, after a couple of seasons with this stuff, you're going to be like jumping into games going, all right, let's get this shit done. It's going to be epic.
I know Bruce isn't the biggest Palladium fan, but I'm quite confident, Janet, as long as you didn't have to read the book, because the book can be confusing, you would make a great Palladium player from the way you play now.
What's a Palladium?
Palladium
is the role-playing system. Kevin Simbieta.
It's a guy that worked for a company in Decatur called Judges Guild. He was their main artist. That was Kevin Simbata. And he was a pretty good line art guy. And then in the early 80s, he made a company called Palladium because Judges Guild was too high on cocaine and bad ideas to continue going further and being fungible. So Kevin made his own game that was kind of like D&D, but it had some differences in it. Now, it's not a perfect system by any means, but for a game system, you can have a game system and have an engaging story and be able to use the rules to help accentuate that story. It is not a story game, but it does have some crunchiness to it. It does have some bits to it that are they're really fucking impressive. There's also some parts of it that I look at and I'm like, this is a shitty idea, but whatever. However, for me, Palladium is about 30% of what I want as a game, because there's some things it does that are just, it transgresses on my mindset for game theory. Now, where it gets things right is that it tells you, no matter what variant of Palladium game you're playing, Palladium games never try to come across as everyone is fair and balanced at first level. Absolutely not. You'll have huge variances in power between characters created at the table. Somebody might be like, I'm going to be a vagabond. I'm going to be a rogue scholar. I'm going to be a dragon. And you're like, wait, what? We got a guy that's a hobo. We have another dude that reads on suspected malware websites, and then there's a dragon, a 12-foot long, fire-belching winged dragon, and these three are a
technically they are balanced. Dragon, combat monkey. Forgot what you said with the computer. He'll get you to any high-tech facility. Vagabond, he's going to get you through any city. They are not balanced for directly to each other. They are balanced for what they are meant to do. Therefore, all the characters are technically balanced.
And that is where he gets it right. For what he has created, his game system gets it right, because every character is supposed to be pretty good for doing what they're supposed to do. If you want a balanced system, not the system for you. And especially with the character classes that are in the supplemental books. But it's a very neat system. I'll never play it or run it again. I'll be happy to watch or listen to other people talk about it. It's just, I'm focusing on my thing, and that's understandable. However, the closest thing to that is what actually the Crafting Gamer is writing right now. And I've played that, and I really enjoyed it.
Well,
I don't think
it's
it's
literally
bad.
I unburied it's literally the equivalent of I skinned palladium. I gutted it. I got it all the way down to the bare bones, and that's what I use as the basis from palladium. Just
It works.
bears to
It
bones.
really works. Palladium is another. The basic Palladium, Janet, is a fantasy role playing game like Dungeons and Dragons. There's various flavors of Palladium games like Rifts or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness, and all sorts of other things that Kevin got his hands on. One thing,
Ninjas and Super Spies.
yeah,
Nightbane.
there's some really fun stuff in there. I regret not knowing you when you were a younger person, but I was not able to run a game when I was 12. I've been running games since I was 12. I was not that good at it.
Yeah.
And I might be considered not that good at it now, and that's okay. But I will say that, like, this is a hobby that you and I are going to take into old age. And I'm happy about that.
I like doing it. I just wish I could absorb the information faster and retain
This
it
is an
better.
awesome geriatric game. This is low impact, as long as you can keep the dice on the table.
Yeah. That's where I got this wonderful, beautiful tower to use. This is what I haven't dropped, but maybe I've dropped 1 or 2 dice since I got it, but it's been a lot less.
Show that thing off again. Woo! That, my friends, is a die tower. Our good friend, the Crafting Gamer, sent that to Janet.
Yeah, it's nice. That's what I've been using too for my games. It's awesome.
And to anybody who's curious and thinks that what that looks like, yes, that is Sloth from the Goonies. He watches over Janet's dice rolls.
Right here. He also sent me that too. So yeah, that's who it is.
So next game session, what can we expect? Well, you guys have done all the things on my little checklist that I needed you to do that you wanted to. Amadrana, the herbalist lady, says that she's got the ability for you to buy things while you're here. She'll be more than happy to sit and talk to you about religion, Isabu, because she loves talking about religion. And if you discuss things with her, you find out that she is actually a devout follower of Dwarf Vader. However, she follows the entire dwarven pantheon that is recognized within the boundaries of Stoneholm. So she can talk to you about a lot of different deities that are of the dwarf favor. And if you talk to her for an hour or so more, you'll find out that a lot of those dwarven deities have counterparts above this land in your world, where they might have alternate names, but they serve the same people, the same values, and they have the same output. They might have more or less influence up above, but down here you'll find out, if you talk to this lady, of the various things that are taking place up there. But the main takeaway is that she likes the fact that there's a priestess of a pantheon she really doesn't have a whole lot of information about, and she wants to brew up some tea and talk to you about that for a couple pots.
Okay,
and that would be her desire. The last thing is that I will say before I allow you guys to talk amongst yourselves, and we'll wrap up. That night, you prepare your holy water gallon, and you do your ritual, and you say the right words, and you have your discussion with Mir, and you feel as if like you're doing things right and correctly. And then about that time, you see a woman step towards you from the wall, and she's clad in banded mail with a mostly covered facial helm, and at her side is a sheathed long sword, and she has a shield with a coat of arms on it, bearing the symbol of Mir. And she tells you that her name is Elena, and she is a servitor of Mir. And she says, upon you performing this ritual for the first time, I felt it might be a good thing to come and accompany you while you prepare this for your friends and your upcoming journey. This is something that you may feel is significant. Truly, for you, it may be, but I want you to understand that this is one of the first steps that you have going into your wider world ahead of you. You're about to have everything in your faith tested, and you need to be certain under no other auspice, Isabu. You need to go in to this ready for everything. And secondly, when you come out of it, it's okay to be afraid. Nobody goes into a situation like this and should be confident that they're going to make it out. I can't promise you tomorrow, but I can promise you that as long as you're going at it, it's okay to be unsure of yourself. And it's okay for you to hope you're doing the right thing and not know for certain. Next.
And that's one to grow on.
Next, I want to tell you that you have pleased Mir and those of us who champion his cause. And therefore, when you decide to spend the time, you'll have the opportunity. You can pick up another domain, or you can learn how to have heavy armor on.
Sweet.
And right now, that's where you're at. She says the other two options you have, one of them could be that the way you move could be easier. So just so we are clear, wearing your armor as you have it right now, it would be easier for you to maneuver around, say, doing somersaults or things. And the final option is you could increase your mana pool. But I'll let you decide that. That's something that you need to think on. And when that choice asks for a concrete answer, you'll get it. And at that point, the Elena fades. And you have your gallon of holy water in this cast iron pot, and you start spooning up the ladles, and you prepare 90 vials of holy water. It takes you about an hour. Is there any questions? Anybody? That is the end of tonight's game session. We have a clear objective of what will be happening next session, and I hope all of you tune in for that. If this pleases you, my name is Bruce, and with us tonight you had the Crafting Gamer, who is an amazing crafter and painter. With us, you also have Josh, who is hunting around his kitchen for some food.
Trying to mess with the camera, actually. There we go.
Awesome.
My ugly mug.
Hey, there he is,
Right.
the bearded
Freaking
one.
light. There we go.
So,
Yeah, had a great time. Awesome game. Always is. Except that one time when I wasn't playing.
we missed you. We miss Quinn right now. Lady, for those that don't
Yeah.
know his character. We miss you, Lady. We wish you were here. We understand that your computer's argumentative and that phones suck for StreamYard, but I don't have a better way to do it. Well, I actually might. And if you want to try it next time, we can, but it'll have to be on your phone or tablet through Discord, and probably won't be able to see you personally. I'm sorry. But I
Miss Connell.
And we missed Connell. Connell's got to make money so he can exist. Otherwise, he's going to be living out of doors, and I don't have a spare bedroom for him.
Baron G-Rock. Sorry, rock in my throat.
Oh, yeah. Nerdy. It is sunlight where you are at.
Yeah, not at my
Holy smokes, dude. You're like the middle version of Gandalf.
house. Yeah, he's got an awesome beard.
Yeah. Well, I had to take my dogs out. It had been a few hours since they'd been out, and they were demanding to be let out. And since the game was pretty much over.
Nerdy, we'll be doing a lot more discussion as to what your barbarian can and can unlock on things as the sessions go on. I hope you don't mind the slow progression.
No, don't. Hey, I'm a Palladium player, so I'm familiar with the whole concept of slow progression.
And I want you to know that the way I'm running this game, I've got a tally in a notebook for how many experience points you guys have had and how close you are to 5th level. It's not that I don't trust you guys to tally up your own experience points. It's not that at all. But what it is for me is I'm trying to figure out how the pacing needs to be for leveling things up, because I want to make sure that I have a game that runs at the right pace. It's not overwhelming my players. All levels of play, it's a little crunchy. I'm not going to say it isn't, but I want to make sure that when I run this, that I'm doing this right. And I think actually by keeping the experience point, like if you guys want to know, you're 800 points away from level 5. All of you. But by keeping that kind of hidden, that's one less thing the players have to worry about. Whereas if this was like a game like Pathfinder, like people would have that value right there in front of their face, and they're like poking their dungeon master, hey, I need like 7 orcs to fight. Give me 7 orcs to fight. I need to level up. And I think that by not having that available to them, I think it kind of increases the value of the camaraderie at the table, the desire to keep everybody alive, so you don't like do silly gambles like, hey, if we could just like cause problems and start a fight in a bar so I can get some experience points, it'd be great. I don't want to have players do that. Like, I want players to kind of play smart. And you guys, this table is really good about that.
Doesn't mean we can't burn the orphanage. It's just, there's other options.
There's a lot of other options here. So you understand. Let me turn on the other camera here so you can see the. Cancel that. Present.
You gotta find like dragon tapestry. These blank walls suck.
Okay, so I have behind me a couple books here.
Mm-hmm.
I have books over there in that shelf. That
Mhm.
entire bookshelf is like 92% Pathfinder stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I keep referring back to Pathfinder is that that's the bedrock for the game that I'm writing. But I'm using that kind of as like my metric, because that's, for the most part, it's a fairly solid system because it was intended to be balanced. It's a balanced place is a good place to start. But once you get past like the driveway and you start exploring the world, your characters are never going to be balanced again. And that's the mindset that I have going out of it. Like, here's all the things that we have. Here's what a skeleton does. Here's what an orc does. Here's what a dragon does. And I think having that concrete's fine. But as time goes on, you start doing things. And there's a lot of books I'm pulling information from. So I hope you guys don't mind that.
Not at all.
Not at all. The more books you have.
As I say, did you see what Papa said? He said that Nerdy Org looks like Culture Casino.
Oh my
Do you
god.
think he does?
Oh,
Looks like who?
Culture Casino.
I have to pull this man up because you look like his little brother.
Yeah, they could be related.
Seriously.
Now that he said that, I'm like, wow, he does look like him. Yeah, he's even had his hair cut a couple times on the show to show how fast it grows. Because I think he gives it to people with cancer or whatever, so they can make wigs and stuff for them. He donates
for
his
kids.
stuff. Yeah, so he
Wigs
does
for kids, locks for love, all those.
But yeah, you could
Yeah,
be.
and Bruce, sorry.
Go ahead. Somebody was saying my name.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was saying, when it comes to you stealing multiple books, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother. Well, I think he's having internet problems like I am. It doesn't bother me in the least bit because I stole from a lot of different books.
See?
Like the skeletons of my game. Yeah, he does actually. The skeleton of my book, obviously, is Palladium, but I also stole the basic magic system from Mage the Ascension. I have stolen ideas from anime, such as the Devil Fruits. They're from One Piece. I've used the organizational system that Hyperborea uses, like what order you find everything in the book. And I can't hear anything.
Oh no, I don't have his volume up.
Oh, okay.
I have his volume muted. I hear you. That's what I want. I want to hear you, not Culture. I just want to show off Culture so we understand that Nerdy Ogre has an older brother or an older twin brother out there. I mean, look at this. They're both Chads. Look at those epic beards.
You see? Don't you think you guys look like you guys be brothers?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot I'm muted. I was yelling at my dog.
It's okay. It's okay. We've had that happen.
Well, I can't tell you how many times I forgot I was muted.
There's a couple of times that it was a good thing that I was muted.
Yeah.
I love my dog. My little Chiweenie that I raised as a pup.
He's got a lot of puppy energy. And we had some neighborhood cats decide to use our yard to give birth to their kittens. And, he's got all that puppy energy, and he doesn't understand that.
But this right here.
You don't play with little kittens the same way you play with little puppies. And
this almost ended my puppy. I've had this book since '89. And she decided to chew on it.
Uh-oh.
Actually, she chewed on both. Player's Handbook isn't all that bad, but. And then I had sticker shock looking on eBay for those books because, I picked that up for what, $24 when it came out. And now I see them going for like 100, 150, which is outrageous.
Uh-oh. We have puppy cam going on.
Jason!
Ugh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, he ran off.
Camera's off. I don't know why.
Plausible deniability.
We are not giving Nerdy Ogre's coordinates to the Chinese buffet down the road from where I live. No, you may not have it.
Broccoli beef. Damn.
I love good broccoli beef.
Oh, and if you guys review these episodes, a little while ago, I was trying to show a picture of Eva. She was temporarily sunbathing on the pavers. Oh, she's back out there. Not a bad cat.
Well, my sister's got a female cat that absolutely loves coming into my shed, and I love sitting on my lap and getting my attention.
It's like they know you're looking at them.
Oh yeah, she's kind of a
Cats are supernatural
attention-starved.
creatures.
Unfortunately, I got 2 family members that are allergic to cats. My aunt, my mother, and since my mom has a whole host of health problems, probably end up in the hospital with a massive asthma attack. So I get to do all the fun, dirty work.
Yeah, I didn't realize how allergic I was until someone gave me a gift, and I put it on. It was so pretty, and then I just started getting sicker and sicker. I was stuffed up. My eyes were watering. I just felt like crap, and found out the sweater was an Angora sweater.
Oh no!
So I had to give it away. But man, Angora rabbit.
Oh, Angora! I heard Andorra.
No, Angora.
And, what is that from? Andoria? Alien fur here?
I think that was the mother-in-law in Bewitched, wasn't it?
Yes.
And yeah, it was Andorra. That's what her name was. No, rabbit.
Blue skin sweater, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, my
I'm
mom
actually
had
allergic to it's a very
rabbit
very
skin
rare
jacket
breed of
back in the
cat.
80s.
Yeah.
One of them super furry types.
I've heard one of the best. I've heard one of the best glue in the world is rabbit skin glue.
Hmm.
I've heard that
Might
too.
have to take a trip out to Winnemucca and go bag me a couple of hairs, test that out.
Ewok pelts are the best.
Yeah.
That or Jawa.
When I first saw Ewok, it reminded me of a gremlin before it became a gremlin.
Mogwai?
Kind of look like.
Yeah, Mogwai. That's what they look like.
Why?
Well,
that was the first ever Pokemon, wasn't it? First I know about.
Yeah, technically.
yeah.
Small, furry, did combat, and all it said was its name.
Yeah, and it evolves.
And it evolved.
Man, did it evolve.
So next week is the high-level Pathfinder game, and in 2 weeks from now, we'll be back on the 29th to do our game, that will continue this chronicle. And hopefully you guys find all the answers you need to wrap up this portion of your characters' lives. I'm looking forward to this. I'm
On
looking
the 29th, right?
the 29th. I don't know who will be or who will not be available then. I will run it as best I can. If you guys win the lottery, do me a favor. I need $1,500 given to Flady so he can get a new computer. And if somebody wins the lottery in this group, I would really hope that you guys give the other members, each of them, $1,500 for them to have a gaming computer or a newer computer so they all can not have to worry about things for at least 3 to 5 years. That's the preferred.
Oh, yeah. Like, if I win the Mega Millions, we're building a compound. And we're going to have freaking our own server.
Well, thanks to Bruce, I got a decent computer because he helped me pick out a good one.
I love that PC. I think that's one of the best PCs I've seen for sale in a long time. The only thing you may need to do in another year or so is maybe upgrade your video card, but that computer should be fantastic for everything that's out for at least the next 18 months. And you shouldn't have a single stutter.
Yeah, my microphone works really good because I've not had any problem not being able to hear people or people hearing me so far that I know of, as long as I have my mic on. So it's been great. I've really enjoyed it. Just got to learn how to use everything.
At some point, my character wants to get the docks, get some fish to see about. Because if these guys have good fish, I want to see about transporting, about maybe starting up a way of getting some fish up to my village and good. Because if I found some lake, so basically it's lake weed, but seaweed. The lake's on the way up through here. And if
God, wouldn't it be awesome just to like?
Yeah, sorry.
Eat some food. Go see the sights.
Yeah.
Not be murdered all the time.
Yeah, according to Bruce, my family has all kind. Like, actually, does have a restaurant up in our little village. So if I find a new form of fish that's really good for sushi or fish dishes, I know my family would happy with that.
That'd be hilarious. I don't know why, but I picture your family like characters from Airbender or something.
Well, it's not too far off from the truth, really.
Mm-hmm. I think it's.
I asked Bruce if I could be Asian.
Cabbage merchant or something.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to this portion of the campaign hitting its end of its prelude. And at that point, we're going to probably have a session where we're live, but we're talking about what's going to happen over the next period of time. Because over the course of the last, how many months have we been running this campaign? What, 5 months?
Since like months? October.
Yeah. So since October, we've been running this campaign, and I've pushed this group of people fairly hard, more towards the RP side than the mechanical side, but fairly hard on their exploration of the system and their characters and capabilities. Once they finish here, my overall plan is to let them go back where they're from, and then just kind of like have some time eclipse and let them know what happens around them within the guild and within their own region where their own control is at. And I want them to be able to kind of just in the long term kind of try to plan ahead and act accordingly. And then we'll get back into an actual campaign style play. But I one of the things I like about games that do the long-term thing is that typically they don't always go by, well, on this day we're doing this, on this 6 hours we're doing this. And a lot of games do that. They're like, within the next 4 hours is going to happen, and tomorrow you're going to be next level. and I don't like that. I need time to elapse so characters can develop friendships and have things happen, and relatives have events come to pass. Normal things happen. It's not just a world full of magic. You've got everything else that's happening too, and so I want to make sure we get the proper epic feel to it, more so than something like Hobbit, but more stretched like Lord of the Rings. And I feel that.
Yeah, I was going to say this is kind of like the unexpected journey portion, and then later it'll develop into like the Lord of the Rings or
Yes.
whatever.
Before I wrap up this stream, do any of you four in the panel have any questions?
No, I just want somebody to send me a link so I can print off a character sheet to fill it out. That's it.
Okay, let me get started on that, Janet. It might take me a day or two, and I'm sorry.
That's fine. You can just do that because it'd be easier on me to know where everything is. You know what I mean? So I don't have to go through all my notes because I can't remember. But I can add to one area and keep it all in one area, each thing. See,
it might be easier, like to have your ability scores and your combat values, like the 2 hits, your damage for the weapons, speed factor on one page, and then on another page have your skill sheet, and on the final page have like your feats and your class abilities. And I'll put that together for you.
Awesome.
Give me photographs of your notes, and I'll build that.
Okay, I will do that.
There's like a stack of note cards and paper, and then
I will be,
notepads.
I will be taking. I'll be taking information there, and I don't know how to write spells, and I don't know on a program what I would open because I use Google Docs for what I write right now, but I don't know how to write set up a database to where I can start organizing skills or the spells, and that's something I need to do. I need to get the spells organized. I don't want to do it like fucking Kobold Press. They piss me off because they're doing something terrible, in my opinion. But we'll get into that later. That doesn't matter right now. What I want to do is get the spells written to where my players like Quinn,
later, Papa,
and his boo can do that. Papa Cotton, you have a great day, sir. We'll get your character sheet organized, Janet. That I promise you.
Okay, thanks.
And
For everybody
else, Bruce, not a wizard.
For the people that are within the confines of the chat, thank you so much for being here today. All 112 of you, according to Twitter and YouTube. We did not sadly stream over to Rumble today, but I did save this, so we will port this to Rumble later. And if anybody has any questions with things, feel free to throw them in the comments. I will be more than happy to read them aloud. Also, baby girl, thank you for being a ardent watcher and enjoying the cooperation between the group and me today on this narrative. Before I leave, is there anything that needs to be said before we finalize the today's adventure?
Please don't spam the Discord with 112 variations of character sheets if you've got a decent one.
That'll work. Everyone.
We still need to finish my character sheet, or my character, apparently.
Everyone, you take care of yourself. You're not guaranteed tomorrow. As much as it pains me to restate this, one of our good friends that was here with us last week in a panel with Nick, he's no longer here with us, and it pains me to even think about that, because when I shut the stream off, typically his stream would come on. He'd be talking with Raquel about silly science fiction shows like Star Trek or Babylon 5 or The Prisoner, UFO, something
like Seven, all that.
Yeah, all of that. And listening to him and her talk about that, the entire impetus for me getting Janet to do a stream with me and talk about good media is based off of two things. And that was Nick Weiser's 32 Flavors Nick Weiser, his Toxic Tuesday, and I wanted to kind of go in that direction, but not all the way. If I took a small time pervert like myself and Janet, and we try not to go all the way on the homoeroticism angle. We're more like two really good friends that just talk about the things we really, really love. And then I look at Clawby, who married, family, has a stable life away from cameras and internet, and he's done things, and he had humility, and he had knowledge. And I have Raquel, who she's an author. She's a fucking best-selling author, and she's fun to listen to, but she's geeky. And like most geeky ladies I know, when they don't know about their audience, when they're just talking, they're kind of timid, and they don't know if they're like okay to talk about this. But they really like The Witcher, and they thought The Witcher was a good show. And then the guy they liked, he's no longer there. They have some other fuckhead there who's not The Witcher, but he's supposed to be The Witcher. And they don't have their footing all the way. And Janet is like a lot of female geek people I know, because whenever she talks about the things she loves, if she's able to talk the way that she fucking hears herself talk inside, she talks with thunderous applause, and you want to laugh and clap at the shit she says because it's funny and it's accurate and it's from her heart. It's the way that it's supposed to be when a fan talks about the things that they enjoy spending their free time on. And watching Clawby and Raquel and sometimes Mark coordinate and talk about a show, that was fucking gold. And I'll never hear another live show again. I'll never hear his voice live again. And I don't know what exactly I'm going to have now to replace what was one of my favorite shows to listen to or stumble upon. There was joy. I had joy with me 2 weeks ago. I was listening to YouTube, and an episode of Red Letter Media ended while I'm driving down the road going into Eagle Pass, and it pops on a fucking Clobbering Times show. So for 40 minutes, I'm not allowed to like pull, playing on my phone on camera while I'm in a cab. So I just let it play, and I'm listening to it. It was joy. And I'll have to rely on an older show now. Not that that's bad, because I've never listened to all of Clawby's stuff. He had hundreds of shows, like I do. And as much as you might like me, you haven't heard everything I had to say over the past 13 years of this channel. And he's very good at what he did. He's not like me. He was a fucking professional, and he was great at this craft. He was one of the best MCs I've ever had a chance to listen to. And I'll never have that happen again. I kicked myself so hard because on Sunday of this last week, me and Janet reviewed The Greatest Adventure Ever Told with Flash Gordon, Robert Ridgely voiced from 1982. And I thought about it, and even she said it, oh, should invite Clawby on? And I thought about it, and I tried messaging him in, and it just, sometimes people are busy, don't see their messages or whatever, and it just didn't happen. Maybe I didn't send it, but it's in my drafts, if nothing else. And we did the show, and Clawby should have been there. And on, what was it, Tuesday, when he had the heart attack and fell in the parking lot, that was it. That was like the time for his family to come say, I love you, goodbye. And I'm not part of his family. I'm just a friend or fan of his. More of a fan than a friend. And I fucked up because I missed an opportunity to do that. And the takeaway from this is not that Bruce is overacting or anything. The takeaway is you're not guaranteed a fucking thing in this world. So if you have a chance to tell somebody you value everything they fucking give you, or you value the time that you spend with them, you fucking take that initiative and you say that at least. And spend the 5 seconds or 10 seconds and let them know that. Because there might be something that happens between now and the next time that you're presented with them, you're not able to you're in a casket. It might happen. You'll never be guaranteed a thing. I wish all of you a great day. I know this is a hell of a fucking kidney punch. Have fun, kids. But at the end, that's what it is. Good luck.